Amendment only says you cannot be elected for a third term. The 22nd Amendment does not say anything about being president 3 times. The 22nd Amendment only says you cannot be elected for a third term. So Trump could technically become president if he runs as vice president, and then let's just say Trump runs as vice president, and then the president at the time for some reason just say, you know what, I'm a bow out, and Trump, you vice president. That's how he gets his third term. So technically Trump can run for a third term, but I don't think he's gonna do it. So liberals, all y'all crybaby, whiny babies, y'all need to calm down. My boy Trump ain't gonna do a third term because I feel like it's time for someone new to do it. Like, if he is the Republican nomination, I'm gonna vote for him, but I don't think he should do it. I think he just said out because he did that job we wanted him to do, and it's time for him to chill. And I'm like, just because you can do it, which technically he can, the 22nd Amendment says you can't be elected, but vice president, I'm just saying. So I want to see why y'all hate it so much, because y'all got to understand when Trump is trolling y'all. Like, how Trump doing this for what, the third time, the second time, and y'all still don't understand when he's trying to mess with y'all. Y'all really taking anything Trump say, y'all gonna overreact and go crazy about. He could just be trolling, and liberals are gonna be, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. He said the word third term, and I'm like, bruh, y'all got nothing to worry about. I'm like confused why y'all all worried about him doing a third term. Like, he's gonna do a good job on his second term, and he's gonna set up the next Republican president to do good. I'm just saying, y'all can hate on the man all you want, but he's a daggone good president. I don't know why I hate on my boy Trump, to be honest. I don't know why y'all liberals don't like Trump. Like how you a liberal and you not like Trump? That never made sense to me. Like, y'all try to say, oh, he's anti this, anti that, and I'm like, Trump? Like, when did he ever say that? Oh, Trump said this. I'm like, every time Trump says something, y'all just get distracted. Like, I never heard one of y'all say anything that Trump said something and had like a rational response to it. Y'all always overreact, and I'm like, he is playing y'all. Who this? Lefty philosopher. That's what's up, dog.
Well, hello there.
You ready for Trump's third term?
I don't know. We'll see.
What's your opinion on this? You think it's unconstitutional?
What, him being president two
Him
times in
having
a
a
row?
third
Yeah, I mean,
term.
it's directly stated in the Constitution. I mean, there's probably ways around it,
No,
and
you
I'm
know what
sure
it's,
he'll
do
find.
you know what it says in the 22nd Amendment?
What does it say in the 22nd Amendment?
You cannot get elected for a president for a third time. It doesn't say you can't be
Sure,
president for a third time. You know that, right? There's a difference.
sure. Like I just said, he could find a way around it because he's really good at finding ways around things.
But
That may not be
it's not finding a way around
in.
it. It's just you
It
can't be
is,
elected for a third term. Let's say he runs as vice president, and then the
sir.
president steps down. That's not being elected,
Sir,
is it?
hold on. I remember when the right was crying when they thought Kamala was going to become president that way,
How?
that Biden was going to step down, and they
It
were like,
wasn't the
"That's
right crying.
unconstitutional. She wasn't elected." Blah blah
Whoa,
blah.
whoa, whoa.
Come
The
on,
right
man.
wasn't crying. The right, we wanted y'all to
Yes, they
put
were.
Kamala as president because all her goofy
No,
antics, bro, she would have been like, it would have been easy pickings, boy. Come on now. Oh, this is Kamala, like, busters, like yellow busters. That's Kamala right there. Like, be for real.
You- what are you talking about?
Oh,
I
you
don't
see,
even know.
it's just one of her interviews when she was
Yeah,
acting
you losing
crazy.
your mind because Trump
Hey,
cannot be a president for a third term unless they do something illegal.
Wait,
That's
stop, stop,
bottom
stop.
line.
What does the 22nd Amendment say? The 22nd Amendment say you cannot get elected for a third term.
Or
It
if
does
you
not
ever
say
held the office, you
anything.
can.
It don't say if you run for vice president. It doesn't say you can't run for vice president, does it? Am I wrong?
You do know once you're president, you can't go back to be vice president. You do know that, right?
Are you
yeah,
trying to reference
right.
the 12th Amendment? Are you trying to
You
reference
do know that, right?
what amendment are you talking about? Where in the Constitution are you talking about?
I'm not going to go into the amendments, but you know
Where
that,
in
right?
the we're in the. I'm telling you what the amendment says.
Guy,
The 12th Amendment is
look,
the
go
closest thing to saying that, and it
go
doesn't
back
actually
in your
say
living
that.
room and bow down to your ghost Trump
Oh my
statue
goodness,
and praise it, do
bro.
whatever.
Oh, you
you
a
want.
hater. Hey, yo,
Yo,
I'll be
Reed,
respectful to
yo.
y'all if you're respectful to me, okay? Can we just say that? But if you start
Yo.
wilding
Okay.
out, I'm going to join y'all.
Here's what I think. I think that y'all are all the ops in this chat are arguing in the wrong way. We should be arguing why this motherfucker wants Trump to be have a third
Wait,
term.
me technically,
Oh yeah.
I don't want Trump to be a third-term president. To be honest, I'll tell the truth. I think we got
Okay,
enough.
so why is
Our
this
bench
up?
in the
Why
Republican
are you
Party is
defending
deep
him?
enough. I'm just saying it's possible. Constitutionally, it's possible because the Constitution
What's the point of making that? What's the point of making that argument?
So is
because I
Hakeem
know
Jeffries
it's gonna rile
becoming
you liberals
president.
up. I know one of you liberals. I know y'all liberals read that Trump third term and like, ooh. I know you was
Why?
getting like that.
Yo,
So this is just about owning the
he's
libs.
just gonna write
Yeah,
it into
he is.
existence.
Man,
It's
this is
not
just
even
people-
gonna have to be
It's
elected.
This is-
It's
so
just
wait,
a little bit of
this
shit
is
to
just
mess
about
with y'all. I'm
owning
not
the
gonna lie.
libs.
No, it's to mess with y'all because anytime Trump says something, y'all are like, oh my goodness, y'all run with it. Y'all can't focus on one thing at like two things at once. Y'all focus all y'all.
Okay,
do
wait.
Trump
So
second
all
term.
the
literally
ops-
what
Y'all forgot
Trump
about
is.
the y'all forgot about those airplanes and y'all forgot about the.
Wait, hold on.
what's up?
So all the ops in this chat, should leave because this is not there's no point to argue with him.
No.
He doesn't care.
No.
Oh, I know. He's a
I'm just
troll.
No, he
saying,
literally
is it
acts like
constitutionally
a he's a
possible?
troll.
Is it not
No, he's a
constitutionally
troll.
possible?
No,
It's
it's
No,
not.
you're a
It's
troll.
constitutionally
You're a
Bro,
troll.
what does the
possible that
22nd Amendment
Hakeem
say?
Jeffries could become president too.
Yeah.
No,
You're a troll.
yeah,
So-
he can. Technically,
so
he
what
can.
you-
But he's like,
Okay.
Kanye
going on
West
the
is
list.
gonna
You're gonna
The
be
Speaker
upset
of the
when we
House
get
goes
the.
before Hakeem Jeffries. The Speaker of the
Good.
House
So
goes
we should,
before
we should
Hakeem
nominate
Jeffries.
Obama
Mike
to be
Johnson
the next vice
steps down.
president of
Y'all
whoever in the
stop
Democratic
arguing with
Party,
him.
right?
This is troll shit. Stop
Oh,
arguing
bro,
with him.
bro, stop being a hater. If you don't want to be here, why are you here?
Bro,
Why?
I'm just trying to get my niggas out.
My niggas out, bro. We not niggas
Yes.
no more. We free. We free. You don't gotta get me
Yeah,
on the
I
Democrat
agree.
plantation no
Sorry.
You
more.
won't be free to
Get
lose.
off
You
the
don't
Democrat
believe-
plantation, big
You
dog.
don't believe in
Get
anything,
off the
bro.
Democrat
You don't
plantation.
believe
This is
in
All right,
anything.
hilarious.
where's
You
the
don't
Democrat
believe in
plantation at?
anything. Stop arguing with him, bro. There's no point.
I'm a
He just wants to
conservative.
beat.
Oh my
Trump.
goodness, bro.
Trump's your
Can I
guy.
No,
talk?
no, look.
Can I
When
talk?
you
Go
when
ahead.
you say conservative, put a second O in there.
Trump's your
What are you
dad.
trying to
Put
say?
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Go ahead, Kimberly. Kimber. Go ahead, Kimber. What you gotta say?
Yo, you know what's going to happen because he's like changing the whole constitution. He ain't even going to run for. He ain't even going to run. He's just going to make himself president again anyway.
How?
You know
How's
he's
that
trolling,
possible?
right? He's
Anything
trolling.
No,
because
I'm
it,
telling you,
because
it's
he
possible with the 22nd
because he
Amendment.
thinks
Y'all
he's
never read the
God.
Constitution.
He
Y'all don't even
thinks
know what
he's
y'all
God.
arguing against.
You're trolling,
You read-
bro. You're trolling, and you're pathetic too. Like you're literally actually pathetic.
Oh my goodness. You're
Like
just
you,
a
you
hater.
don't have any
trolling.
argument.
Bro,
You're
stop
literally just
hating.
pathetic.
Stop hating. Anyone got anything else to say except for the hater?
You mad?
You keep.
You
I keep
sitting here
muting you if you're gonna
trying-
just come out
trying-
here and hate, big dog.
Ain't nobody hating, bro.
Then
You
what
just
trying
don't
to
have
say?
any
What-
arguments.
I want
I know.
You don't have any
What does
arguments.
the
Democratic
22nd Amendment
plantation.
say?
Oh my
Wait,
God, this
The
is
22nd
hold on,
Amendment
hilarious.
say you
let me
can't
talk.
get
You know,
elected
Trump-
more
Let me
than
talk
once.
real quick.
Go
Let me
ahead.
talk real
Yeah,
quick.
Trump's-
Here's the
So,
point.
so he just going to
Let me
install
speak.
himself as
Trump's
president.
No, let me
kidding.
speak.
No,
Let me
no.
speak.
Wait. It's not he's gonna install himself as president. What he would
Who's
do
your
is
daddy?
he would run as vice president, and then the president at the time could step down, which would make him the president for the third term. Legally, that's possible. There's nothing in the Constitution against that. Tell me where in the Constitution. Don't just say, "Oh, it's not possible. He's not gonna do it." Tell me where in the Constitution.
It is possible.
Nobody's telling you it's not possible.
Then why y'all mad then if my boy run for a
Yeah.
third term? If he goes for a third
When-
term, why y'all mad?
He
Why
said
y'all
we're
mad
mad.
then?
Hey, wait.
Trump's
Can I
trolling
answer that?
liberals.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? So here's the problem. Here's the problem. The fact that you are advocating for a third term in general.
What's the problem with that?
Like, it's a
We ain't gonna
mass
be
amount
around
of
for a
problems,
third
yo.
term.
I think he's gonna be the first
But
person
look
to
at
do that.
let me
FDR
go ahead. Let me go ahead
had
and
4
bust
terms.
this bubble so you can take this live down.
FDR was 4 terms
FDR
before
died in
term
his
limits.
4th term,
Before term
right.
limits. Before term
So-
limits.
Wait, why do we
Yeah.
have term
Trump-
limits for the president, but not for Congress or the Senate? The senators
That's
and stuff
actually
like
pretty
that.
Exactly.
easy, but it doesn't.
These are
Bingo.
different
Hey,
Hey,
arguments.
do you know
Let
the
me bust your
22nd
bubble.
Amendment actually
Bingo.
says that he can't the full term? He can only serve 2 years of that term if that were to happen.
Hey, that's 2 more years we need.
And-
Then he would appoint someone
That's
else,
it.
right?
And do you know?
This man is
He'll get the
intelligent.
chance to appoint
Hey,
someone
Do
else,
you
right?
do you know?
Listen,
to be,
this man is
do
intelligent.
you know to
This
be to run for
man
vice
is a
president, you
smart
have
man.
to be qualified to be president.
Actually, that's
If
the
he
12th
runs
Amendment
for
you're
vice
saying. You're trying to talk. You're
Shut
talking about the
up
12th
and let me
Amendment.
finish.
No.
If
You're
he
talking. I know
runs
you're
for
talking
vice
about.
president,
Ooh.
if he run for vice president, he is no longer qualified to be president because he's already served 2 terms. Therefore, he cannot run for vice president.
No. You're talking about the 12th Amendment, right?
If you run for vice
You're talking
president
about the 12th
and
Amendment,
you've
right?
already served 2 terms,
You're talking
you
about the
have
12th
to be
Amendment,
qualified
right?
to run. Do
you know what the 12th
You
Amendment
have to be
say? Do you know what
You
the 12th
have to be
Amendment
Sanders.
qualified to run.
Bernie Sanders.
You
What
have
does
to be
the 12th
qualified to be
Whoa.
president in case
Who
something
said
happens
a
to the president.
communist like
So
Bernie
you can't-
Sanders?
You can't be a president if you've already had 2 terms. So that disqualifies him from being vice president.
Where does it say you can't be president if you already had 2 terms? Where does it say that? What amendment? I'll look it up right now.
22nd Amendment already says you can't be president.
No, it says you can't get
More than
elected for a 3rd term.
Okay. All
There's
right.
you still meet all the
We're not-
qualifications
we're
to
not
be
saying
president.
you're
You
getting
just can't get
elected.
elected
We're not
as
saying
president.
that.
So technically, the 12th Amendment doesn't. You're trying to quote the 12th Amendment. The 12th Amendment say if you're not eligible to be president, you can't be vice president. And technically, he's still eligible to be president. He just can't get elected as president. Like, come on now, y'all trying to come out here. And
You
tell
look
me,
like Eddie Murphy.
oh my goodness, oh my goodness, a white Democrat. Of course, I'm gonna hear.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent.
Who did you vote for last election?
Me?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's my business.
What about the it was Kamala? What about the election before that? Are you a Democrat because your party sucks now?
Oh no,
So
not
you've
at
always
all.
been a Democrat.
Nope. I'm an independent.
you've
I
always
vote
been an
for
independent.
whoever I want in there. Yes, I can. I can vote. I'm an American. I
do you-
can
who
vote
did
for
you vote
whoever
for?
I want it.
Who did you vote for? Let's hear it then.
I want Bernie Sanders in there, and his mittens.
You want a Democratic socialist?
Ah,
You want a Democratic socialist?
no,
That's what Bernie Sanders says he is. What are you talking about?
he's warm with mittens. He's grandpa.
Bernie Sanders calls himself a Democratic socialist. So you want a socialist as president?
Bernie Sanders is for like really good with Medicaid and Medicare and everything.
Well, wait, are you
That's
pro
why I
universal
like
health care?
Yeah.
I'd rather have 11 aircraft carriers than pay anything for someone's health care. We can't have
Well, wait a
universal
minute.
health
Wait,
care. We
hold
cannot
on.
have
What
universal
the-
health care in the same country where someone could kill themselves on a double, triple baconator. We can't have universal health care until we
Now I
get
want
the
a
food under
Frosty.
control. I'd rather all my tax dollars go to 11 aircraft carriers and us being
I want
the
a
world
Frosty
superpower.
now.
Huh?
I want a Frosty.
You see my point?
I got a
This is why we don't
DoorDash.
need universal health care. People like that, like, come on now. People like you are going to eat yourself to an early grave and
Yo.
want people that are healthy to pay for
Yo.
it. What's up, big dog?
Yo, what's your name? What's your name?
Yo, you don't need to know all that. You could call me Jay, though.
Well, I mean, what's your handle? What are
You
you
could call
called?
me Jay. What's up?
All right, Jay. Jay. Now you're talking about baconators. Now I want a Frosty.
And that's why we shouldn't have universal health care. You're proving my point. Like,
Yo,
you hear a baconator and you think Frosty.
What you were saying, like how Trump wants to run already for a 3rd term. We ain't gonna be around for him to run a 3rd term.
Who's we? I'm not that old.
All of us, the Earth, we ain't gonna
What's
be
going to
around.
happen?
What do you mean? What's going to happen?
You
He's
just
going to
said-
put all these tariffs. He's going to put all these tariffs out there. He already pissed off Putin.
Wait. So
For
it's
oil.
okay for everybody to tariff us, but we can't tariff them back?
Yo, why all of a sudden though? Why all of a sudden are we against every country and every
Because do you
country
know
is hating us?
Do you know the tariffs that Canada has against us? Like 270% just on milk. Do you understand how every other country tariffs us, but we can't? But when we tariff them, it's the problem, right?
Yeah, but wait. Let me say something. How and why are we taking Greenland?
For
Who
strategic
are
military
we?
purposes.
Who are we to go over and take over another country? Who are we to do that? Do you
First of
remember
all,
what happened
you
with?
don't gotta
Here you
just go
go,
and conquer
Jay.
Greenland.
Jay, listen. Remember when Columbus went over and
Like,
took over
We
the
don't have to go there and
Indian
just conquer
land?
Greenland, do we?
Do you remember that? Well,
What?
this is kind of like the same thing.
And you talking about 1492 when Columbus sailed the ocean blue?
Yeah, when we sat down and were friends with the Indians and stole their land. Well, guess what? The same thing's going on with Greenland.
Do you know we already have like bases there?
Yeah, did the
during
vice
World-
president? Here you
during
go.
World-
Here you go.
Wait.
Did the
During World
vice
War II,
president- Here you,
didn't Greenland come
Jay,
under our
hold up.
control because Denmark was conquered
Hold
by
up.
Germany? What's the,
Jay, hold up.
Come on,
Did-
Greenland was conquered.
did-
Greenland was under our control because Denmark was conquered by Germany, right? All
right, listen.
Am I wrong?
Listen. I ain't saying you aren't. But listen, did the vice president even go out of the military base to even take a trip around Greenland with his wife? No.
What did he do?
He stayed in the military base.
Okay. What's your problem with my boy
Well, why are
JD
we?
Vance?
Why are we saying, "Oh, we're going to take what we want and it's ours"? What
Because
right
it's not
do
that
we
we're
have to
taking
do that?
You
It's
act
not that we're trying to take it. It's the simple fact that if we don't make a move to our nearest continent, then the biggest communist countries are going to make that big move.
Well, we're friends with Putin.
We're not allies with Putin. You never heard of keep your enemies
Well, let me
close?
tell you something. He's pissing off Putin.
You've never heard of it, keep your enemies close?
Yeah,
your
well,
friends
guess
close-
what?
Bro, with friends
Ain't no
like the
messing
EU,
with
we don't
Putin.
need enemies. Come on
Ain't
now. You
messing
think Europe
with
fucks with
Putin.
America? You think Europe likes America? All the crap Europe talks about America, it's like a disrespectful sugar baby that like, oh, they're dependent on us, but they're trashes and talk everything trash all about us, right? Come on now. Am I wrong or am I right?
Everybody hates
you're right.
America.
You know
Dude.
why? Because we're the best country in the
Everybody.
world. They're jealous. They hate us. 'cause
No,
hate
they
us.
hate us because, and they laugh at Trump. They laugh at him.
Bro, they laugh at
Because if
America.
he's under
Wait.
the gun, let me tell you
Wait, stop,
something.
stop,
If he's
stop.
under the gun,
These
he would give
European-
up
wait.
every American to save his ass.
These Europeans are laughing at us when someone was winning the election in what was the country? Like they're about to win the election, and then the court said, you know what, this person isn't eligible. They just did that in I believe France, right? The front runner for the opposition is gonna win the election. So you know what? Let's use lawfare against them. So what are you talking about? Why would we care what they think when they're doing stuff like that? Where the opposition party is getting any type of gain, they're gonna be like, let's put them in jail.
Well, like I said, who is the United States to determine what happens with these other countries? That's why other
You're talking
countries
about
have their
Greenland,
own
right?
leaders.
You talking about
Other
Because they get a
countries
lot of
have their
money.
own leaders.
Greenland got nothing. Like Greenland and Denmark. Denmark lost Greenland. No, Denmark didn't lose Greenland.
Why
Denmark
all
gave
of a
us
sudden
control
we
over
need
Greenland in
Greenland?
World War II because they couldn't
Because
control
we're
of it.
playing.
And if Europe
Because
thinks that
we're
there's gonna be a
playing
war in Russia, right?
Monopoly.
If
We're
you're-
playing Monopoly.
Europe thinks they're gonna
He
go to war
wants
with
to
Russia,
buy
right?
up all the property.
Wait. Ain't Europe saying we're about to go to war with Russia, right? Right? Yes or no? Am I wrong? Am I right? So if we're about
What's
to go
that?
to war, Europe says we're about to go to war with Russia. So wouldn't it be so strategic to have like a military base, like a naval base in Greenland to make the commute shorter?
Oh, we ain't beating Russia.
What?
You better wake up.
What?
You
kidding
better
me?
11
wake up.
aircraft carrier. Do you know what an aircraft carrier
You
is?
better wake up.
Do you know what an aircraft
Are you
carrier is,
kidding me
ma'am?
right now? Ukraine is demolishing Russia, and you don't think the United States will be able to do it?
Yo, I'm not. We're going a little too far. Ukraine is not demolishing Russia. Like,
But
like,
they're
come on.
hurting them.
I don't know
They're-
about
they're-
Ukraine,
they're-
but guess what?
Bruh.
Guess what?
But if Ukraine's holding the ground, no. What makes you
They
think
lost
that?
the territory and they haven't got it back since 2022. That area haven't been back part of Ukraine since 2022. Bruh, the
All right,
only
so
way
let's
that Ukraine gets their
let's
country
say
back is
this.
if America
Let's say
comes and
this.
slap Russia on the
What
head.
if Russia
Yeah, that's what I
goes
mean.
in with
That's what I
China?
mean.
We're done.
Do you know what an aircraft carrier is, ma'am?
They have them.
No. Do you know what an aircraft carrier group
They
is?
got nuclear bombs.
How many aircraft carriers do they have between Russia and China?
It doesn't matter. It don't
Bro,
matter.
you don't even
because
understand
you
what an
just-
aircraft carrier is. We have 11 of them. They don't have between Russia and China. There's not 11
They got
aircraft
nukes.
carriers. They don't.
They
got
do you know what a
nukes.
blue water navy
We're
is?
not in China or Russia, so how would we know?
They
You
got
know-
nukes. They got nukes. What
They got
country do you think
nukes.
has,
Do you
What
know
country do
we
you think
have
has the most
interceptors? We can
What
intercept
country
all the
do you- hold on.
ICBMs. What you talking about? We can intercept
All
the
right.
ones that come out
Well,
of.
you know
Bro,
what? The way things are
You just
going,
seem like
we'll
a
see
Trump
soon,
hater.
probably.
You seem like a Trump hater where you don't really know what's going on with America, bro. America is big chilling. We not afraid of Russia. We not afraid of China.
Not gonna lie, I would be afraid of Russia though.
Why?
Oh yeah.
what country?
You
And
know,
we got a
'cause, okay,
psychotic person running the country.
I'm not
How
gonna
does
lie.
any of this
Bruh,
affect LeBron? Worried about,
Russia
you're
can't
worried
get
about
out the
Russia
Black
having nukes.
Sea. Why do we gotta be afraid of him? Do you
What
know where Russia can't get out the Black Sea? So why do we gotta be afraid of Russia?
I mean,
I ain't
look,
afraid of nobody.
What country do you think has the most nukes?
The most official news or the most the one that we said in the agreement that
we're
we'll
the
limit
ones
ourselves
that
to
we're
this.
selling
This ain't
other
most nukes.
countries.
what country has the most nukes? Just which
Off the top of
one?
my head, I think it's
I'm
either
asking.
Russia or
I'm asking.
No,
America.
look it up. Don't be
Look
don't
it
be
up.
at the top
I got
of your
you.
head. Go
I
look
got
it
you.
up.
Russia.
Don't- on the top of my head.
Russia.
Look that up.
Bro, wait. There's a difference between strategic and tactical nukes. Do y'all know that? Do you know what a
Yeah.
strategic nuke and a tactical nuke is?
No, put it up on the board.
I don't know. I'm not that
Let's have
advanced
a
yet with this
look right
TikTok
here, right
stuff. big
now.
dog.
Come on, man, do a
I don't know how to
PowerPoint.
switch stuff like that. Chill out. Gee golly. What country have the
Gee
most
golly
nukes?
is crazy word. I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
Brother.
Gee golly. Let's not
Brother.
say that again. Yeah,
Calm
I'm
down there
glad.
now. Calm down there.
Come on, Jay, PowerPoint.
What country have the most nuke? It's between Russia and
Check that out.
America.
Russia.
And there's a difference between tactical and strategic nukes, and y'all don't understand that.
Okay, no, just look that up. Just look. How,
Yo, do you think Trump already sold Putin some?
How would he do that?
Ah,
No, I get what you're saying. That was funny.
Russia and United States
I get-
have
I
the
get your
largest
joke,
nuclear
though.
arsenal, with the Russia holding the most, followed by United States.
there you go.
Russia has 5,580 nuclear warheads. America
That we
got
know about.
5,044.
That we know about.
So Russia got like 500 more than we do.
Yeah, that we know about.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened when Russia launches its first nuclear strike? In 30 minutes, what happens next?
Oh yeah.
We intercept all of those nukes, big dog. Like, do you
One
not
after
understand what
another.
we have in America?
One after another. They're gonna have Trump standing next to him, pushing the button,
Wait, why would Trump attack America?
because he ain't gonna have no choice. They're gonna be said. Did you ever hear Nostradamus?
Wait. You saying Trump have no
Did
choice
you
to attack of
ever
America
hear
when he had the
Nostradamus?
highest approval rating he had his whole political career?
Where you
Bro,
getting your
say
facts
you
from?
say
Where you getting your facts?
So for real.
In aggregate, Trump has his highest approval rating ever.
Yeah, the
In
highest
aggregate. Not one poll says that. It's in aggregate.
Where you getting your facts? Fact check. Fact check.
Ma'am, I have a question for you.
On the top of your head.
Have you been
On the
drinking
top of your
anything?
head, what website can you think of where they said
Yeah.
the highest approval?
So, what, ma'am,
On the top of
calm
your
down
head.
there. Who's that? Who's
MSNBC?
that? Asia Tay?
Yeah. On the top of your head. Who said that?
Off the top of my head, I believe it was a CNN poll. He was showing that Trump about that. It was
All right,
CNN.
can you-
And that's
CNN
opposition.
sucks.
It was
Look
a
at
CNN poll that-
MSNBC.
Not oh,
Look
CNN
at
poll.
MSNBC.
We're not looking
There's
at
a
one
poll.
poll.
Fine,
It's
y'all
in
find over here.
aggregate. Come on now. Trump is at his highest political approval rating. What are Democrats at? 29%?
I don't even know.
Bro, you
I'm not
you
a
say you-
Democrat.
Just-
I'm
you
not
say
a
you're
Democrat.
but you
Historic
talk
lows.
I'm
just
not a
like them.
Democrat.
You talk just like him, though. Sorry, over here trying to call me brother. I don't know you like that, man.
I didn't call you brother.
One of
That's
y'all.
a black. Are you
One
not
of y'all.
black?
No,
You
I'm
so
calling you
real.
Jay. I didn't
What's a
call you
black
brother.
thing? You know
One
damn
of,
well
that,
that
one
is
of y'all said
you.
that. Now you Pacific.
Yeah.
But
No,
come on,
you
okay,
know
let's
that
ask
was a
some other
black
people.
thing.
Mystic Boots. What's your opinions on this?
Well, I really only joined because I heard you guys talking about nuclear weapons. And I just wanted to let you guys know that in terms of nuclear weapons, you guys have to know that nukes are never going to happen. And there's a good reason for that, right? So we have to ask ourselves, why do we engage in warfare, right? A lot of the time we engage in warfare for three things. Most of the time, economic interests. Sometimes it's just territory. Sometimes we want the people, right? So when we talk about using nuclear devices are so incredibly destructive that a lot of people don't understand that using them would be a detriment to the side using it as well. Think about it like this, right? Most firefights that occur on the battlefield are no larger than like 2, maybe 3 football fields long, unless we're like bringing in like, you know, specialists like long range snipers that are trying to hit like them, you know, 4-kilometer long shots. But that's a whole nother thing. That being said, even with that amount of space, if you were to drop tactical nuclear devices, or even the strategic nuclear devices that you were talking about, how there's a difference, you were saying, it's still going to hurt both sides of that battlefield. And now let's say,
why do you say that?
We wanted so let's say we wanted the resources there, right? Well, we can't use the resources now because they're irradiated.
We could drop nukes without a large what's it called, fallout. We could drop nukes without having a whole bunch of fallout going everywhere. If we drop nuke and there's a whole bunch of fallout, it's doing it on purpose. Yeah, radiation.
Well, sure, there has been. Well, sure, the advent of hydrogen bombs has kind of like helped in terms of trying to, you know, shy away from the use of what we would consider dirty bombs. But at the same time, it still produces large amounts of radiation.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's say we wanted those resources that we were fighting for over there, right? We can't use them now; they're irradiated.
No,
let's say we wanted the farmland.
Right.
We can't use it now because it's we killed it. You know.
Yeah, and you
or let's
like
say we wanted the people. We can't have the people now because they're all gone.
Gotcha.
If I was a leader, you know, with like a selfish mindset, I wouldn't care if I said I'm free for what, because I know I'm not gonna live any type of life. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Agent Tay, why do you think people decide to become leaders of countries?
To be selfish, like there's some people that want to help the people.
Be selfish in
there's
what
some
way?
people that are trying to benefit reasons, like on business reasons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they do it for selfish business reasons, right?
I feel like Trump. He's not a good president. He's a good businessman, sure. You know, with like
he's Mr. Monopoly Man,
right? So, like, I feel like, you know, with all the bankruptcies he has, he's a businessman. He's not a president.
Wait, stop. Do you understand how bankruptcy is used to restructure debt?
Yeah, but he's still in debt. So explain how he got out of debt. He's still in debt.
Do you understand how bankruptcy is used to
we were
restructure
listening
debt?
to Mystic.
If you don't understand how bankruptcy is used to restructure debt, please don't bring up Trump's bankruptcies, please, okay?
No, I do.
How is bankruptcy used to restructure debt? Please tell me.
I do. I know.
Go ahead, tell us.
I'm a little confused.
He's not restructured. It's like it's not helping at all. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a little confused. Kimber, did you just say that he's Mr. Monopoly Man? Because I played Monopoly and I thought the whole purpose of playing Monopoly was to try to have the monopoly on the game.
No, Monopoly is to buy up all the property.
That's what I thought the whole objective of playing Monopoly was.
Right.
Yes,
okay,
it is.
So why is
So
it a
wait
bad
a
thing to
minute.
call him
Wait,
Mr.
he wants
Monopoly?
Greenland. He wants Greenland. He wants the Gulf of Mexico.
If we're gonna go to war with Russia, wouldn't Greenland be a great strategic point to have?
Yes, it absolutely would be.
Like y'all only listen
It's not about
you say you're
that.
independent, but you're
It
quoting
ain't
the Democrat talking
he
points.
does not want Greenland for the military.
Then
He
what
wants it for the minerals.
Hold on a second. I thought Trump was supposed to be anti-war. What happened to all that?
No, he's definitely not anti-war.
What happened to all
terrorist
that?
through strength. That's what it is. If you show that, hey, yo, that dude on the block, who's gonna come mess with us? Come on now.
Huh.
No, because if you're that dude on the block, everyone on the block's you're just gonna subsequently piss off everyone on the block, and then everyone's gonna want a piece of you.
Yep.
But America, y'all don't understand that America's military literally could take on the rest of the world by themselves.
I want to pay.
No, it can't.
We have the largest air force in the world.
No.
You want to know who has the second?
That doesn't matter.
You want to know who has the second?
That doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter? What are you talking about? We
That
have
doesn't matter.
military
If you
bases in
if you
other
don't
countries.
listen. I get that, but you don't understand the fact that we still have to man all this equipment.
Yep.
When it comes to the manpower of our military, yeah, it's okay at best. But if we had all these other countries and all their manpower and everything that they had coming up against us, and our
Yep.
manpower, eventually we would run out of men.
Yep.
Yeah, not gonna lie. For boot
Wait,
camp and
you
stuff
said
like that, they
what?
did not
You saying
train
that the
people
rest of the
as-
world has more manpower than us? That's what you're trying to say?
If
Yes.
they all join
We
in
have
together,
better
yes,
weapons
they
than the
do.
rest of the world. We have better strategies than the rest
We
of the
could have better
world.
weapons, but we
Like
need people
ain't
that
no
know how to use those
ain't no
weapons.
other country in the world gonna cross the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean to even touch our soil.
All I'm gonna say in response to we have the best weapons and all that in the world, dude. Tell that to the Vietnamese insurgency. Tell that
Yep.
to the Afghan
You
insurgency.
know why we lost?
right?
You know
Like,
what happened,
you
right?
can-
you know
you
what
can-
happened. You know why people say we lost those? It's because we left. It's not
because we
they were
didn't
beating
achieve
us.
our objective.
Bruh, are they communists? Did the Viet Cong win? Is the Viet Cong
Yeah.
around right now? Did the Viet Cong fall or not?
They've been disbanded, but yeah, they made their country.
So the Viet Cong
Vietnam,
fell, and
Northern
somehow
Vietnam
we
definitely
lost?
finished off Southern Vietnam.
So the Viet Cong's not around right now, but somehow we lost. And you want to talk about the farmers in daggone Afghanistan, right? Bro, we was in the middle of transitioning power to the government when some old man was like, you know what? Get them out of Afghanistan right now. Everybody's like, yo,
Who,
what you
Trump?
need right now?
Who, Trump? Who, Trump?
No, Trump had a daggone
Trump was
man?
saying the same
Old
shit. He
man?
was like,
yeah,
I'm
he
gonna
had a
pull our guys out,
timeline
but
that he
then
was gonna
never
do it
did.
by. Trump had a timeline. Biden was just like, get him out.
So
get
did
him out.
Biden.
And everybody was like, you sure about that? I know, bro.
Oh yeah,
Come on
he
now.
sure did.
Biden over here stuttering right now, and everyone's was like, okay, I think he's serious. And that dude
And
was
Trump's over there
senile.
shitting his pants. Like what? And we're gonna bring
Trump
like
is shedding his pants.
abilities. You know what I'm saying?
Trump is shedding his pants. Didn't
Yeah,
Biden
yeah,
literally
he
say, I pooped my pants when he was in front of
videos,
cameras?
All
All
Let's
right,
be so
then.
honest.
I mean,
I
I,
feel
don't
like
care
some
about
of
none of
y'all
that.
are
I think
just-
every politician in this country is fucking
If we're
terrible.
gonna bring
Yeah,
up
they are.
disabilities,
So
You know,
wait,
Mystic, I
if
agree
every
with
politician
you.
is terrible, why do we
Let's
want
bring
to
up the
put
both of
term
them.
limits on Trump, but not term limits on everybody else? How
Term
come-
limits have been in place since FDR, bro. What are you talking about?
No, yeah. So why is there term limits? But technically, it can still be terms. Technically,
I'll
It's
tell you
possible.
why. I'll tell you why. I will tell you why. So back in the 1930s, we were still under the hurt of the Great Depression. So for years and years, we had been going through austerity economic policy, which basically were just making rich people richer and all the poor people more poor. And it came to a point where like FDR, who was going to run
That's
for
for
president, was like,
J-Rod.
"Yo, we got to start giving some of these people. We got to start giving some of these people some of their money back. Otherwise, we're looking at a revolution here." And this is written down. This is a letter that he sent to his brother. He said that shit.
I'm not gonna lie, Biden.
And so he thereafter ran for office. And in his first election, he barely won. But then in his second election, he won by a landslide. And then he did again in the third election, and then he did in a fourth election. Which is why it came to a point where everybody in Congress and in the Senate were like, damn, like, no one else is going to get a chance to actually be in the executive branch if we don't start passing term limits. That's how popular FDR was. But that's why term limits were instated, was because the president, who was FDR at the time, was so damn popular, no one could stand a chance against him.
But do you think that it's okay for like a senator to be in the Senate for 40 years, but the president running the country is only term to 4 years at most, unless he gets reelected?
I'm kind of a half and half on it, if I'm going to be completely honest, because I look at it like this, right? If people like their representation and they don't want to have to worry about, somebody else coming in who they don't know, who they don't trust, like I could see somebody voting for somebody, in Senate who's been doing a good job representing that person. But at the same time, like I can also see like there's been a lot of representatives that we do have that just keep on getting voted in because their constituency just doesn't care enough to actually check out what kind of representation
Right.
they're actually getting.
And that's what I'm
So,
saying.
like-
See, when you're on the
So
when you're on the front page-
in one aspect, yeah, I could blame the politicians for being shitty, but then I also have to blame the people for not holding their politicians to account.
correct, but like you
I
said,
agree
their
with you on
constituents
that. I agree with you on
donate
that.
them all the money. The presidents of the United States, they don't get that backdoor community like our senators do, because our senators are always getting their constituents and getting this donation to keep them in office. Where a president's on right there on the front page, and it's in public eye. So
Oh, they get. Listen, the president gets
y'all.
lobbied too. Everybody in government gets lobbied.
I got a
Everybody
question
does.
for y'all.
Everyone does.
Who do y'all think gonna be the next presidential candidates from both parties?
I hope it's not Trump or Biden or Kamala. I'm being so for real. I feel like
Honestly, dude, I don't know. I mean,
feel like-
if it.
yeah, I don't know.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Y'all don't think AOC or Bernie Sanders or Trump and not Trump, but JD Vance, Brian Donalds, who is it?
I feel
DeSantis?
like there should be a cap. There should be a cap in presidency when it comes to age. If Trump were,
I feel like the retirement age should be that for everybody. If you're in Congress and you hit the retirement age, you shouldn't be allowed to continue running. There's no reason for 80-year-olds.
Yeah,
What's
I
up?
agree because they're in a whole different generation, so they're not like going to be completely for the people. You know what I'm saying? Trump was born like when segregation was here and everything like that, so he's going to have different opinions. You know what I'm saying? So I rather move forward. I want to move forward with society and not backwards. And right now we are going backwards. So if Trump were going to do a third term, he'll be way too old. By the end of it, he'll be 89 years old, right?
To be honest, like I don't even think if Trump ran for a third, if let's say it was constitutionally allowed and Trump went for a third term, like I don't think the Republicans would support him. I feel like the Republicans say, we got a deep bench, you got all these people that's coming up. Trump, you did the job, we like what you did. Now it's time for somebody new. That's what I feel is gonna happen if anything, like if he does try to do that. Like
I think it's
Well, I would hope.
Yo, who's got the background noise?
That's actually me. I'm actually at work. I'm the foreman of a plastic extrusion plant. In which case, I do need to get going, guys. Thanks for having me up on the panel. I'll give you a follow. I'll see you guys around.
Have a good day, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Ah, that's loud.
I feel like as a society, I feel like as a nation, we should just agree that having a third term is ridiculous because we saw what happens when, like Putin, for example, you know, might not be the same, but when you get elected over and over and over again, that can lead to corruption.
Bro, first of all, Putin is not getting elected over and over again. Like no one's really like those votes don't really count in Russia. So he's just saying, yeah, I voted, but he just say I won 90%.
Yep.
Like Putin's not getting elected. Like
but like if you vote someone over again, that's going to lead to corruption. No.
Obviously, that's what we were just talking about in the United States Senate and the House.
Like in Texas,
they voted over and over again.
I feel like some people aren't really gonna get corrupted. I feel like some people have something that they actually stand on. Like even some people on the left, like Bernie Sanders. I feel like he might actually believe the stuff he says, and I'm the farthest thing from a Bernie Sanders supporter. I feel like Trump, he really want to like do something like. I feel like Trump want to go down as the greatest president ever, so he's doing the stuff that the people like. That's what I feel like Trump is doing. Because all the 80-20 issues, Trump always picks the 80%. And like the Democrats, because they don't have a platform, like their platform realized in the last election, their platform sucked. So anything Trump do, they're just going, I'm just going to go to the straight opposite of that.
I don't think you understand how Trump is affecting us poorly.
In what ways is Trump affecting us poorly?
Because, okay, my family, military, all military. He had cut off their moving funds.
Trump personally cut off their moving funds?
He's the top. They cut off their moving. So my family, they're moving to Mississippi right now. They have to move by the end of the month, like today, or their funds will get cut off.
Don't they use the Don't they use the government travel charge card? I thought what happened to the government travel? But first of all, the military used the government travel charge card, and most people that even travel in the military realize that it's a fucking hassle to go through the government travel charge card system than just pay for that shit out of pocket. You said the military funding got cut for moving or something? I'm gonna look that up right now.
And I come from a military family. I've lived on plenty of bases growing up as a child. And so, yeah, you are right. You have a travel pass. Well, travel.
Yeah, but they're cutting the funds for that starting in May. So yeah, it was different when you were a kid. It was for me too, but
I'm looking
starting in May,
now.
pretty sure they're cutting it off because that's why my family has to move early to Mississippi because they can't really afford.
Where are you getting that source from? Can you please tell me something, or just word of mouth?
It's from my uncle. It was word of mouth.
Okay, I'm trying to look up what you're talking about because I like the fact y'all want me to look stuff up. I'm gonna look stuff up. So I'm gonna just like, if you tell me something, because I was in the military myself, I could call someone and get word of mouth that something's different. So I'm just trying to figure out where you're getting your particular information from.
I got it from word of mouth. It could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Because that's why
when someone tell you something, do you just?
I was in the recruitment office. I was in the recruitment office when they told me that.
When who told you that? You said your family, right?
My uncle and the people in the recruitment office. I don't know their name.
Bro, the military passes rumors all the time. There'll be sometimes they say, "Oh, this is happening," and that doesn't really end up happening.
Well, that's why they have to move early because they're getting cut off.
Based on the information available as of, there is no specific evidence indicating that the military funding was explicitly cut for the purpose of relocating or moving military personnel in 2025. However, I can provide some context based on the current trends and budget-related development that might be related to your question. I just asked that question to Grok. Or are you going to say Elon Musk AI isn't trustworthy?
Elon Musk AI? If you don't get out there, go on Google.
What source? You like Google? Hey yo, big dog. That shit's kind of loud. Who's that?
That was you.
Me? That wasn't me.
Host, can I ask you about the background?
Yeah.
You're calling for a third term.
I'm just trying.
Is that what you're saying?
I just want to see what y'all opinions about it because technically Trump could legally have a third term. He can't get elected at a third term, but he can have a third term. If Trump runs as vice president and then the president at the time steps down, that's the constitutionally allowed way for him to have a third term. Did he just get out?
I'm still here. The other guy left.
And I'm about to leave too. I got a movie to watch.
All right, then, girl, go ahead.
But yeah, I don't think Trump. I feel like as a society we should agree that a third term wouldn't just be right.
I don't think he should do it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think he should do it, but he could technically do it.
He could, but I don't think it's right. I don't think does it
matter if it's right or does it matter if it's legal?
It matters if it's right. Personally, my opinion. I don't think it's right for him to do a third term. I feel like that's selfish.
All right, I can see you. I could understand your point. All right, Catfish, so what you saying, big dog?
Are we sure there's not a protection against this? Because there seems like there is.
You're thinking about the 22nd Amendment. Do you know what it says?
Is the 22nd Amendment the one that limits the term?
No, it doesn't limit your term. It says you cannot be elected for a third term. That's how it's saying.
But
go ahead.
Yeah, but has this ever been attempted, or has this been challenged, or is there any other laws in place preventing this?
Some people will bring up the 12th Amendment, where the 12th Amendment says if you're not eligible to be the president, then you can't run as vice president, which technically you're still eligible to be as president. You just can't be elected as president. Like, if you want to do it by the letter of the law, he could do it. He could run for a third term. If you want to do it by the spirit of the law, then he probably can't.
Well, it's up to interpretation is what it would be up to.
It's not my interpretation. It gotta go to the Supreme Court. It gotta get challenged in the court.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
If you want to go verbatim, the 22nd Amendment says you cannot get elected for a third term. That's what it says.
Yeah, well, the vice president is elected with the president.
Yeah, but it says elected for president. It doesn't say elected for president or vice president.
It seems like they'd have to skip over him.
Why?
To me.
No, think about this. Think about
Because
this, like,
you've already served 2 terms, you're ineligible to be elected president. So
You know what?
if you all of a sudden become president elect because the vice president goes out, you can't. So you have to, and it would have to go to Speaker of the House.
where does it say that though? Like, we can't. Like, I understand what we wanted to say and what we think it should say, but we gotta go.
What I'm
off
saying
what
is
it
what I'm saying is by the wording, that's my interpretation of the
by
wording.
What wording? By you can't get elected as president for a 3rd term.
Yeah.
He's not elected though. There's no.
Yes, you are.
No,
You
Vice
can't be
president is
elected,
elected.
vice president. You cannot be elected president for a 3rd
Vice
term.
president is elected.
You can be selected for a 3rd term,
wait,
as
say that
what
again.
they
Say that
think
again.
Trump is going to do.
Say that again, big dog.
So by the 22nd Amendment, you legally cannot be a president for more than 2 terms.
You can't get elected
That's
for
in
more
the
than 2 terms.
Constitution.
It says
Yes.
you gotta go like if you're
Yes, but
lawyer talk would not be specific.
yeah.
Go ahead.
With the loophole they think Trump is going to do, JD Vance would be president and he takes the spot of JD Vance. That I believe is legal and you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's just your belief.
No, that's what the
Well, then-
Constitution says, bro. Like,
Yes,
Just
but
read the
bust out the
Constitution.
Second Amendment,
22nd
read it.
Amendment.
It's only where it says the vice
Word and word.
president can just step down for no reason,
you
And
can
the-
step down
and
for
then-
no reason.
select the, and then
I
select
believe-
the president.
It's
I'm
not
pretty
select.
sure
He
a
just
president has
becomes
probably
the
done that
president.
before.
If the
Not if
pres-
he's already served 2 terms.
It doesn't. There's nothing that says if you serve 2 terms as president.
If
and
he
then the
steps
vice
up from vice president,
Go
if
ahead.
he steps up from
you
vice
can't talk
president,
over the host, man.
he won't. Okay, yeah,
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
This
Here,
is
I'm
what-
eating.
if there's nothing in the Constitution that says if you're president and you serve 2 terms and then you're selected as vice president and you win the election as vice president and the president steps down where president could step down for any reason just cause, right? Then you automatically become the president because you're not elected.
Yes,
You are, but the
That's
point
all.
I'm making is you are elected.
You're not
That is
elected
what I was
as
agreeing
president. You
Yes,
have to
when
get
you're
elected
if
as
you're-
vice president.
dude, listen to the point I'm making.
Go ahead.
You're elected as vice president on the ticket. Therefore, you're elected. You're an elected official. You cannot therefore take over the presidency, the office of the presidency. You can't be put into that office because you're still being elected to that office. You were elected to vice president. You're still being elected to president.
Elected is vice president and president the same job?
No, but if you're automatically being installed into the presidency just from someone stepping down,
That's literally how it happened.
then
The
then
12th
you've been
Amendment
elected to that
prohibits
office.
Wait, someone mentioned the 12th Amendment?
Yes, the last sentence of the 12th Amendment.
The
But no
12th
person
Amendment say-
constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
I got a
He's not
question.
eligible to run for vice president either.
No, stop. Does it say run for president or run for vice president? Does it say that in the 12th Amendment?
It says he is not eligible to hold the office of vice president.
Okay, right?
See, that's what I thought.
Stop.
I thought there was a protection built in.
But no. You gotta listen to.
By the way,
you
I
got-
don't support that. Like,
I
I
don't-
don't support him being
It
president.
doesn't matter what you support, bro.
That's
It
unconstitutional.
We're trying to talk about.
doesn't
is it
matter what you
constitutional
support.
now?
It's written in the amendment.
It's not constitutional.
let's
the 12th
talk about
Amendment
what I
prohibits
just-
it.
I just
Hey,
said
yo,
that. I
let's-
just said that.
Let's talk about the 12th Amendment. The 12th Amendment says if you're not eligible to be president, you can't be vice president, right?
Correct, and you also can't be president. So,
Okay, yeah, okay. I'm with you.
so you
right?
can't get either.
I'm with you, right? So what makes someone after being president 2 terms not eligible for a 3rd term? Because
The 22nd Amendment.
the 22nd Amendment says you can't be elected for a 3rd term. Or am I wrong?
What are you? Here, I'll pull it up right now.
No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. And no person who have held office of the president or acted as president for more than 2 years, a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to office of president more than once. I don't. In that whole thing, did it say vice president? It didn't mention vice president at all. And you got
Wait,
If you
yo think about it like
get
this.
to be the president,
No.
If you get to be the president,
Go ahead.
if you get to be the president through the vice president stepping down, you were elected to that office.
No, you're not.
Yes, you were, because
What
you were
does elected
elected to
mean?
you were elected to VP.
But you were
Therefore, you're following the duties of VP. One of the duties is to take over for the president
Was
if
Kamala
they
elected
can't
as
continue.
president? Was Kamala Harris elected as president?
No, she was elected as vice president.
So you just said Kamala Harris was not elected as vice president. In the case I mentioned, Trump wouldn't be elected as president. My bad. You said Kamala Harris wasn't elected as president. In the case I mentioned, Trump wouldn't be elected as president either.
You're refusing to see the point. I've explained
I don't get
times.
I don't get what your argument is about this elected versus not elected thing. He's clearly banned from running as president under the 22nd Amendment, correct?
I'm looking at it right now.
Because he's ineligible from running.
I would say this. In the spirit of the law, I could agree with you. But in the letter of the law, it says no one shall be elected to the office. It doesn't say no one shall hold the office of the president. It says elected.
How does one hold the office of the president without being elected?
Let me just bring up an idea, right? Let me tell you why I feel like it was worded right like this. Let's say you have a president that's like at the time 37 and he's still a young man. He runs 2 terms, and by the end of his second term, he's 45. At the age of 45, you're still pretty young, and you still want to be in the political game, right? So what if you're like the Speaker of the House? I believe the Speaker of the House is second in command in line after the Vice President. So if something happens to the Vice President, the President, then they'll say, oh, the Speaker of the House could do it. But then they'll say, no, wait, they can't do it. It's just like taking consider, like, what if that person just ends up in the succession at one point?
Okay, but what I'm stating is what you're saying is, I believe, within the letter of the law. But what you're saying prior to that is you're talking about the vice president getting there, and he can't be vice president or president after this.
The 12th Amendment, you call it the 12th Amendment because
yes, the 12th Amendment does not allow him to be vice president.
The 12th Amendment doesn't say you're not allowed to be vice president. The 12th Amendment says if you're not eligible to be president, you can't be vice president.
Correct. So you can't run as vice president either.
Technically, he's allowed to be vice president, right?
No, he's not allowed to be vice president. He's ineligible to hold the office. I will read you verbatim the words from the 12th Amendment. No person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that.
Y'all talking over each other.
Oh wait, my bad. I'm agreeing with you, Joshua. You are correct in that sense.
Yeah. He's ineligible for both. I agree with your hypothetical.
Ineligible means there is no possible loophole where you could run for a certain position.
Listen to what it says. You're saying that the 12th Amendment says he's ineligible because of the 22nd Amendment, right? Or am I wrong?
Correct.
And the 22nd Amendment specifically have the word elected. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're arguing semantic. Dude, I'm in constitutional law right now. That's not how this works.
Does it say, it says elected. There's a difference between holding the office and being elected into that office, right? Or am I wrong?
I mean,
is there a difference between holding the office of presidency and elected to the office of presidency? Is there a difference? Yes or no?
I mean, you're arguing semantics, but he's not eligible to run for president anymore because he can't be elected, and therefore he can't hold the office. Therefore, he's ineligible to hold the position of president and equally ineligible to be vice president.
He still could hold the office through the chain of succession.
Correct. He still can hold the office, but that's not through vice presidency, is what I'm saying.
Wait. You just said he can hold the office, right? Or am I wrong?
Correct. If you went through what you said with if he was the Speaker of the House, for instance, then yes, he could.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he's eligible to be the president?
No. Well, he could be through those means. He's not eligible to run for president again. Like he is equally ineligible to run for vice president.
Eligible, do you think they mean the 12th Amendment, or do you think they mean over the age of 37 and all that other being a citizen? And I forgot what all the other stuff. Do you think it means the stuff?
Well, president is age of 35, not 37.
My bad. I was wrong about that.
You're good.
My bad. So, do you think it means that one specifically, or do you think it means the one where it says you can't be elected? And you gotta focus on the word elected. The whole you gotta focus it's like.
Well, elected would mean that you would have to be eligible to run for the primary to be in that position.
Do you know Jake Euchard?
No, I do not.
He's not a U.S. citizen, and he's the host of TYT. He ran for president, but he was never elected.
Well, because you can't win, dude. I'm not even a liberal or a leftist, but you cannot be president of the United States if you were not born in America.
I'm saying that. I'm trying to get to the point. He was not eligible because he was a citizen. That's the reason he wasn't eligible. But you're trying to tell me that Trump is not eligible because of the 22nd Amendment, where he was never to be president, but he still can get because he's not my bad. Stuttering.
Well, for him,
I'm just gonna slow down. I'm gonna slow down. The 22nd Amendment specifically says elected as president, right? Or am I wrong? Or
You're correct.
Or are you trying to say elected doesn't matter? Do you think elected matters, or does it not matter?
I'm saying the ineligibility counts. It's counting for if you can't be elected, then you're not eligible.
You have to be eligible to be elected.
It doesn't say you have to be eligible to be elected, or you have to be eligible to hold the office.
Well, if you can't be elected, then you're ineligible. But if you can be elected, you're eligible.
So, okay, according to the chain of succession, right? If someone falls in, for some reason a two-term president falls into the chain of succession, they're not elected. It's just because of the chain of succession.
Well, he would have to fall into a position other than vice president.
Why? Where does it say that? So y'all are okay if he was the Speaker of the House and the president and vice president step down, and then it automatically goes to him as Speaker of the House, right?
Oh no, I wouldn't be okay with it.
No,
I think
not okay.
I don't really care.
You, my bad. Do y'all think that is illegally, or that's legal, right? Or is that...
Correct. I think that's legal. I don't think it would be okay.
It's not. It's just like I wouldn't want that to happen, and I'm not a Trump hater or liberal or
you
leftist.
good.
I just wouldn't want that to happen.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying, if it's possible for him to do it from the Speaker of the House position, why isn't it possible for him to do it from the vice president position?
Because it says it in the 12th Amendment. You aren't eligible to run for vice president.
It doesn't say you're not eligible to run in the 12th Amendment. The 12th Amendment is saying,
am I able? Can I close out the app while still being in the speaker's room? I guess. If you're in the
live,
and Google something.
I think so. I'm not sure, but if you,
I know in the live,
out,
I don't know in speaker's room.
If you fall out, I'll just add you back in. I can pull up. You want me to read the 12th Amendment for you? You want me to pull the 12th Amendment?
Yeah.
It's a long one. I feel like the only relevant sentence is the last one.
I got you. Wait, don't you already have it pulled up, big dog?
Yeah, I got it.
Go ahead, read it for us. The part that's relevant.
Well, I'll read the last line verbatim because the rest is kind of unrelated to what we're talking about.
Right.
But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible to that of vice president of the United States.
So that means that after you run and win as 2 terms, you are not eligible to run for vice president. That is what that said.
I have a question for y'all then, right? If something happens to the vice president, how was the new vice president picked? He's just selected by the president, right? The president just selects somebody, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if the president is dead and he gets shot and assassinated like Abraham Lincoln?
I'm using this question specifically, if that makes sense later on. If the way that the president selects the vice president, he just selects them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means he can select anybody as long as that person is eligible to be president, right?
Mm.
So if, let's say, we're gonna give some random names here. J.D. Vance is president, and he said something happens to his VP. Can he select Trump?
No.
Why not?
Because Trump would be ineligible to be elected.
Vice president.
Where does it say? It says he's not eligible to be elected.
When interpreting,
he just read it in the last.
When interpreting the law, you have to take into account the reason that the law was put into place. In this case, the 22nd Amendment was passed to prevent someone from being president for more than 2 terms. They're not going to then.
You know
what do you mean? Why you disagree about the purpose of the 22nd Amendment?
Let me tell you why I disagree. Because if it was to prevent someone from being a president for more than two terms, it would have straight up said you cannot be president for more than 2 terms. Does it say that?
Well, it was the amendment was made because of that reason. Because of FDR being elected to 4 terms.
What does it say? You cannot be elected to office of the president more than twice. It doesn't say you cannot hold the office of president more than twice.
Correct, because they don't. So I believe you're trying to like state like this loophole.
I'm trying to say because what I'm saying is because the word elected is in there, it changes it from holding the office to elected. That means you can't run on a ticket as president for a 3rd time. It doesn't say you can't have go ahead.
I'm gonna get back on in 20
The whole point of the law, though, was originally because FDR ran and he won 4 straight terms, and they wanted to put term limits on the president so that it wasn't the same person year after year after year.
Because it would have been a
kind of lose our democracy.
Like
so
Russia.
I would find it hard pressed for.
How was that losing our democracy? How was losing our democracy? They lost the democracy when they chose that person. Is democracy not choice?
Look at Russia. That's exactly what Putin does. Putin has term limits.
First of all, Putin is not
no. I'm not comparing Trump.
Putin doesn't.
No. I'm not comparing Trump to Putin. But what I'm bringing this up for a reason. They have 8-year term limits in Russia, and then you have to take a 4-year break for someone else to be president, and then you can be president after those 8 years. So he and his vice president will switch for those 4 years. He will be vice president, and then he will run again after those 4 years. That's exactly what Putin does, and it's a quote-unquote democracy. So I don't want that world.
When you look at it as in...
Putin's not winning those races democratically. It's just...
Correct.
He just says, I got 90%. Who's going to challenge me saying that? If you do, I'm going to shoot you.
I wasn't comparing the democratic processes. I wasn't comparing the democratic processes of the U.S. and Russia. I was comparing that's how Putin circumvents term limits.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying if we're gonna talk about the Constitution, we gotta go with it specifically says that there's a difference between the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. If you want to go based off the spirit of the law, I will admit that y'all are right based on the spirit of the law. But according to the letter of the law, what it says verbatim, elected and not hold the office, that basically means to me you cannot run at the top of the ticket. You cannot run as president. It never says anything about vice president. The 22nd Amendment doesn't say that if you're elected as president, you can't hold the office of vice president. So the 12th Amendment and the 22nd Amendment are if good for him.
This is when you're looking at the letter of the law and it turns out to be ambiguous, you then look at the spirit of the law and you look at the reasons that those laws were put into place. And so the spirit of the law, when going into this interpretation, would actually play a factor in that in courts making their determination.
It's not ambiguous, though. It specifically says elected.
If it's not ambiguous, then why have we been talking about it for like 20 minutes now?
Because y'all under the impression that the 12th Amendment bars him because of the 22nd Amendment.
So you don't think not being able to run for, so you don't think being able to run for president and be elected as president doesn't make someone ineligible? I think it does. Therefore, and I think many legal scholars would agree would therefore make it ambiguous.
Where does it say if you can't run for president, you can't hold the office?
Or can't be elected is what all right.
What does it say if you can't get elected as president, you can't hold the office? I need to see somewhere verbatim say if someone is not eligible to be elected as president, then that person is not eligible to hold the office. Because the wording of the 12th Amendment and the 22nd Amendment goes it's different from the wording of the previous stuff in the articles that says, these are the requirements for president, 35, right? 35, and you gotta be a U.S. citizen, and blah, 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 blah. But this is specifically not saying hold the office. This is saying elected. That's what the 22nd Amendment. Don't get mad. You guys get mad at the people that wrote the 22nd because they wrote it like that. They wrote elected specifically because in the case that someone served
I'm not mad at that at all. I'm not mad at that at all.
If someone served 8 years, they started at 35, and after 8 years, they'll be what? I gotta do the math in my head. 43, right? Am I right? I'm wrong.
What?
Correct.
Yeah, someone served 8 years at the age of 35 when they're allowed to run as president, and then they're 43. They might not want to retire. They might still want to be held some political office. And let's say they run for Congress, and they get up there and become Speaker of the House, and then something happens to the vice president, and through the chain of succession, they become or chain of succession, or the president selects his next person. Then that means that they're still eligible.
Yeah.
But they aren't eligible to hold the office of vice president.
They're not, or why? What reason does the Constitution say they're not?
I'm gonna leave just because we're talking. We've been talking in circles for 20 minutes.
I got you. You good, dog? You good?
I mean, I respect your argument and I get where you're coming from. I don't think any court will ever rule in that way. But you take care. Have a great night.
I don't think it'll ever get up that far. But have a good night, brother. Who's still here?
I'm still here, but you should try and invite a couple more people in the chat to see, what they think.
One of the haters in the chat, go ahead, hit the request button.
Dude, I can tell you, I don't know where his name is, Napi Mekwisa.
What the
dude
fuck?
isn't even American, but has so many opinions on the U.S.
What the fuck is Mekwisa? I don't even know how to say it.
I don't even know.
Hey,
like, if
one
you
of
scroll
y'all
up in the
haters
chat,
come up. One of y'all haters come up. I got you. Anyone is allowed. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong, because y'all say this in the chat, but come say it right now. You're wrong. It says held or acted. Elected does not matter. What you mean elected does not matter? What does the Constitution say? You talking about the 22nd? Jay Penny. Join the live, Jay Penny. Tell me why I'm wrong. Jay Penny, tell me why I'm
also
wrong.
looking it up right now.
Because the 22nd Amendment says if you can't get elected for a third term. You say elected doesn't matter. It's literally in there. And you're telling me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong, Jay Penny. Tell me why I'm wrong. Held or active? What are you talking about? Held or active? What does it say? Held or active? And which one?
Kimber said she's back. I know she was in here earlier.
Oh no, Kimber's been drinking.
Oh, okay, maybe
she could come on, but she gotta calm down a little. I'll allow anyone on.
Hey, brother, thanks for having me. I just wanted to say something because I was
up?
listening to you talk, and it's quick, and I'm gonna let you go. So let's say J.D. Vance become president, like what you were saying, or whatever, or somebody becomes president again, or somebody becomes president. They elect Donald Trump as the vice president, right?
Mm-hmm.
And something happens to them, or whatever might happen. They might walk away from or resign as president for some particular reason, and Donald Trump would be the vice president. Well, the 22nd Amendment will still disqualify Donald Trump for becoming president. He will not be able to succeed the president or become the president of the United States again.
Why not?
So I know what you guys are getting at or what you're thinking, but he's only restricted to 2 terms, no matter how you cut the cake.
I agree. I'm not saying he should be able to run for 3 terms.
And if he's allowed to run the 3rd time, let's say they miraculously change the Constitution, right?
I don't think that's ever gonna happen, but go ahead.
I'm just saying, let's say they do it, right?
What's up?
I want you to understand that we still got 2 former presidents that are living.
I want to see that. I want to see that match. Obama versus Trump. I want to see that.
Yeah, you got George W. Bush.
He's not. No one's gonna vote for Bush.
Obama, and you still have Bill Clinton.
No one's gonna vote for Clinton, bro. Have you seen Clinton lately? No one's gonna vote for Bush, and no one's gonna vote for Clinton. The only
Clinton, I think
it would be Obama versus Trump.
But yeah, all that would be good for the spirit. But I don't got Trump beating not one of those guys.
You don't think Trump would beat Bush?
Why not?
Because you say
I'm gonna show you.
You say Trump couldn't beat Obama, or are you trying to say Trump couldn't beat Clinton or Bush?
I don't. Now with Bush, it'll be a good race.
I'm gonna tell you know something crazy that I'm gonna say. I feel like a lot of people voted for Obama because he was black, and after Obama didn't do anything for the black community and he focused more on the alphabet gang, a lot of black people was like, "Hey, yo, why the f I'm gonna vote for him and he ain't do nothing for me?" Like that's the same. That's the same reason people didn't vote for Kamal. Or some black people are like, "Yo, Kamal is talking all this stuff, but she's not saying anything for me."
Well, Obama has to run.
So look, let me show you this. Let me show you this, brother. Let me say this to you real quick, man.
What's up?
As a brother, you really overlook us as a people, because when I say that, I mean I want you to look at our qualifications. We're not a bunch of DEI hires like Donald Trump running around here talking about.
I agree with you.
We actually worked. We actually worked hard to be in these positions.
You know, most
like
DEI stuff is going to liberal white women.
Well, yeah, I understand that,
DEI
but
was
you
never
know
meant for black people.
You know, DEI when it refers to us, when it towards us, it's like the new N word for us. So
no.
Look, man, let me tell you this.
I see where you're coming from, but let me tell you something right quick. For the what was it? You know the people in the aviation towers that's controlling the plane, right? If they change the test, if they change the test or do anything different for the test, because black people weren't passing at a high enough at the rate that they wanted them to pass, do you think that's okay?
But did they do that? I'm asking you a question.
They did. Bro, there was one person that was saying that he was helping people pass the test when they were failing. I saw an article about a girl that she failed the test a couple of times before she ended up finally passing. Like, you can't say they weren't doing it.
All right, you used the woman, right? A black woman, right?
I think it was a black woman. Might have been. I'm not saying she was specifically a black woman. I think pretty sure she was.
So let me give you an example, brother. Now, let me ask you a question.
What's up?
What being is the smartest being and the most educated being on the face of this planet?
Homo sapiens sapiens, the humans.
So look, let me show you this. The smartest being on the face of the planet is a black woman, and this is a fact.
Bro,
this is not some shit I'm just telling you.
Robert, I hate
the most educated woman and the smartest person, most educated person and the smartest person on the face of the planet are black women.
Bro,
that's just not true.
Fishing
that
or
is
reaching.
not, bro. That's not true.
You are reaching though. That's just not true at all.
They have more degrees than black men. I'll give them that. But but compared to everybody else, they don't have more degrees than everybody else. If you want to say they have more degrees, based on their population, okay, maybe. But just saying the most educated person is a black woman. What is your source for saying that?
I mean, you guys love Google, right? Y'all
What's up? What should I Google?
Everything.
Tell me what to Google right now. I got you.
Just Google the question. The most educated person on the face of this planet, or in the United States,
educated person, or educated demographic.
Yo, Robert.
The most educated person in the United States, or persons in the United States.
Most educated.
Robert, I fuck with you because I hate Trump too, but can you tag me in, so I can argue against this guy? Because I feel like I could win against him pretty easily.
Oh, go ahead, man.
All right, bet. Yo, random question, but really, we're all middle class. Like, let's be honest, no one here in this live is gonna be rich at all. So my question to you is,
what do you consider middle class?
Middle class, probably like 60 to 120K a year, maybe to 150. But it really it really depends on your state. It really depends on your state. Like, I could be really rich in California and be considered lower class. It really doesn't matter as long as it depends the value of your currency.
I'm gonna say Trump is for the rich people and not for me because I'm middle class.
Let me finish. Specifically, my question to you is, what policy has he introduced that you think is gonna specifically benefit the middle class? Specifically meant to benefit the middle class.
I got you. Tariffs are gonna bring jobs back.
I said specifically for the lower class.
Listen,
specifically for the lower class.
Tariffs. You gotta let me finish the whole thing. It's gonna be kind of long-winded now.
All right, go ahead.
Tariffs are gonna bring jobs back to America. Look at Detroit, Motor City. Look how many jobs left that because they could get cheaper labor in China and Mexico and other countries, right? So if you charge them, if you say, "Hey, yo,"
yeah, but you have.
I say you gotta let me finish.
Sorry.
If you put a tariff on them to the point where, hey, yo, if I build my car in China, Mexico, or no matter what, it's still going to be the same price as if I just built it in America. They're just going to build it in America. Now, let me continue, right? Let's talk about construction. A lot of, before the
Wait.
you gotta
I let you
said you
explain the
gotta let me
tariffs.
finish.
You said tariffs, but
Okay,
let me
go
finish
ahead.
with that. At least that
Go ahead.
section. All right.
Go ahead.
So
Respond
you
to tariffs.
said, yeah, you are right. We did outsource our production to China, Mexico, Canada. But you understand, by outsourcing, we were able to lower the price. For example, we went from our auto industry being a little bit overinflated in the 1950s because most of the wages started to rise due to unions. But would you also argue that when the prices went down past the 50s, it was because we specifically outsourced our labor, because we switched to a service-based economy, that we were able to outsource our labor and we were able to buy cheaper goods, meaning the lower class has more consumer spending power.
So you're saying it's better for the lower middle class to be able to afford things than have better paying jobs?
What are you talking about?
Because you tell me, like, we're a service-based economy, right?
I'm telling you.
The more money that's forced into the more money that's put into the economy, it raises. Okay, look.
What I'm telling you is that the reason the consumer spending power went up is because since we outsourced our labor to countries that pay less, they have a different valuation of their dollar.
Bro, we're spending in debt. We're not spending money that we actually have. We're spending with credit cards.
All right, brother, can I say something to you, brother? Can I say something?
You could use pay later to get DoorDash. What are you talking about? We don't have the money that we're spending.
Hey, brother, can I say something to you, brother?
What's up, big dog? Go ahead.
Listen, the more money you pump into the economy because you feel that we brought jobs back to America.
Just so you know. I know where you're going with this.
The more money you pump into the economy because you feel like we brought jobs back to America, or we're going to bring jobs back to America. We got more jobs in America. What happens is you push money into an economy, basically a dying economy, and you're trying to stimulate it, but you're making the problem worse because you're consistently putting money into the economy. People are consistently buying, and the means can't be met.
Robert, can I?
Let me respond to that. You're telling me.
So real quick before you speak, brother, did you check that? Did you check the sources on what I asked you about black women?
What are you trying to say though? Asian Americans have the highest educational attainment of any race, followed by whites who have the highest percentage of high school graduates, but a lower percentage of college graduates. Persons identified as Hispanic or Latino without regards of race have the lowest educational attainment. Does that answer your question? It says Asian.
And what's your source? And that must be somewhere in Asia.
I got Wikipedia. America, is Wikipedia not good enough?
Yeah, they must be talking about in Asia. So
Robert, let me be talking about
it. Stays America, big dog. I understand you heard that CNN talking point that Jasmine Crockett.
That is not a CNN. That is
Jasmine
not a
CNN talking. Jasmine Crockett literally
that is
went
not
on
a
CNN and said
talking
that.
point.
Jasmine Crockett literally went on CNN and said that. But
brother, that is not a CNN talking point. But
bro,
go ahead.
do you think there? Who do you think?
I have a statistic pulled up that will talk about the standpoint. Robert, wait, what was the thing? It was the most educated race in America?
No, I didn't say the most educated race.
Demographic. Look, search demographic, or it'll be a better. I think that's
okay. Here was the statement.
What I was gonna say. Holy shit!
Here was the statement.
988,000 associate's degrees were given to students in 2021, 2022. And out of black people, females had 13.6%, while black men had 10.1%, and black women had about 13% of it, while white women had 47.8%.
What about those
and how much of a how much? No, hold on.
Robert, just
as far as hold on, brother. Nah, you heard what you just said, right? Those was
I just read.
No, I got you, bro. Hold on, bro. I know you ain't got no side. Nah, check this out. Black people make up less than 15% of the human population in this country. So now, white women is the most educated, according to the numbers, right? But we make less than 15% of the people in America, people of color.
I understand that. I know that.
Now you run those numbers one more time.
Bruh, stop.
And you tell me
Yo, can I finish with what I was going to say?
Wait. Quick thing before we could try to steal Robert's point. If you're trying to say it based on like the percentage of their population, right? Is that what you're trying to say? They have more degrees?
Yes, based on the percentage of their population than ours.
But they don't have that in total.
It said 600,000 female, 622,304 female associate degrees. Black women had 13.6% of that, and white women had 47.8% of that.
I gotta say this.
Okay, so how?
No, Robert. Before you say something, let me say something. Not every degree deserves respect. I don't care if you got a degree in communication.
I know that.
I'm not showing you respect. I don't give a crap if you got a degree in communication.
Crazy,
That's basket weaving. You could get an underwater basket weaving major. It doesn't matter. That's just my opinion. Not every degree is like you trying to tell me a communication degree deserves the same amount of respect as someone that's majoring in engineering, someone that's majoring in IT, someone that's majoring in computer programming.
But guess what? They all went and paid their dues, so they should be respected.
Bruh, come on now, bro. Every degree shouldn't matter. Shouldn't be weighed the same. That's why. If what you said was true, why are black women not paid more than black men? Black women,
a lot of black women, bro. Black women do make more than a lot of black women.
Black men,
I think that shit is about even.
By $10,000. The average black man's salary is about
but that don't really got
$5,000.
That don't really got nothing to do with what we're talking about. But there's a lot of black men.
If their education was of value, they would have out earned them, right? Or am I wrong?
Can we talk about Trump again?
Like, yeah, go ahead.
All right,
David.
so let me again with what I was speaking. So for example, let's say you're selling, I don't know, cars. The reason we even moved production to other countries in the first place was simply because it was cheaper. And when you're able to buy labor for way cheaper, you're able to sell a good for cheaper. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, let me say something. Can I say something? I respond to that, right? Like, does it not make more sense for the U.S. dollar to circulate in America more than it circulates outside of America?
Well, they're not being paid with American dollars. They're being paid with their own currency. Their currency is weaker. That's why we're paying them there. We're not giving them actual American dollars. We're paying them in their own currency. We're just taking the
capitalism on top of capitalism.
Who is paying them to make the car? Is it an American company or a Chinese company?
They already invested the manufacturing plants there. They're just utilizing the labor. They're utilizing the capital.
Who is paying for them? Who is paying for that labor? Is it an American company or a Chinese company?
It's the American companies. I'm telling you that, but I'm telling you they're paying.
Wouldn't that make more sense for that American company to pay an American person? Then that American person goes buy some American good, and then that person that he bought the good for is able to go buy an American car made in America?
That only really applies in microeconomics, but I'm talking about macro. So I'm talking about the overall country. So yeah, you are right. It's going to circulate the economy. However, that only really applies to like simple goods, like maybe, I don't know, American-made honey or American fruits. That only really applies to that
examples of cars.
But I'm using the example of cars in macroeconomics.
Bro, we don't need to worry about macroeconomics, the whole world.
What are you talking about? Macroeconomics is what drives our country forward.
Bro,
so again, like I said,
we don't need to really worry about that for this particular
I know what you're trying to say. Like you want American jobs to come back, and I agree with that. But you have to understand, if we bring American jobs back just for the sake of bringing them back, not for the sake of protecting industries, not for the sake of getting cheaper goods, not for the sake of revitalizing our economy, if we're just doing it for the sake of getting jobs, we're going to do more harm.
Hey, host, I want to ask you another question, host. This shit is important.
Okay. You go ahead, Dad, and I got some. Damn, I forgot what I was about to say, but go ahead. Go ahead.
So let's say we bring all these manufacturers back, right?
Who's going to work these jobs?
The question is, we ain't just talking about the jobs. That's one of them, though. The question is, where are these natural resources gonna come from to build all these cars?
Ukraine.
We're gonna keep on trying to extort Ukraine.
Hold on, brother, let me finish. You just know what happened to Canadian Steel? Canadian Steel laid off like a lot of people because they're going back to doing the U.S. Steel. We got
brother,
this.
I'm asking you.
Go ahead,
bro. U.S. Steel has been sold.
I'm not talking about the company U.S. Steel. I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about that specific company called U.S. Steel. I'm talking about U.S.
I think he's talking about the product.
He's talking about steel mills.
Wait. I just read about what you just said. Canadian Steel, they did lay off workers, but that doesn't mean they're transferring the jobs to America.
Why do you think they laid those workers off?
Because they predicted that their company is going to go through hard times because of the tariffs. So they're already bracing for impact, essentially.
Right,
But
and
the
with
question,
no,
the
but
question
they're
is, where are these natural
I'm about to tell you why. I'm about to
resources
tell
gonna
you.
come from?
You
I'm
actually
about to
don't
tell you,
got natural
China.
resources in America.
China.
But
China.
If we had it,
Oh
right?
my God.
Well, how we gonna do business with China when we slapping 50%?
I'm gonna keep it a
No,
buck with
no,
you
no, no,
guys.
no,
You
Robert. I'm
all are
talking
just
about
room
Canada.
level
Canada
IQ.
is going to supplement the employers' loss, right, and get the steel. Mostly 90% of the galvanized steel that
How we
comes
gonna
around the
do
world
business
is
with
made in
Canada? How
China.
we gonna do business
Bro,
with Canada
can you guys
when
just let
we
me
threatening
speak?
them every week with fake tariffs? I
Sir,
got, all right, I got this deal
you're
for the
not
host.
listening, Robert.
I
You're
got
not
a deal
listening.
for the host and the guy
Robert,
that's
can
talking
you let
right
me
now.
can you let me argue
I
against
bet
him?
you
I feel
all
like
$100
I feel like
that
I know
this
the most
tariff
about
shit
this.
ain't gonna happen.
you know why it's not gonna
I
happen,
bet y'all
Robert?
$100 a piece is
You
not
know
gonna
why it's
happen.
not gonna happen? Because we're gonna get what we want.
All
All right,
right, that's
so
the.
can I
Hey, I'm talking about you. Listen, I'm betting you $100 for you and the guy that's talking a piece, and I want y'all to
He's on your
DM me.
side.
Okay, well, the other
Robert,
guy
just
that
let
was.
me finish because I'm telling you I could beat this guy, but you're embarrassing us right now.
All right, go ahead, kick his ass, then, man.
All right,
Go
look,
get him, then.
look, bro.
Go on in,
So
coach.
tariffs, the entire idea behind tariffs is, yeah, you could protect certain industries, but if you're just adding tariffs to bring jobs back to America, just for the sake of bringing jobs, that's gonna do more harm than good. The reason being, the reason we're able to buy such cheap goods from these countries is because the wages are way lower. So if we're able to pay the worker way lower, we're able to sell the product to the Americans for a cheaper price, meaning the lower class has stronger purchasing power, meaning they could buy more goods than they wouldn't have had before. This helps the American lower class the most when we do globalized trade. Now, when we add tariffs, a blanket tariff, not even on a specific industry, on just goods coming from a country, that's going to do more harm than good. The reason being is, let's say China, for example, they make our Tupperware. All right, why do we need Tupperware here? Like of course, we could say, oh, it's for unemployment, but we don't have an unemployment problem. We just have a wage problem. If we brought it back here, it's going to cost more for a basic piece of Tupperware than it would from China.
Well, we have a
That's the
poverty
law of
problem.
comparative
Yo,
advantage.
let
Other
me
countries
respond. Let me
simply,
respond.
other
It's more.
countries simply are better at making other products.
They're not better at making these other products. Do you think that people is actually molding the thing by hand, or do you think it's the machine that's
It's
making
the
it?
machinery, but it's also the
So
wage
why
that
can't we
goes
buy
into
that
it.
same
Who's operating the
machinery and have
machinery?
someone make
Like,
it
for
in
example,
America?
all the machinery they use is the most advanced machinery because obviously it's going
Why
to get the
can't
most
we
profit
afford
out of
that?
it.
Why can't we afford that
We
in
could already
America?
afford it. I'm telling you, the cost is in the labor, all right? Of course, they're going to go with the cheaper country because if they go with the cheaper country, they can sell it for cheaper.
I
That's the
got
law.
questions.
Bigger profit margin.
My thing is, why do we care that? I thought we're not supposed to be on the side of these mega corporations getting the
That's the
biggest profit
thing, though.
margin.
That's the thing, though. By
But
supporting
these the
tariffs,
same
you
mega
are supporting the big
corporations that ain't gonna
corporation
pay you
because
worth the
the
damn.
people who get hurt
Why
the
they
most
bringing
by
this
the
shit
tariffs
back?
are the lowest guy. The people who need to rely on these cheap products.
You
Like,
said the
so
people.
example, Family Dollar. We got Dollar General. All these companies, they rely on cheap products from China. And who do you think buys from these companies? It's going to be the lowest class, the
You know,
lowest of the low.
you know why,
Well, I'm
right?
pretty sure Dollar
Because
General's going out of business.
you know why, right? Y'all guys got to let me talk. 'Cause last time I asked y'all let me talk, y'all cut me off before I got all the way to my point, right? So you're saying that we need to let these companies use cheap labor overseas so that they can maximize profit and sell us a cheap
No,
good,
it's
right?
not maximizing profit. It's maximizing the incentive that it's going to be sold at a cheaper price for American consumers. So, for example, if we raise the price on, let me give you an example of a tariff, like washing machines, for example. The reason we tariff them is to protect our own domestic industry from them, and it did work. I agree with some tariffs. Tariffs can be used like a scalpel. It could be used if you use it in a fair way. But if you're doing it like Trump, where she's just doing a sledgehammer, he's not targeting a specific industry. He's just targeting an overall country.
You're still not letting me finish, but I'm letting you finish.
I
All right.
literally let you finish. Go
No,
ahead.
I wasn't even halfway done, but
All right,
okay.
go ahead then.
Okay, let's focus on China specifically because that's the one y'all want to focus on, right? Do y'all know that China is projected to invade or take over Taiwan in like 2023, 2030, or 2040. So if China is projected to take over Taiwan, we're projected to go to war with China.
And they come get this plate like I told you earlier and stop lying to me.
What? Y'all
Just
okay?
keep going.
Okay.
Just keep going.
2020, 2030 is when they say China's going to try to take Taiwan, right? So they have this
Right.
large manufacturing base that we become dependent on, where we can't even make our own goods. Does it seem?
Do you even know what it is?
Do I even know what is?
Like, do you know what we rely on Taiwan for?
Silicon chips.
Yeah, TSMC. But you understand that under the Biden Chips and Science Act, we were trying to move it back to America. So we were trying to get our domestic industry back up and going.
And Trump undid all of that.
How did he undid all that? So there's no.
Well,
When he signed that one big ass executive order overturning.
Millions.
When he signed that big ass executive order overturning everything that Sleepy Joe did.
That was a law passed by Congress. The CHIPS Act was not an executive order. Trump can only undo other executive orders.
Who pioneered the CHIPS Act?
Yeah, that's
Biden brought it up to Congress.
But bro, they've been talking about that chip, the not being reliant on Taiwan silicon shield for the longest, because this literally called a silicon shield because it forces America to come to Taiwan's defense in case China attacks them. It's been called that for the longest. I didn't just come up with the name silicon shield. So
No, I know what
now.
you're referring to. What I'm telling you is that I'm giving you an example of our domestic industry strengthening from it. But again,
So wait,
if I'm
is
gonna
it
finish
better
the
to have those? Is it better to build those chips in America or
in America,
Taiwan?
because we have too much of a reliance on Taiwan. And if we are projected that China is going to have a conflict with Taiwan,
I need your focus on it. You say it's better to build those stuff in America because we don't have too much reliance on Taiwan,
specifically
right?
chips good, because I just told you there's going to be a predicted conflict between China and Taiwan.
Base? Doesn't it make it,
Our entire manufacturing base from top to bottom?
Hey, to
Not
the
all
brother
of it,
just
but the majority of it.
hey, host.
Well, then why add blanket tariffs?
Yo, can we stop?
Blanket
Yeah,
tariffs
bro.
aren't targeting a specific industry, it's targeting an overall
Can we
country.
stop cutting him off? Like, he's trying to make his point, and everybody just I'm trying to listen to it, and everybody keeps cutting him off.
Okay, go ahead. Because
So
I'm going
look,
to ask the host.
what I'm telling you now is that tariffs, they can be useful. I agree with you. But
Yeah,
when
you
it
said
comes
that
to
3
doing-
times, my
Hey,
guy.
yo,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
let me
drive
finish
my
this
point
thought
here.
about China. It's gonna be kind of long-winded. I'm giving you that heads up now. When I'm done, I'll
All
let
right,
you
all right.
know. Please don't cut me off. All right.
But,
So
I won't say
we
anything, I
wanna
promise.
We're currently right now relying on China's manufacturing. China's everything made in China, right? You go to you look
Yeah.
over at anything that says made in China. So why don't we build more of that stuff over here? Because if we're projected to go to war, we're projected that China is going to try to seize Taiwan in 2023, 2024. Doesn't it make sense to bring back our manufacturing to America? So if China try to seize Taiwan, they can't use any type of economic pressure to say, you know what? We built everything that y'all use anyway. We're just going to stop doing that. If we go to war over Taiwan, you think China's going to really continue to trade with us? And like, think about it. China's steel is not as good as the American steel. They say that all the time. Cheap Chinese steel is being flooded the market and is like killing some of the American companies, right? So we should build our own steel, because you know what we use steel for? These military vehicles that's gonna be trying to fight in Taiwan. So you want to say, oh, why should we build a daggone car? Why should we bring back car plants into America? Because the middle class and the lower class ain't gonna be able to afford them. If it's more than just the middle class and lower class to afford them. If the middle class and lower class can't afford a vehicle, maybe they shouldn't buy that vehicle. Maybe they should go to the used car lot and see, hey, yo, what's a good used car instead of spending in debt? Because the American consumer right now is in debt. The American consumer right now doesn't have $1,000 in savings. So why are they even worried about buying new cars to begin with? They should be going to the used car lot in the first place. And you're trying to say, so let's get back to these vehicles being made in America. During World War II, you know, they transfer a lot of their plants that are making like cars to making military vehicles for the military and the military effort. Like, that's the one other reason that we should bring these stuff back to America if we're afraid that we're going to go to war with Taiwan in 2030, 2040. What sense does that make to let China have a larger manufacturing base to the point that we're dependent on them and they want to go to war with us? What sense does that make? Come on now. Go ahead.
All right.
Hey,
so,
hey, boss man, let me say this real quick.
hey,
I'm gonna let you speak.
Robert. Let me cook them.
No, I'm gonna let you cook, but I just wanted to say something real quick. I promise.
All right.
It's gonna be quick. So to the host or the guy that was just speaking, if that was to happen, which I hope it don't, because after what we're going through right now with Pete Hegseth and all the rest of these fucking dodo birds, I don't think that our military would have recovered by then.
I gotta
Which
respond
I
to
pray
that.
that this.
Wait. No, let me speak. I didn't finish.
I gotta respond to that specifically.
Oh my God.
The whole Pete Hegseth situation, it just showed that Trump had an op in his people. It wasn't even Pete Hegseth, it was Walsh. The dude's name was Walsh. Why in the first place did he have?
All of these people are a bunch of incompetent people.
No,
if he was an op, guess
wasn't
what? He
incompetence.
should have been
It wasn't
thoroughly
incompetence.
vetted, and he should have been
It
rendered
wasn't
as an
incompetence.
op.
You don't. It was Walsh was an undercover operative. He was working for the other side. He was trying to screw them over because you gotta think about this. They didn't let out because the military before I went on deployment, they would
He was handpicked.
They would tell us to download the Signal app before it was going to different countries. I remember the military briefing I had before going to other countries. Say, "Hey, yo, download Signal. So this is how we're gonna communicate when we're in a different country." So why would they tell us to do that? And second of all, y'all trying to say what information did he really let out? He told F-18s dropping the package at 800. We don't know who the target was, where the target was at. So how is that a daggone security leak? What security?
You want to know how? You want to know how it was a security leak?
If the enemy got that information,
can we not
what would they
stray
do?
too far away from tariffs? Because I want to prove my point still.
Okay, go back to tariffs. All right, brother, let him go back to tariffs.
Okay.
All right, so what you said was, yeah, you are partially right. If we are to project a conflict with China, we must get our manufacturing out of China. However, I believe you think we should bring every single aspect back. You understand that the machines they have, we already have here. The reason we don't have jobs here is because simply it's just like the good we get from that machine, the machine makes, is simply just too basic to pay a fair wage. So if I'm paying like $15 an hour just to make, I don't know, a pair of shirts, that's like I'm gonna have to make that shirt cost more, meaning I'm not gonna be able to sell it if I'm competing against everyone else who's selling it for like maybe $5.
The consumer need to stop buying shit anyways. The people
Buddy,
are
that's
in
how an
debt.
economy works.
They
An
can't
economy
afford
works
these
by
cars
wait.
to
Are you gonna let me
begin
finish?
with.
I let you go on a tangent.
I
so let me finish.
apologize. Go ahead.
Pumping money into the economy like that, of course.
So again, like I said, the economy works like that. The economy works by consumers buying goods and then selling goods. That's how the economy works. It's like a recycling machine. And I do agree with you. You think that American money should stay in America. That's how the economy goes stronger. However, I don't think we should just tariff every single item for the sake of bringing it back to America, because that's just going to raise prices overall. And you could say that temporarily it'll raise prices, but I could also argue due to the wages that we have to pay them, the prices will remain high no matter what.
No,
because
stop.
we're able to send labor for way cheaper.
We should only tariff items that we can make ourselves. If we can't make that item ourselves and we don't produce that item ourselves,
buddy, so why is Trump adding a 25% tariff to everything? Like,
he's doing blanket.
You gotta understand that's not what he's doing.
To which country though? To China?
To China, Canada, Mexico.
Because China, I'll tell you why. Because China will make some of their parts in China, ship it to daggone Mexico just to avoid the tariff. So hey yo, you're gonna try to avoid the tariff. I'm gonna just tariff you all together because you're trying to go around it. Why?
You're gonna do the same thing to anything.
That the tariffs, the
every other country,
are just going to raise prices. Would you agree with that?
Oh, but you can do that to any country.
Like, let's put it like this.
Would you agree?
Would
you agree that tariffing a blanket tariff to from Chinese products is just going to make general products go up? Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily, because the people that make their product in America, they're like, yo, I'm not getting tariff and I'm selling like a motherfucker. So why would I raise my prices? Because
what about their employees? You got to understand, the reason they're able to sell it so cheap from China is because the wages there are vastly different comparing to here. For example, here, minimum wage is like $15, bro. There, they could pay them literally like $1 or $2 a day. And again,
so
you're arguing against capitalism.
Bro, that's not slave labor. I just told you the value of currency is different. $1 to $2 to us is nothing, but to them, they could live off that.
So we're paying them like
But you're arguing against capitalism, my guy. That's exactly what
I'm a democratic socialist.
Bro, this is a
I don't have
capitalist
an issue with capitalism. Capitalism can be used as a good tool. It took many of us out of poverty. However, my argument is that capitalism has benefited those at the top for too long. Our current system, it is benefiting the rich too much. It is too organized at the top. The people at the bottom are getting ripped off the most.
You think a socialist or communist country would benefit the lower people?
No. I said I'm a democratic socialist. I'm not a socialist. I'm a democratic socialist.
Absolutely. Fuck yeah. I have a live where I argue with y'all communist socialists from time to time.
Buddy, I'm not a socialist.
Democratic socialist, whatever.
I am.
Whatever you want
to. Look, my system is what we have right now. Our capitalist system. Like, you could start a business all you want. I don't care. My point is that as you get more money, as you progress more and more, you should get taxed more and more. And that tax should go to social programs. Really, we got that. So tell me, name me one social.
You know what a
program
progressive
Trump-
tax
name me
rate
one
is?
social Name me one social program Trump has
We don't
offered that
have
will
it.
specifically benefit the lower class. A social program, not tariffs.
Well, are you
Name me a
talking about
social
like?
program.
Are you talking about like? Do you want universal health care?
Yeah,
Yes.
I want that.
Fuck
Yeah.
no, bro. I don't want universal health care in
Let me
the
ask you
same
this. Why-
country
why do you-
where
do
I
you
can get a
think- do you think it would
baconator
be
with
low?
triple patties and then
you-
get baconator fries with chili cheese sauce and then wash that shit down with a Diet Coke.
Brother, you're
We
cherry
cannot
picking.
have.
For example, I could
Bruh,
explain
what are you
to you
talking about?
why
If we're not
universal health
eating
care
right,
is good.
if we're not eating right, and people are getting
You're cherry
diabetes,
picking. For
why
like,
should
look,
the young
universal
person?
health
Yo,
care
let
could
me
help
fit. You
people
got.
that
I
can't
got
afford
stuff
it. You're
for
cherry
that.
Yeah,
Why-
bro. Like, yeah,
People
you
a single
just
opportunity.
trying to dominate.
These
the
bull
conversation,
liquor
guy.
arguments
Like,
are fucking
Look,
embarrassing.
for example,
Hey, host.
let me give you a
People
scenario.
that's
Let me give you a
living
scenario.
healthy, so
Let me
it
give
could
you a
be-
scenario.
I got
Let's
a
say,
question
I
for
agree
the
with the
host,
host.
man.
guys, let me give you a scenario. All right, let's say there's a man who wants to start a business, and yet he won't leave his current job because that current job offers him health insurance. Why do you think he won't start his own company if he's too scared to leave that job because he does not have access to health insurance?
Because he's
now,
dumb.
if we gave that man universal health care,
Was he
think
dumb?
about it, he
Oh,
would just
my
be able to
God.
start his own company. He would be able to start
Great
his own
argument.
risk and then contribute back to the American economy. When I say I want universal health care, you guys think I'm a communist or socialist. I want our capitalist system to remain the same. I just want the rich to pay more, and that money goes back to the poor. So that money could be used to help more people become rich. It should be
Here's
like
the
a
thing:
recycling
David's
machine.
position is centrist anywhere else in the world. I'm to the left of David.
Yeah,
I
like
would
these ideas
decommodify
aren't
all of it.
radical, bro. Every other country is
Y'all
host,
consider
I
me
got a
far
question.
right. Y'all consider me far right.
You
to
are.
be
You're
honest.
fascist.
okay.
Hey, host,
You're
I got a
fascist.
question for you,
Of
host.
I'm not
Yeah,
no damn
absolutely.
Would you agree with
nasty.
me?
I
Would
ain't
you
no.
agree with me now?
Absolutely.
Let me
Bro,
tell you.
look,
Let
hey,
me
host,
say this. Let me
If we
say
were to add
yo.
universal
Long
health care,
live
Let's
the
stop,
king.
stop.
would
We
You
can't
You
have
got
universal
long
health
live the
care
king.
and the
You
same,
are
bro. Hey, come
arguing
on,
for
bro.
third term.
Oh my goodness.
You're
We can't have
You're do-
universal health care in the same country we have a triple daggone patty burger that has bacon layered on top. We cannot have that there because
Why?
because you're taxing the people that's living
Hey, host,
healthy
are you a
and
veteran
living
host?
right so they could pay for the people that's living like shit and eating like shit. There's no
So
reason.
they don't have
host,
McDonald's.
are you
no
a veteran?
reason
Hold
for
on.
someone that's 22 years old, living the correct way and living a healthy lifestyle to pay for someone that's 35 years old, been eating like shit all their life to pay.
look,
Now they gotta
the
live
argument
on
you're
insulin.
making,
Come on
I
now.
understand that your argument
Yo,
does
David,
have
David, can
actual
somebody else speak,
reasoning
my guy?
behind it,
Like,
but
you've
what I'm
been
trying to
dominating
explain
this
to
whole
you is that
conversation, yo.
it
Like,
would
you
do
just haven't
more.
stopped
Y'all
it would
talking
do
over
more
each
harm
other.
than harm.
Go ahead, one person at a
I'm
time.
trying to get a sentence in. I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
All right.
come on now.
Hey, get that
Thank you.
bag. Go ahead. Get that bag.
So, do they not have fast food restaurants over in the places that they have free healthcare? In the UA and in Canada, do they not have these
portions are
things?
not the same, and they don't eat as much calories we do.
I don't see what your point is. Like,
We eat like shit in America.
Yeah, we like
no, because their countries, but the difference is, hold on, yep, hold on, yep, hold up, yep. The difference is that their countries stop the corporation and these companies putting bad shit in the food, the red dye 40 and all that shit. America allows that, right? So if you're there's got to be some give and take. You're talking about, oh, we're eating all this unhealthy. It's only unhealthy because the corporations, my guy.
Yeah, nobody's at fault, right?
Yeah, so the corporation making an unhealthy cheeseburger. That's the reason you don't get the salad.
So you can't. So you telling me the only way I'm allowed to eat is I have to eat a salad?
You don't gotta get everything deep fried. You don't gotta get everything with layers
Oh,
upon layers.
I'm not arguing that. But to say that, but your argument made no sense because they still do it in the places that have free healthcare.
But they don't do it to the
Hey,
rate
host,
that we do.
are you a veteran host?
Yeah, I'm a Marine. Veteran Marine.
Are you are a Marine or you was a Marine?
I'm a Marine. I left. Once a Marine, always a Marine. That's what we say.
All right, I'm just making sure. I'm just checking your shit, brother.
What's
That's
up,
all.
man, dog?
Now look, let me ask you this. So due to the fact that you're a Marine, right?
Mike, I'm a veteran.
You got mad boarded. Did you get mad boarded out, or how did you or you finish your service and just walked away?
Yeah, what's up?
Huh?
Yeah, I got out.
Get the question.
You got mad boarded out?
Just act. I didn't get mad boarded. Ask your question. We don't need to know
All right,
about
look,
me
guys. Let me show you guys of what the type of person we're arguing with. So your point is that you're okay with an unelected billionaire like Elon Musk walking into all of our federal buildings that are affecting veterans like me and you. I actually received benefits, and I served in the U.S. National Guards. And I'm not okay with a unelected billionaire walking in saying what I do deserve and what I don't deserve. But you are a Marine.
I got a question. So you like unelected beer? When Biden hired like 87 unelected people from the IRS to come take your money, you was okay with that?
They came and took my money.
No, okay. I got some Captain Kangaroo.
Were any of them billionaires? Listen, was any of them billionaires? And did any of them have any? Did any of them have any interest or conflicted interest in what was going on?
Elon Musk.
Did they walk in? Did they walk in? Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, brother. Let me finish. Did any of them walk in and fire the same people that are investigating their companies?
What?
Did any of them walk in and fire the same people that was in charge of investigating these companies?
Elon did.
I could talk. You done?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So you're saying Elon Musk tried to get into a political position so he could go after what people's like information, or trying to say that Elon Musk is firing people that's investigating him? Which one are you trying to say? So okay,
all of it.
I got to answer for both of them, right? So you saying Elon Musk, the person that owned PayPal at one point, had access to a lot of people's information, try to get a political job.
Man, this motherfucker's a Russian troll, man.
Did Elon Musk not own PayPal?
What does that have to do? That doesn't have 330 million people. Like, that's not the same. That's not equivalent.
This motherfucker's a Russian troll, man. Where we find this guy at?
What's the obsession with, bro?
I answer your question and you don't like the answer. All right, let's keep going. All right.
How do you answer my question?
Makes no sense.
It's not the same.
I'm saying, why would Elon Musk wait until you get in a political position to try to go after your information when he already had that shit?
Let me show you how, since you asked that dumbass question, brother. Let me answer this for you. Let me answer this question for you. When you got a billionaire that comes on national TV that tells people, hard-working people that invest into a system that's called the Social Security Administration, that it doesn't call the federal government not one red cent to run. It doesn't cause the U.S. government one penny to run. That shit is funded and paid for by the American. Let me finish, bro. Funded by the American taxpayers, the working people. Now, not only that, the Social Security Administration also had nearly a $4 trillion surplus. And now you got a fucking guy that looks like Elon Musk that walks in and say Social Security is a scam.
Social Security is expected to be insolvent by 2030. Somewhere in 2030,
you know how you can
Social
fix
Security
that?
is expected to be insolvent. The way you can fix it is when someone's
raise the cap. No. Raise the cap. You know at what point?
So you're saying just keep
someone that makes $1 million
money is the way to fix Social Security.
It's self-sustaining. What are you talking about?
Bruh,
It's not self-sustaining. It's sinking.
Because they keep trying to cut the shit. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It's because the motherfuckers it's because the motherfuckers that are pointing the finger at people saying that they're stealing are the ones that's really doing the fucking stealing. That's why. They're fucking stealing and they're trying to continue on a bigger scale. That's why it's going to be so.
Why is the host over here defending billionaires? Raise the cap. Tax them more.
Bruh.
Why are you so worried about what billionaires
If the billionaires pay their share, the Social Security Administration will survive.
Too many liberals here.
Y'all got
Too
to
many.
let me respond. If y'all got
we're not
question, right? If y'all saying raise the cap and stuff like that, raise the cap on what? Do you really think Elon Musk is taking $1 billion as income? Do y'all think Elon Musk is taking billions of dollars as income? So if you're telling me we need to raise the tax,
$1 billion? You mean to say trillions? Because this motherfucker is cutting it so that they can put billions into the pocket of billionaires, so that these motherfuckers can get all these major tax breaks.
How many people
did you miss that part, brother?
You're delusional.
He has a point.
Do you think Elon Musk have
I'm
$1
also for
billion
capital
in
gains
cash
tax.
money?
No, of course he doesn't. Of course,
I'm
of
also
course not.
for
He's got
capital
it in
gains
stocks
taxes.
and capital. Like we understand how
he
they
does-
move their money around,
if
right?
he takes his money out of his if he takes the money out in stocks, that's gonna fuck people's retirements over. Is it not, or am I wrong?
Not necessarily. You can't, but you can't keep lowering the corporate tax. That's not going to help.
Bro, if we raising the corporate tax so no one want to open a business in America.
They still do, don't they? Every day.
What are you talking about?
Bro, you
California is still the #1 country for business.
Correct.
California is operating at a deficit.
Sorry,
do you really want to run like California? They're
It's
operating
still,
at a
and you know what?
deficit.
It's still the #1 state for businesses. Even if people are leaving, new businesses coming up every day.
What you mean by it's the #1 state for businesses? Because didn't a couple companies leave California? Then some of them go to
Yes,
Texas
they did, but
because of that?
A couple.
A couple did.
Bro,
a lot of the tech heavy ones did, but a lot of them are taking their place.
Companies are leaving California, and that's the model we want to make
Yes.
America after.
Shit, we elected. Listen, America elected Donald Trump as president. Shit, ain't no telling what we might be willing to do next.
Did y'all see the numbers from Ezra Klein talking about people are voting with their feet and they're leaving the blue states, so much so that Republicans are getting seats. So
and they're going to blue cities.
No, they're going to red states.
No, he's right. They're going to red states. No, Captain, he's right. They are going to red states. They're just turning them blue. Look at Pennsylvania.
They're fleeing.
Wait.
Houston.
Who wants America to
Houston's a
be
red
like
city?
California? Tell me if y'all want America to be like California.
I do. Based.
Shit, I would like it.
No, I don't.
They already subsidize all the red states anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? Eight out of the poorest 10 states are fucking Republican ran states.
Bruh, is it California and New York are both in the deficit? What are you talking about? Florida's not. The greatest state in the fucking world is not in a deficit.
Because they have to pay for other states.
Florida's not operating at
other
deficit.
states, they wouldn't be in the deficit.
Newsom had a huge surplus and he blew it to run a record huge deficit. So yeah, California.
And we were still able to pay the bills for red states. How you like
Great.
that?
How are you paying the bills for red state when you're
Think a blue
operating at a
stater
deficit?
next time.
How do you pay the bills for red state when you're operating at a deficit?
I don't know. You tell us. How does the red states do it?
What are you
They're
talking
taking
about?
our money. These red states are taking our money. You guys are subsidized by
Y'all
what
worried about
the money that blue states make.
You really don't know that? That's crazy.
Let me say something. Y'all worried about the fact that Elon Musk and Trump is billionaires when the people that's been in government for years ain't did shit for y'all.
Yeah, they both
they're worth now. They're worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and they never even had.
Yeah, both parties are trash.
Bro,
why is AOC a millionaire? Why is Bernie
He's not
Sanders
a
a millionaire?
AOC is one of the poorest members of Congress.
Bernie, you talking about this? AOC is not a millionaire, my guy.
Yes, she
AOC ain't never been a millionaire. What the
She's worth
fuck?
like $10 million, dude.
What? No, she's not. You pulled that out of
Bro,
your ass.
that is
Straight
crazy.
up.
AOC is worth millions.
She is not.
Look
She
it
doesn't
up.
even. Oh, she hasn't even written a book. What do you mean? Where'd she get that money?
Why is Bernie
Yeah.
Sanders a millionaire then? Why when
Because
Bernie
he's like 1,000 years old.
Bernie
Yeah,
Sanders
he's been in- he's-
Bernie
he's
Sanders
been
went
in-
from- Bernie Sanders went from
That
blaming
dude
the
invested in
millionaires to the
Google when it was
billionaires.
worth $2. What do you
85
mean?
years.
Bernie Sanders
AOC,
Bernie
$30
Sanders is
million
like, it's the millionaires and the billionaires. And when he became a millionaire, he's like, it's the billionaires, not the
Okay.
millionaires. Get the fuck out of here.
No,
bro.
he still
These
says
people,
millionaires and
y'all worried
billionaires.
about Trump's money and Elon's money. The people that been in Congress for you this whole time,
Okay.
they did shit for you, but y'all worried about Trump's
First
money?
of all,
Get the fuck out of here.
Bernie and AOC are both among the poorest.
What you
members
mean
of
they
Congress.
ain't do shit for us? They've been serving the people. They've been serving
What
the
have
people
what have
as
Bernie
long as
Sanders
they've been there. What are
AOC
you
did for
talking
you?
about?
What have the Democrat Party did for you? Go ahead, tell me.
No. What has the Republican Party did? Because I
Where's
let me
the
tell you,
Republican?
every
They're kicking out these
hold up,
daggone
hold up.
illegals. I know that for sure.
Every fucking
And how does that
every
help
fucking
you?
recession. Hold up.
How does that
Every
help you
fucking
besides give
recession
you a
we had,
hard-on?
every fucking recession we done had has been came after a fucking Republican. So what are you saying?
Every recession we done had.
Biden.
It's been due to the fucking Republican Party.
So Biden was a Republican?
That we wasn't a recession. What are you talking
Yes,
about?
literally
he's
by
a
the
conservative.
definition of recession, two quarters
Bro, I
of
told you
negative
guys,
GDP.
this guy's a fucking
that's a
Russian
recession,
troll,
right?
man.
Right? Am I right or am I wrong?
More than two.
Two
More
consecutive
than
quarters
two.
of negative GDP is a
More
qualifier
than
for
two.
and that's
No, it's
Biden.
two, dude.
That was Biden.
More
So
than
He
two.
was growing under Biden.
And a record
More
inflation.
than two.
So Biden was a Republican now. So it's only under Republicans, right? What's all right?
He's a
then.
conservative.
So
Hey,
Biden,
did you wake up this morning and look at? Hey, brother, did you wake up this morning and look at the Dow Jones?
So you on?
Did you check the stock market,
bro? When the stock market was booming under Biden, y'all couldn't afford
Did
shit.
you see that
But
shit?
now y'all care about the stock market. When the stock
Hey,
market was,
did you wake up this
stock market
morning to
was
see?
booming under Biden.
We're
and y'all was
judging
like,
you by the metric. Hold on, we're judging you by the metric that Donald Trump himself held him to.
Hold on. So was we economically booming under Biden, or was it all to shit? Because y'all say it was them 4 years was all to shit.
It was. That's what I'm trying to say. We can't use the daggone stock market as try to say, oh, America's doing good because the stock market's doing good. We can't.
Yes,
Something tells me if the stock market was
because
booming, you
people
would
are
take
comfortable
credit.
with spending and investing.
Man,
if people can't
if the
afford
stock
to
market
eat
was
and
booming,
production is
you would take
high,
credit for it.
If people can't afford to eat and production is high, our GDP is going to be high.
Hey, Wall Street is not.
And then you talking about people. Listen, brother, I'm a Floridian. And then when I hear your ass sitting up there talking about, listen, I'm a Floridian, bro. I'm from
Florida's the
Florida,
best
bro.
state.
Listen.
Florida's the best state.
Listen,
we're
brother.
operating at a surplus, and we're the number one in education for the last 2 years. Name me a better state
Hey,
than
well,
Florida.
listen, brother. Let me say this to you, brother. I'm a
That's
Floridian,
hilarious.
brother. Listen to me when I tell you this shit.
People
Now,
are
if you from
fleeing
Florida,
to
you know
Florida.
I'm right. You up here got a hard on because they deporting the illegals and the migrants and shit, right? I know if your ass down in South Florida, you riding past them orange groves, you seeing in the sugar cane fields and all that shit, you seeing the crops going bad out that motherfucker, don't you?
You think it can't happen to him?
We're gonna get
Because ain't nobody. Hold on, brother. If you listen, you all understand what I'm talking about. They ain't got nobody out there to pick that shit, do
What
they?
you're talking about?
Huh?
You don't
Can I
understand
talk?
what you're talking about.
We can't get
Yeah, go ahead, talk.
we can't get 16-year-olds to pick oranges. We can't pay the people
No.
that picking oranges a decent
Man,
wage.
this motherfucker
We gotta
a
use
Russian troll.
we gotta use
Motherfucker.
slave. No. What are they paying?
What is this
y'all brought
low
up-
expectations having as solution?
Bro,
No,
what
get
if-
16-year-olds
oh
to
my
pick up.
goodness.
What the
Bro,
fuck?
why are you bitching, bro?
So
This
we
is
went
not
from
the-
wanting
this is
them
not
to
becoming
work
a
in
bitch. She asked
malls.
me a
Now they're
question, I'm
supposed to
answering it.
pick fruits.
Bro,
That's
a
what we're doing.
16-year-old can't pick
Captain,
fruit.
you gotta let him finish though. Even though you don't like the answer, let him retort.
Captain Crunch, take a seat.
Bro, 16,
was the last
bro.
time you
You
guys
tell
have
me,
been on the
you tell
phone?
me, you tell me 16-year-olds don't want to work. Bro, when I was 16-year-old, I was hungry
That's
to
not
work.
what I said.
Then what the fuck
That's
you talking
not what I
about
said.
low ass solution?
You're not picking. You out here picking oranges. You out here
Bro,
picking.
if they
I
pay
don't
a
want to say
decent,
cotton.
bro, they're gonna go.
Hey, that
so
motherfucker
you tell
ain't
me
gonna spend
it's
a
okay
day in
for
the
them
orange
to.
grove.
You tell me it's okay for
You
them to pay
could
the
not do
pay
what
the
they do.
illegals
You been in
below
the
minimum
Marines?
wage or pay them under the table so they could get the fruit pick. That's what y'all support. A second class.
That's what the Republican
Brother, my
Party
16-year-old gonna be in school getting his education, not in some fucking
Damn
orange
straight.
grove.
Exactly.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right
advocating
now,
for
not everybody should be going to
This
high
guy's
school.
crazy,
Some people
man.
should be going to trade schools instead of high school. I'm
They
gonna say
won't
that
be
shit
going
right
to high
now.
school because
We
of
know.
So
we,
picking oranges is a trade?
no, I
Why are
said
you
picking no ways
Working in the
because
fields is a trade?
did
Man,
I
this
say
guy's
that?
a Russian
Did I
troll,
say
man.
that, bro? If
Yeah,
you
then maybe
if
they'll
you
start
don't
working in the
understand
fields.
what I'm
That's
saying,
true.
just
That
fucking
is
ask.
true.
Don't just say this is what you're saying. What I said is 16. When I was 16-year-old,
wonder
if
Florida
you tell
wants
me,
to
hey
loosen
yo,
child labor laws.
oh
That's
my
true,
goodness, can you
Kima.
stop talking over me, big dog? Can you stop? Well,
Hey,
okay, wait, you want to
as
talk
the
over me? Go
host, you
ahead,
can
say
mute
something.
them, by the way.
I can mute them, but I just don't want to keep using that, bro. Hey yo,
You ought to be
hey yo,
ashamed of yourself.
this you gotta be ashamed of yourself, bro. You got this broke
I'm proud of
mentality.
the
Bro,
and
you
shit
a
right
black
there, bro.
man, bro.
Speaks the
You a
truth.
black
And your
man.
point is,
And you talking about your
you want the
16-year-old black
Democrat,
boy
you want the
can go to the
Democratic
field?
National
Your
Plantation.
16-year-old
The Democrats
black
ain't did
son
nothing for
can
black
go in the
people.
orange grove?
Oh, they come every 4 years talking about reparations. When have your ass got your reparations?
Bruh.
Talking about,
You
I'm a
keep
Bro, I
black
ain't
man.
never
Get the
said
fuck
shit
out of
about
here,
reparation. That was you, bro.
What
You
did the
just brought
Democrats
that
do
up.
for you?
But
Why do
here
you love
go,
Democrats
a
so
black
much?
man
You
talking
all
about your
Kamala's nun, and she ain't did
16-year-old.
nothing for you.
Bruh.
Your
Kamala,
16-year-old black son can go to the orange grove instead of being in school. You ought to be ashamed of yourself as a
Bruh.
You
black
keep
man.
talking about the Democratic plantation, but your solution is literally let the children work in plantations. What is your problem?
bruh. So you tell me a
insane.
16-year-old can't have a job?
Not
That's
in no
not what I
fucking
said.
orange grove, and mine gonna go to
That's
school.
fake
Why
motherfucker.
can't
They can
why
do
can't a
both.
16-year-old dude not have a daggone
That's what I
fucking job
said.
in the field? Why can't he not have that
that's
shit?
what I
Mine
said.
ain't spending
Right.
8 hours
said
in nobody's
16-year-olds
fucking
can have
field.
a job.
If as a dude
Mine
when I
gonna
was
go to
16,
school,
shit, you tell me you'll
and
pay
they
me
might
to pick
work
some
at
oranges.
McDonald's.
Shit, work at McDonald's flipping.
You're right. You know
Okay,
what? You're
okay,
right.
go ahead, work at.
You're right.
They can work at McDonald's, but they can't fucking pick oranges. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, go
Yeah,
ahead,
because it's
man.
more
Take your fucking
conducive
kid
to
and
the
send him
body.
to the
What are you
Orange
talking
Grove,
about?
man.
Bro, so bro,
Yeah,
what the fuck
maybe
you
they
working
should
with
work the
body?
mines too, right?
You're out in the sun picking oranges. What's wrong with that?
Maybe they should work the mines
Bro,
too.
so
huh?
I did work in a mine before.
I ain't nothing
I
wrong
worked in
with
a
it.
mine before.
I ain't
What the fuck
nothing
you
wrong with it
talking
coming
about?
from a
Were
white
you
T
16?
person.
No, I was about
Were
like
you 16?
25, 26 at the time.
That's
Thank
the
you.
point.
Thank
Like,
you.
Bro,
come
what
on,
do
like,
you
what are we
think? What do
Thank
you
you.
think happens at a
Thank you.
mine? You think someone's with a pickaxe all day, fucking hitting rocks to little rocks?
I can't believe that your
They got-
argument has
they
literally
got-
gone.
No, you don't even know
are
my argument.
literally
What's my
arguing
argument?
to go backwards in
Host,
time.
you haven't had one good point this entire time. You pivot,
He's had
you turn
plenty.
in a different direction,
Bruh.
you answer a question
point-
with another
yeah, he's
fucking
had points.
question.
They've all
Like, you
stuck.
have not articulated anything that's even like a tiny
Bro,
semblance
every
of
time I
intelligence.
start to talk,
You're not
y'all cut me
listening, man.
off. I will start
Yeah,
saying one
they-
thing and
people
y'all
are
cut me
cutting
off
off.
because y'all don't like the answer because y'all getting in y'all emotion. Stop
All
getting
right,
in y'all
we're going to give
emotion.
him the flow on this
You
kids
literally
working
see
in the
what
field
happened.
shit. Let him
You
talk.
literally see what happened
Go
just
ahead. Yeah,
now.
you're right. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Defend
Please stand
Chuck.
there.
Let him
Tell
talk.
them what's going.
What's y'all question? Go
Hey,
ahead.
hey,
ask me the question.
let's all be silent
Go
for,
ahead.
for a solid 2
What's the
minutes
question?
and let
Let
him
him
go ahead
defend
and give
Chuck
us a
Leonard. Go.
beautiful speech.
What's the question? What question y'all have for me? What's the
About
question?
yourself.
No,
Defend
speak,
Chuck
dude. Just speak. Just fucking speak.
Speak about
You were just
what?
talking, dude. You had
Bro,
all
y'all
this shit
keep
to say,
cutting
and
me
all of a
off.
sudden we're gonna
Y'all
shut the
keep
fuck
cutting-
up and you can't say nothing?
All right.
Bruh,
Defend
you keep
Child
cutting me
Labor.
off like every 5 minutes. And I'm supposed to remember what I'm about
Go,
to
go,
say.
go, go, go. You're good. You're good. Go.
You doing it right?
Go.
Child labor.
Child labor, right? So a 16-year-old can't fucking work. That's what he's trying to say. But we can have a 16-year. A 16-year-old.
Bro, Captain, let him go. Please, just let him go. Why can't we just stop cutting him off, man? Please, just let him cook.
He's arguing
He's
in
like
bad
kids,
faith.
man.
He didn't
Come on,
say
man.
he
Let him
doesn't want
cook.
to
His
work.
shit burning
All right.
up. Let him talk.
Guys, whether you disagree with his argument or not, you gotta let him get it out before
Okay.
you can retort.
All right. Go for it.
So you tell me a 16-year-old could go outside and get his body destroyed playing in football practice, get his body destroyed playing sports, but him just picking cotton is too much? You tell me if you pay a 16-year-old a decent fair raise that they wouldn't say, hey, motherfucker, I'll pick those fucking oranges. You acting like this shit is back in the 1800s and these motherfuckers picking cotton for free. Bro, get the fuck out of here if you're saying that shit right now. Bro, at 16 years old, bro, 16-year-olds are more physically better than a. Can you shut the fuck up for a little bit? Damn, bro, stop with this laughing shit. Because you don't got like that shit's getting
Shit
annoying.
funny.
Because like you tell me a 16-year-old is not strong enough to pick some oranges. That come on now, but they could go ahead and play football, get their body destroyed, get tackled, get fucked up playing football, get injured. But picking oranges. Oh, we can't have 16-year-olds in the sun. Bro, back in the day, 16-year-olds would fucking lie about the age just to serve in the military. But now these motherfuckers can't just pick oranges? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all need to stop doing this pussifying America stuff y'all trying to do. Trying to say, a person that at every age is a fucking baby, bro. We need to stop doing this shit. We treat 16-year-olds like they're fucking 10. We treat 18-year-olds like they're 14, bro. Bro, once you're an adult, bro, you're an adult, bro. And at 16, you tell me 2 years makes the fucking difference. Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, respond.
Get what? Throwing that
So
football and playing that football
uh,
gonna get my child. That shit gonna get my son a college scholarship.
It might get
Gonna get him
into
into school.
He'll get him
Gonna
into
pay
also.
for his education.
Gonna give him
Picking
character.
oranges ain't gonna pay for no fucking education.
I'm just confused with this whole monologue about kids going to pick fucking oranges was for in the first place. What problem does that solve?
They brought
talking
up that
about who can
they
pick
brought up
oranges.
illegal immigrant. How they'd rather have a second class person picking their oranges so they don't have to pay them a fair wage. So it's cheap.
We could pay them the same that we pay everyone else. That would solve that problem.
Are they though? You
don't
said
have
we
to do
could.
second
You
class.
said they could. Is it gonna happen?
Host. So your solution to that was that we replace all these immigrants that were kicking out with 16-year-olds? That was your solution?
Yeah.
Yes, it was. What's
And you
bad
think
about
that's
that?
a great idea?
What's bad about that? Tell me
You
what's
think
bad about
that's a
that.
great? You
Tell me
think
what's
that
bad
you
about
think
that.
that there's
Tell me
enough?
what's bad
you
about
thi-
that.
Let me. You gonna let me speak? You think that there's enough 16-year-olds in this country who are going to be willing
17-year-olds.
to work in a field to go pick oranges to
He wants
replace
us
all
to
the
tell him
workers
why
that we're
it's
going to
Not
have
bad
now?
answer my
for
question. Now
child
tell me.
labor.
You asked me a question. You answered my question with a question.
I did.
Tell me what's bad
I
about
did.
that. What's bad
I
about
feel
that?
like we had history books telling us
It's
all about how
extremely
bad that was.
unreasonable and unlikely that there are going to be enough 16 or 17-year-old individuals in this country who are going to be willing to go to the fields to work and replace all of these migrant workers.
Have you
Y'all
ever read
missed the
it?
part
Wait,
when
y'all
y'all
really-
missed
Prove me wrong.
Y'all missed the part when he said pick cotton too.
I know.
Bro,
I
have
said.
you ever read
I
a
ain't
history
missed
book?
that.
I said
Yeah,
this
he
is
compared
not.
it to it.
I said this
Yeah.
is not the 1800s where people are picking cotton. That's why.
That's what you brother. Want? You said kids.
No, you
picking
said that,
cotton
and you
before
also
that.
said what? They can't fucking pick cotton. They're too weak to pick cotton. You said that.
I said
No,
if
no,
I
no,
if
no,
I
no.
was
Yeah,
Hey,
don't
listen,
all of
it's
it.
live. It's on the internet. It's recorded here for all of fucking eternity.
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
but
no. If
y'all
I said picking
misrepresented
cotton,
it.
if I was talking about the 16-year-olds picking cotton, I misspoke. That's supposed to be oranges. When I mentioned picking cotton, I was trying to
Okay.
act like
All right,
they're
that's
not
fair.
out there
That's
fucking
fair.
picking cotton. That's what my trainer
Yo,
said.
Correct.
I
Jeff
meant,
Yeah.
I
All
was
right,
saying
man. That's
got a
cool.
good
You did
point.
something a lot of maggots don't do. You admitted that you was wrong. That's good.
Bruh, hey, English
Jeff
is my second
got a
language. I
good
fuck up
point.
all the time speaking
Yeah,
that shit.
I honestly, I don't think you misspoke. I just think everybody heard it different. I heard it that correct way that you said it, or the way you meant it the first time. I don't know if how
All
everybody
right,
else.
stop
did.
simping for the host.
Like,
you can
come
go
on.
suck them
Said,
off
you
later. That's
realize
what
it's
y'all-
gonna be
y'all
non-white
prefer to
people
have
doing this,
Y'all
right?
prefer to have fucking illegals coming here where
Sir.
they get paid under the table,
Hold on,
where if
hold
they
on,
get
hold on,
hurt,
hold
you
on.
think that the person that's paying them gonna give a fuck if they get hurt? You
Menace,
think,
Menace, one
you're
second.
gonna say no, we should
Menace,
pay.
1 second. 1 second, please.
Go ahead.
Whoever just said that glazing comment, you can keep that shit to your motherfucking self, right?
Well,
I'm
don't
just
glaze.
speaking.
Well, stop
I'm not
glazing
glazing. That's what he said.
Don't glaze.
Right?
Then.
Just
Don't
because you
glaze.
misinterpreted
It's
it
easy.
and heard
Don't
it.
glaze. It didn't
I'm not
add
gonna
to
do
the
that.
conversation.
Hey, yo.
It wasn't productive. You were just glazing.
Move on.
If you don't want to get called out for glazing, don't glaze, bro.
True.
Just move on. It's not that serious. So you tell
So fascism, huh?
that's all we got. Fascism. Oh, fascism. What is fascism?
Well, it could be arguing for Trump to have a third term.
What is
Like,
what's the
Jesus
definition of
Christ.
fascism? Just shut the fuck up if you don't know the
Oh,
definition of
God.
fascism. Damn, bro. People say fascism.
You can't
don't
even
know
say
what that shit
fascism.
fucking means. Exactly. Okay.
Well, what's it mean then? What's it mean? What's it mean?
Well, no, you the one that brought it up. You tell me what it means. You trying to say that Trump is a fascist? You tell me what it means.
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring
No,
it
no,
up.
you're
You
the one
asked
that
if we
saying-
knew the definition.
No, you were saying fascist. So fascism, huh?
I didn't say that wasn't me. I didn't say fascist.
No, one
Fascism
of
is
y'all
a-
said so fascism, huh? Now you had enough time to go look it up, right? Go ahead. Tell us what it means.
No.
Oh, of course,
No, I
of
didn't
course.
look
How
it up.
convenient. How convenient. This guy
I
doesn't
ain't got
have the. He's
Wikipedia
not a
on my
walking
shit.
encyclopedia like the rest of us. So
Okay,
he
I'll
can't
tell you what
recite the
fascism
definition.
means, right?
A couple
Fascism
seconds
is a
have passed, and he's gonna be like,
far-right
"Oh, yeah,
form of
time to look
government,
it up."
right?
And now he's gonna go ahead and recite the definition.
Hands
Like,
up.
see, I
I didn't
knew.
look it up.
No one fucking cares,
Bro,
dude.
stop being a fucking
No
bitch
one
on
gives a
this live.
shit. No one
I can
cares.
tell you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all gonna make the live get dropped, man.
It's a right-wing form of authoritarian government characterized usually by extreme nationalism, sexism, homophobia. I'm not looking this up, by the way. This is all off top.
The MAGA.
Anti-socialist, anti-communist. In fact, the first people that Hitler, the mustache man, went after were the socialists and communists for a reason. They were
like that
anti.
part.
Okay.
What was it?
Okay, I got a
I like
question.
that part. Anti-communist, anti-socialism. I like that.
Is there
So you like
anything?
Nazis then?
Is there anything with this country being nationalist?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why is nationalism bad? And tell me what it means. What does nationalism mean?
There's a couple strains of it. The strain that Trump seems to be operating under is white nationalism.
No.
No.
Tell me the definition of nationalism, like you did for fascism.
Country
Because
first.
according to me, it's putting your country first and not giving a fuck about what happens in other countries. And I don't see anything wrong with that.
That sounds like
Patriot.
jingoism. Sounds like not patriotism. There's a word for that. Chauvinism.
Chauvinism.
Yeah, that's not what we have
Chauvinism.
going on here, though. We don't just have nationalism going on here. We have white Christian nationalism going on.
Yes.
Correct. That's what we have.
brother.
We don't just have nationalism. We don't have a pride or a loyalty only to our country. Like that's a given for most people who live in a country, at least a first world country.
it's
Like you have
not.
pride
No,
and
it's not.
loyalty
Y'all-
to the country you live
y'all
in.
have- y'all
What
are
we have
arguing
here is a
to-
very specific
y'all
type
are-
Half of the Democrats don't
Y'all
even
are
nationalism.
arguing to bring in illegals to take jobs away from Americans. Y'all are arguing to
Yeah,
ship
because
American
guess what?
jobs
Hey,
over
brother,
to China.
guess what?
Get the fuck out here with this nationalism is bad, bro.
Hey,
Nationalism
Jay,
No one's
is saying
arguing
America
about
first.
rules here. We're
Hold on.
arguing to
Why
make the
you on
path
here
to
yelling
become a
all loud
citizen
and shit? The
easier
man
and more
was right.
attainable.
'Cause guess what?
Also,
It
we're
wasn't
not
no
the ones
black
sending
men out
jobs
there carrying
overseas.
no
It's the
fucking tiki
Republicans and
torches.
the machine of capitalism that's always trying
It's
to
the-
squeeze the most
Bruh,
fucking
so
money
Trump is trying
out
to
of
send
human
job
labor.
overseas? How is Trump trying to send job overseas?
No,
Did I say
H-1B1
Trump's
visas.
trying to send job overseas? I said Republicans, dude.
Who in the
Conservatives.
Republican Party trying to
Conservatives.
send
The
jobs
ones who
overseas?
absolutely love to suck the dick of corporate
Who
capitalism.
is trying to bring jobs
All they
overseas?
care about is making
Democrats
money.
and
So they would
Republicans.
rather spend money making a
are you
widget in
talking
China
about?
for 5 cents
Who
than
are you
instead of
talking
paying
about?
an American. I'm talking about conservatives across the
Which
board in
ones
general.
support that shit?
During
Which
the
one?
80s and
All of
90s,
them, and they all pretend that they're for the American
Hey,
people,
host.
yet they vote against our interests all the time.
All the time.
Democrats vote for your interests?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, host.
100%.
Hey, host, can you hear me?
Pull up the bill.
I can't remember what the exact legislation
Hey,
was
host, real
called, what
quick,
the bill
host.
was called, but it was a piece of legislation that was presented to the House to give veterans money, a program for veterans. Every single Republican voted no. Every single Republican voted no.
Bruh.
Every Democrat voted for it, though.
I'm a veteran.
Man.
If you tell me there's a program to give veteran money, I would know this shit. What is the name of this program?
Yeah, be specific.
Give me 1 second. I got the shit.
Because you tell me they're giving
Hey,
veterans
host.
money. Shit.
Hey, host, why he doing that? Host, check this shit out, host.
Republicans
Real
just
quick,
to
bro.
cut that.
Listen, you just said Trump ain't sending jobs overseas. Let me tell you this. That some bitch, Joe Biden was right. That some bitch got the morals of
Uncle
an alley
Menace.
cat. Not only that, not only do we got the morals of an alley cat.
Wait,
you gotta
why are you
remember this
talking
shit,
about
and
Trump
you just
saying
said
jobs
it.
overseas and you're mentioning the morals of an alley cat?
Hold on, brother.
Hey,
Hold
he
on,
over
brother.
here
You gotta let me finish.
grabbing them by the pussy consensually.
Hey, you gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. First, goddamn, let me finish.
Go
He
ahead.
got the morals of an alley cat, and then you say he ain't trying to send jobs cross seas. Let me show you this. Where the fuck his Bibles came from? From China. Where his hats came from? From China. Where all his shirts came from? From China. All this Make America Great Again shit and flags and shit came from China. This all Donald Trump. Why? If it was so much all nationalism and all about America, why he didn't make that shit in America? Oh yeah, and one more, brother. I got
answer
one more
for
for
that.
you. What about? Hold on, brother. What about these motherfuckers when they got on national TV and they was on this shit when they was talking about bringing Indians and shit over from across seas or
I'm
foreign
telling you
workers
straight up
over
right now. The
H-1B1 visas.
The
Yeah, what
H-1B
about that
I disagree
shit?
with Trump about that.
What, the Americans too dumb to do the work?
I will admit that I disagree with Trump about that.
Brother, was the Americans too dumb to do the work or something?
Did you not just hear me say I'm agreeing with you, big dog?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he said he was.
So stop
You
with
act
your
like-
shenanigans then.
You act like
You making us look bad.
You act like everything Trump do, I'm a support. Bro, there's certain things Trump do, I'm like, I can't get against that. Just like when
Let me
Biden was
give
in
you a little
office.
history
Arguing
lesson.
about nationalism then.
Let me
Bruh.
give you a little history lesson.
Oh my goodness. Do you know?
During the 80s and 90s, the conservatives were the ones who pushed for outsourcing.
Yes.
They were the Republicans specifically. Newt
And the
Gingrich,
Democrats
all these
fought it.
motherfuckers.
How did the Democrats fight this?
The Democrats also did it. They're neoliberals in the 90s. Bill Clinton, they were both guilty.
Why just think
Hold
about
on.
conservatives then?
No. Republicans did it more. That's it. That's the only difference. But now we're in the years 2000, 2010, 2020s. With the Republican Party, tech has begun to come up way more and more. The outsourcing has already been done for the most part. The damage is done. China got all our jobs already. Now tech is trying to do the same thing, but they're doing it with the H-1B visas. Now that's where the battlefield is. So that's why they're all going behind Trump. Now when you talk about bringing jobs overseas, we're not doing that. That's never going to happen.
Well, of course, it has to happen. How are you going to get good jobs here? Just going to say we're never going to get them?
Only jobs we can do now are in service or tech. That's the only thing
Disagree.
we've
I
got
disagree
left.
totally. You got to try. You got to fight the fight, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, you're going to fight against China? I'm telling you, we
absolutely. That's what
lost
you gotta
that
do.
We sent China
decades
those
ago.
jobs, bro. We sent China those jobs.
That's what I'm
you
saying.
think the factories
Republicans did
stop.
that.
Let me. You think the factories that were shut down were torn down also and leveled the area, or do you think those factories are still up? Well, a little bit like about less than a year.
Not about- it
we
doesn't
can have those
matter.
factories pushing out cars. Do you not think that, or you think I'm wrong?
No. It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about physically the factories. I'm talking about the entire economic structure behind
Correct.
that. Factories is one thing. The buildings is one thing.
You got to bring
the
it back.
Economics
Little by
required.
little.
The economics required
CEOs
to
don't
maintain,
believe so, sir. The CEOs in capitalism are
They
telling
believe
you
in
otherwise.
money. If you put tariffs, they believe in money. That's what they believe in.
the tariffs are going to shoot us in the face to create what 20 jobs.
Bro, he just told.
What's going to happen is Trump going to keep on fucking around with these tariffs, and we're going to fuck around and have another Pearl Harbor moment.
Real quick. Let me drop my info about this act that was.
You think anyone's gonna touch our boats? You think we 11 aircraft carrier groups? No one's fucking with America.
China don't like competition, and you know it.
Yo,
real quick.
China
Let me
can't
drop this thing
cross
about
the Pacific
talk about
Ocean.
2022.
China can't go to China can't come to Hawaii. What are you talking about?
Menace. That stood true, right? When we had 26 allies in NATO, right? But if he keeps excluding us and have the rest of the world against us, who the fuck is gonna come help us?
What allies we had? We had dependents. We didn't have allies. What are you talking
This
about?
is a damn fool. You say what?
Okay, you can call it whatever you want. You can call them dependents. It doesn't matter because if they all fucking turn on us, what's it matter?
What is NATO?
That's like another non-answer from host or
Wait.
It doesn't matter what you call them.
It was a non-answer. Give me the question again. My bad. I apologize. Go ahead.
You couldn't possibly have served.
You called what he called allies. You called them dependents instead, and added nothing to the conversation. You made no actual fucking point with it.
Again.
You can call them dependents if you want. If they all turn on us and we've got nobody left in this world who's in our corner, what's it matter if they're dependents or allies?
If you want to answer, what's the question?
I don't want to answer. You already gave your answer. What I'm saying is your answer doesn't fucking matter.
I already gave your answer. Then why are you bitching? Damn, bro. What?
I'm just trying to process everything I just heard.
Bro,
Jesus
okay.
Christ.
Like NATO is trying to go to war with Russia.
Act, what I was talking about earlier. 2022, the PACT Act. $6.5 million were going to be set aside for combat vets for a monthly payment of $1,000 or $3,000 per month for life. And that was to address the Comprehensive Toxins Act. Now, I'm not sure what that is, but I'm assuming that's people being exposed to toxins, burned pits and shit while they were deployed overseas, right? So that would have helped. That did help to get homeless people off because it did pass. But it passed with 256 yays and 174 nays. Every single no vote was a Republican. Every single Republican voted no. Every single one in 2022. Don't take my word for it. 2022 PACT Act. Look it up.
That's not the only one.
I remember that vote.
That's not the only one.
It's not. It's just a beautiful example. It's not the only one. It's just the most beautiful.
Remember the one about minimum wage when they
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Wage, the bitch said no.
We've seen plenty of times where bills have came through Congress or the House to be voted on, and when it has anything to do to help the average American citizen, the Republican Party has been saying no for the last 40, 50 years.
And then they gaslight all of America, and they always talk about the veterans and how patriotic they are, and the children, we're for the children. They're fucking full of shit. They fleece you motherfuckers all the time, and you fall for it. You fall for it, you fall to your knees, and you fucking gobble their holes in.
I'm looking it up right
now.
now.
The Republican Party walking around here graping the fucking children.
And then
what are you talking about? What is he talking
about? There's a study that's been going on now for over a year and a half.
All these Republicans have been making.
And you know what it's come out to? Less than 0.01% of all SA against children in the United States for the past year and a half have been done by drag queens, trans people, or anybody in the LGBTQ community. But you want to know who one of the top offenders are?
If y'all talking, if y'all come talking about this sick shit on my live, y'all could
top offenders, Republican.
Bro, like, I'm not talking about kitty dealers. If y'all want to talk about that shit, go on some other line with that shit. Like,
he's just saying
that y'all trying to say that it's only Republican or only Democrat when both of these motherfuckers going.
I'm trying to say it's only, but I'm just trying to say they're the largest offenders. They're the ones pointing the finger, saying that it's the groomers, drag queens are groomers, trans people are groomers.
Nobody's saying that.
But then the data shows that it's extreme. It's the opposite.
Nobody's saying that. You're inventing facts. Jeez.
What are you talking about? Inventing facts?
That
was a whole narrative of the Republican Party for the past
coming up with it.
Hey yo, we're not talking about. I don't want to hear what y'all got. Some kid stuff. That shit is fucking sick. I don't want to hear that shit. If y'all could unmute yourself, but we're not talking about some fucking weird shit like that. That's not. If y'all want to talk about that shit, go somewhere else.
Yeah, that shit just
well, if you're a goddamn true Republican,
I'm conservative pretending to care about the kids. He doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to address the problem.
Trump campaign advisor recently convicted for CP.
Bruh, who want to talk about that shit? Because you could go talk about shit on your own shit. Why come in out here talking about that shit?
Hey, host.
If someone does some shit to a kid, They should be fucking shot in the back of the head and buried in a shallow grave.
Hey, don't say that, man. You're gonna make them drop the live, man. Goddamn.
The point isn't the kids; it's that you scapegoat trans people, trying to accuse them something that conservatives been doing.
We're not talking about that. Move on.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like it's his live, guys. It's getting us disrespected.
Okay.
He doesn't want to talk about that. Let's continue the conversation that we were having at hand. Like, it's not that hard.
Hey, host. We sorry for disrespecting you, but I got a question, man. Cause you maggot Republicans seem to have all the fucking answers. This is a serious question. Listen, all right, listen. This is a very serious question. Y'all got all the answers to all our questions. Where in the fuck do we go from here? Because from what I see, we are all fucked.
And how are we all fucked?
I just asked the question. Don't ask a question with a question.
You said, where do we go from here? Where do we go?
Don't answer a question with a question.
The sun came up today. It was sunny.
You're just
I had
saying,
coffee.
where do we go from here? Because from what I see, Trump is trying to do the right thing. You know. Let me just talk then, since y'all want to say just answer
Calling
the
for a
question,
third
right?
term is the right thing.
Hey, you don't fucking try to do the right thing. I'm 36 years old, and I know this shit for a fact. You don't try to do the right thing.
Then how come
You
the
just
Democrats
do it,
did
baby.
it?
There's
What
only
were the
one way
Democrats
to do
doing?
right, and that's do right.
What did the Democrats
Don't
do
fucking
that's
make
right?
excuses.
How do
You
you
are a
Democrats
fucking
Democrats
Marine,
right now? Fuck
and
the
Marines
Democrats.
don't
They
make
go suck a dick
excuses.
too.
Hold on,
So y'all
Robert.
want to let me
How
talk
did-
now? Y'all let me talk now? Okay, we want to bring jobs back to America. We want to pay people more, right? And we can't try to talk about paying people more when we have daggone illegal immigrant labor undercutting people. You think people
Immigrants don't suppress wages.
How many veterans lost their job under the Trump administration since the beginning of his presidency? Not even 3 months ago.
All right, talking about people working.
Immigrants have never suppressed wages. Illegal immigration.
People were
suppresses wages.
fired directly
Maybe.
under an executive order by President Trump. Go.
So you want me to talk? So are we talking about the illegal immigrants or the veterans?
We talking about all of them. That's how much you don't
We're
fuck
talking about
up.
all of it, dude. We're talking about all of it. You were just talking about bringing jobs to America and having Americans work. And I'm wondering about all the Americans that lost their job because of Trump and
It's
Mr.
all connected,
Elon.
man. Right, but guys, you gotta let him finish his point, yo.
All right.
Remember when Biden said learn to code?
point, maybe we'll
was
let
it
him
Biden that
finish.
said learn to code or learn to code? Bruh. Was it Biden that said
That was a
learn to
Republican
code
talking point.
or learn to cope? When
That
people
was
are losing-
conservatives. That was a conservative meme.
Do you know what that is?
Code or cope? Which one?
I forgot. I don't know what it is. I'm
Learn to
hearing-
code.
Was
was
that,
learn
that
to
was
code.
a conservative
Code.
meme or was that gonna live
Yeah.
on the left?
At the time when people were losing their jobs, the conservative retort was always, "Oh well, bro, you need to learn to code." Now that they're losing their jobs in coding,
You think that was
what's the
a
retort
Republican
now?
talking point?
Conservatives
You think
would
that was a
because they
conservative
would. I
talking point?
remember this. I'm older than most of y'all. When people started losing
That
their
happened like
jobs
4
early
years ago.
on-
What you being older than us doesn't really matter.
Well, I remember a lot of things. Is the point when people were starting to lose their jobs, all the tech bros that were making all the money and voting libertarian, their talking point was always, "Oh, you need to learn to code, bro." And now guess what? Now their jobs are on the line. Now they've been getting fired left and right. But the retort to them now from the people is, "Oh, you should have gone to trade school." It's always the people that happen to find themselves having the upper hand that always have something smart to say, like it was.
Yeah,
their idea.
it's always the billionaire
Like, no, they just
class
got
who always
lucky.
has the magical advice for us working
Yeah.
peasants. They always have
Exactly.
all the answers.
They're just
Yes.
lucky.
Yes.
So y'all want me to respond now, or you just want to keep cutting me off halfway through what I'm saying?
Go ahead, respond, Fish.
I mean, you literally asked him, and you let him continue. So
I was-
I mean,
it was a
I don't know.
rhetorical
You've got like this
question.
victimhood mentality, and it's
It
really
was a
weird.
rhetorical question. You know what a rhetorical question is? It wasn't. I didn't really was trying to get an answer.
Sure, I mean, you could have cut him off, but you let him speak for a whole fucking 2 minutes.
Bruh, I try to
Like
cut
you're a
y'all off,
victim.
and then the next one come in the middle of my sentence.
All right.
Okay, now you can speak. Go ahead. We didn't mean to
Right,
hurt your
it was
feelings.
y'all saying it was from the right. It wasn't from the left because the people that are in the tech industry is on the left. So that don't make no sense to me. But okay,
No,
then.
they were libertarian.
I didn't know Elon was a lefty. What? Why?
Elon was a
libertarians.
Democrat before he joined Trump. What are you talking about? Tulsi Gabbard was a Democrat. before he
There's the
joined
there's
Trump.
the there's the
RFK
there's
Jr.
a
was
classic
Democrat.
conservative sleight of hand right there. There it is, little pivot and deflection. Love it.
Fucking love it, dude.
Bro, you just said Elon.
Anytime that you're faced with any amount of scrutiny or any kind of criticism to something you say, you immediately fucking pivot. Oh, well, he used to be a
host, I'm
Democrat.
gonna help
Like,
you out,
okay,
host.
cool, great, perfect.
I want to help
Wonderful.
the host out a little bit. Hey, host, you a Marine, right?
When I try to talk and interrupt me, when I answer the question that y'all interrupt me with, oh, I'm pivoting. What the fuck y'all want me to do?
Yeah,
Hey, host.
Y'all get kind of annoying with this shit. If you got asking a question,
Host,
let me finish your question. So you're talking about learn to code shit, right? You telling me that it was the fucking conservatives saying that shit when the tech industry is dominated by liberals? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Now,
Conservatives and libertarians, yes.
Hey, host, you're a
kind of
Marine,
liberal.
right, host? Hey, host, you're a Marine, right? Let me help you out. You're a Marine.
We went through
correct?
that.
All right, so I just want to make sure. I got a question for you, man. You think Pete Hegseth is qualified for the job?
Do you know what Pete Hegseth was doing, or you just know he was on Fox News?
I asked you one question.
So you don't know Pete Hegseth?
Do you
Answer the
think
question,
that
bro. It's an
Pete
easy one. Just
Hegseth-
you could just even say yes or no. You don't have to explain, dude. Just answer his question.
Running an organization before he was part of that.
So does that mean yes? Does that mean yeah? Is that your answer? Yes.
Listen, is Pete Hegseth qualified for the job as a Marine? I'm asking you a question.
I tried to run
Simple. Yes or no?
Yes, he was.
We got crickets.
Is it yes or no?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
He said
Pete Hegseth was
yes.
qualified.
Oh God.
So tell me if he was answer this question. Was he more qualified than CQ Brown, than Charles Brown?
I don't know who that is. Are you talking about the black dude that was that Biden appointed in charge?
Yes.
Damn, brother, I thought you was a Marine. You don't know who CQ Brown
Literal
is?
5-star general. What, was he a 5-star general?
Is that the guy who got fired?
4-star. He's a 4-star.
4-star.
Yeah.
A literal 4-star general that preceded
Can I talk?
Hegseth.
Can I respond to
Go
that?
ahead.
Okay, when a president comes into office, who from the previous cabinet do they let keep their job? So if I'm coming to office, I want to put the people that want to put my agenda forward. Or am I gonna keep the previous administration's people to come to help with my agenda? That don't make no sense.
I'm gonna keep the motherfucker that's more qualified that can do the job.
It's about saying, hey yo, this is my goals, and you don't align with my goals, so why would I keep you?
Biden did.
There it is. There it is. He admitted it, boys. He admitted it. Trump just surrounded himself by loyalists, and he's not interested in the American people and their wants and needs. It's the agenda of just the president. It's just the president's agenda. Power to the king. Let Trump rule and pick all the people to fucking rule with him.
Trump doesn't. Oh, they're
Trump
loyalists.
No, I'm talking about Biden. Hold on.
So
Let me
But
clarify.
Trump loyalists are incompetent.
What about Biden loyalists? That general was a Biden loyalist.
No, sir.
That general was a Biden loyalist.
You're misconstruing what I said. Please do not do that. Let me elaborate. When I said Biden,
y'all said that it was Trump put a Trump loyalist, so Biden was putting Biden loyalist. What was the dude that was before that general? Why did he get fired?
Menace, I'm trying to clarify. When you said no president keeps the previous administration that appoints people, that's a lie. Biden did.
Who?
He kept the DOJ. He kept a few other people. But
he kept Jerome Powell too. He kept Jerome Powell too.
Right, the head of the FBI, the head of the FBI director, he kept him.
Yeah.
So you tell me
They don't get
that
rid of
they always keep the people. They don't. Wait. What about all the
Not
people that got
president
fired?
has that
What about all the people that got fired though?
prerogative.
We're just
Wait,
we
not
only
always.
talking about two
Not
people.
always.
What about the whole cabinet though? Why didn't she keep the press secretary? Why didn't he keep that? Why did he keep the fucking the person that was in charge
Look,
of the
brother,
military?
we ain't gonna fucking pivot.
Listen,
Listen,
y'all
Pete Hegseth is not qualified.
President's prerogative.
Pete
What are we discussing?
Hegseth is not qualified.
So hold up,
I
because
don't give a damn what you
keeps
say.
every position.
He's already demonstrated
Hold on.
that he's not
Don't
qualified.
keep your eye
They all
off
have
the ball.
fucking demonstrated they're
Hold on.
not
The
qualified.
argument
Using
here-
unclassified means of communication, the fucking talk about a strike on the Houthis.
Where did they strike?
And then they get caught,
Who
and
where
they
did
lie about
strike?
it, and then the Atlantic's like, oh, these
And
motherfuckers,
it's
all
a
right,
known
they
fact
released
that
the whole fucking
it's a
thing,
known
and they
fact
continue to lie
that the
about it,
Houthis
and you're all
have the
going to pretend that
capabilities
didn't happen.
of shooting U.S.
Instead of
aircraft
talking
out of the
about
sky.
doing the right thing in the Red Sea, they talk about
Who did they strike in the Houthis?
Wait, that's not the point. That's not the
Where
point.
did they
Let's get
strike
back
in the
to the point.
Houthis? So
Hold
you
on.
tell me
Let's get
y'all
back to
don't
the
know
point.
who they striking?
Look at the single chat. We can all look at it.
You're pivoting.
Y'all keep
Don't
doing this
pivot,
shit.
don't pivot.
Instead of saying, "Hey Trump, right on."
Do I gotta keep muting y'all shit? Y'all instead of saying who they striking the Houthis or what they striking the Houthis, you're saying, oh, There was leaked text messages. They're using the Signal app.
I've got no problem with them eliminating threats to our democracy. I've got no problem with that. What I have a problem with them doing is avoiding the official channels of communication.
Bro,
what I have a problem with is compromising national security, because what else have they been doing? What else have they been doing?
All right, y'all let the brother finish, y'all. Let him finish.
I'm just saying, we don't know who they struck in the Houthis or where they struck in the Houthis. That was just, hey, yo, F-18s delivering a package at this time. You tell me if someone in the Houthis got that, they'll know where they were striking and they'll know who to move? Fuck no. They'll just move everybody.
It's irrelevant.
Oh my, shut up, please. I'm being disrespectful now because you keep cutting me off and y'all gonna say when you cut me off, I'm pivoting. Bro, and then another thing is, y'all worried about Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth wasn't the dude that added the dude to the group chat. It was Walsh. Walsh had opposition media in his.
Being in his position of power and being in charge, he should have been, yo, bro.
Let me finish.
Yo, bro, we shouldn't do it.
Goodness, bro,
we shouldn't do it.
All right, let him finish, dog. Let him finish.
Walsh had opposition media in the fucking group chat, and he said that shit happened by accident. That shit didn't happen by accident. The motherfucking Walsh is a fucking op, bro. He's not on his side. He was trying to fuck Trump over.
Shit,
that's
Donald
what I
Trump
think about.
is a
That's
op.
what I think happened.
Where's the evidence?
The fact that he had the opposition journalist, and this journalist is called a Trump hater. This journalist
Can you
is
prove it?
What you said?
Can you prove it? You got evidence?
Is it really
Can you
hard to prove?
articulate that, or is this just a claim? Because unsubstantiated claims mean nothing.
Media loves Trump.
We could talk about conspiracy theories if you want. They are
Media
fun
loves
to
Trump.
talk about, but they don't
He's
fucking
got so
get
many
us
friends
anywhere.
in the media.
I mean, you can't just like
Trump did say, "Oh, Tim Walsh, he made a mistake. It's all right, though. He learned his lesson. If they thought he was an operative, he would have been fucking out." Why didn't Trump drain the swamp? Why didn't they get rid of him if he's an operative?
At the end of the day, right? The simple fact, let's say you're right, right? Say, because that there wasn't detailed of where they were going and all that shit. Let's just say all that is true, right? And take your word for it. At the end of the day, they shouldn't be on a fucking unsecured network, right? Anything should, it has to be recorded.
Countries. What are you talking about?
Bro, that you was in the military. You took orders. You didn't fucking give orders. Big fucking difference, sir.
They had what, host? What did you say, Menace?
Wait. What do y'all understand about the Signal app? What do y'all know about the Signal app?
What do you understand about it? What do you
you
mean?
know about the Signal app?
Signal is an encrypted.
We know that it's not a secured network. We know that.
It's not approved. It's not an approved channel of communication.
For its top
All
secret,
right.
for like
Also,
secret
there
top
are
secret
known
information,
backdoors
right?
that are exploited by the NSA regularly with Signal.
You're in the military. You should. Above all
I'm not
should
in
know.
the military. I was in the military.
Well, then you should still know.
That's what makes it more disappointing, right? That you're actually defending this guy, right? You're supposed to uphold your oath to the Constitution, and you just blankly are ignoring it, bro. It's
some people drop their oath when they walk away from the military, but I'm going to the grave.
Bro, he's literally deporting people without due process.
No. Stop. What oath in the military was broken? You talk about
I
uphold the
just
oath
said
to the
it.
military.
So you're supposed to Are you not supposed to uphold the Constitution?
What Constitution stuff was he broken?
I just told you.
Okay,
He
illegal
just
immigrants,
told you.
right? Secretary Mark
They
Rubio.
They have green cards.
No, legal people.
Secretary Mark Rubio have the ability to fucking revoke someone's visa. So you gotta answer me these. I got 4 questions for you. Did they have a daggone what's it called? A citizenship? Did they have permanent residence? Did they have a visa? Or they on
It doesn't matter. They still got deported without due process, which is a violation of.
Were they on some?
Which is a violation of the U.S. Constitution.
Or were they on some temporary status? Right. So these are the 4 questions you got to answer. Which one of the 4 were they? Were they on a temporary status? Did they have a visa? Did they have a green card? Or were they a citizen? If they were on a temporary status, that shit could get revoked. If they had a visa, that shit could get revoked. So which one was it? Go ahead, tell me which one was it?
The real
It was a green card, which is a permanent resident of the United States, but they snatched up his ass.
Shorty from Boston.
Who's Shorty from Boston?
The chick from Boston.
She was on a visa. She was on a visa, and she was.
Hey, it doesn't matter, bro. Hey, listen, real quick. Let me say this to the host.
The Secretary of State, is able to fucking reject someone's visa. And the reason that Marco Rubio
all
gave
that shit you saying ain't hitting on the hill of shit.
The reason that Marco Rubio gave for rejecting her visa was saying that she was doing stuff in support of Hamas. So you trying to tell me y'all support Hamas or y'all support America?
Brother, we support the U.S. Constitution. The U.S. Constitution.
Listen, dude.
The U.S. Constitution gives the Secretary
the
of State
U.S. Constitution still applies to them, whether they are immigrants
Not without
or
due
not.
process, sir.
Yeah, listen. You're absolutely right. If it threatens the security or the safety.
Okay, y'all talking about due process. I'm gonna answer due process first. The due process is, are you here legally? Oh, no, you're not here legally? Oh, then get the fuck out. That's the process that's due to them. They don't gotta take everyone as court. Have you ever heard?
Bro, they didn't even get that before a judge. They didn't even go before a judge.
They don't have to. Have you ever heard about?
They do.
Oh shit! Let me go.
Yes, they do, my guy. Yes, they do. Why do you think the Supreme Court keeps blocking all of these decisions?
Expedited
the
removal.
highest court in the land that is responsible for
it's not the Supreme Court. It's the federal
Constitution
judges. It's not the Supreme Court. It's federal judges.
This shit.
It's not the Supreme Court. It's federal judges.
Raps up. Misspoke.
Can I just kidnap
look
you
up?
and
Do you
detain
know what
you without
expedited
due
removal
process?
is? Do y'all know what expedited removal is?
Hold on. Answer me this. Can I just kidnap and detain you without due process?
No. Do you know what expedited removal is? Do you know what expedited removal is?
Wait.
Do you know what expedited removal is? Do you understand what expedited removal is? Do you understand what?
Please answer that.
What's your question? Go ahead.
No. Answer that.
What?
Can I just kidnap you and send you to El Salvador?
No.
Can I do this?
Do you want me to? Okay.
Why not?
You gotta give me time to answer that question.
What if you were
It's not a yes-
vacationing in Mexico and they kidnapped you and they sent you to fucking Russia? Or what if you were vacationing anywhere and they kidnapped you and just
So
sent
y'all
you to
in the
some
support
fucking
of
labor
Trinidad
camp in
Arago now?
Siberia?
So y'all on the side of Trinidad Arago now, right?
Wait.
So y'all
No, man, we
so y'all
support the
supporting
U.S.
Trinidad Arago.
Constitution
That's what y'all
firmly.
supporting, right?
Y'all, enough straw mans, dude. Your straw
Let me
mans are
answer
making
a
me
question.
tired.
You're straw
bro. Cut
man.
it out.
The Secretary
Answer
of
my
State,
question.
Marco Rubio, is allowed.
No.
What's your question? You keep saying
No,
answer the
don't
question.
forget about Rubio. Can I just kidnap you and send you to El Salvador? I just accuse you of being in Trinidad Aragua.
Am I here
Okay.
legally? I'm a U.S. citizen. You can't do that.
Okay, hold on. Here's the beauty of it. How do I know? You don't have due process.
What do you think the
How do I
ICE do when they detain them? Do you
I just-
think?
hold
do
on,
you,
hold on.
Wait,
I
I
just-
got a question
I
for
just
you.
said it.
Do you think they just capture these people and put them on the plane?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
What they've been doing,
Yes.
bro.
So you
Yes.
tell me they
Why you
don't do
think
no
the judge?
investigation?
Why you think the
What
judge
do you
say
think
they
we're
defied
talking
his
about here?
orders, bro?
You tell me they don't do no
What do you
investigation.
think we're talking about?
You're telling me they don't do no
They just-
investigation. It's straight from the.
None.
No. Listen, I'm
Yes.
asking a question. You tell me that as soon as ICE captures somebody, it's straight from the daggone. They go inside the car and they go to the plane, just like that. No investigation.
They targeted
No,
some
to the
of these
detention
people.
center.
They go to
And
the
then to the
detention center,
plane.
right? They go to the detention center, right? Where they detain them and do further processing, right?
No,
That's
they just
the
sent them
process.
out to
What
El
about the
Salvador.
poppy
You're
who was a
not
legal
Hold on,
resident? What about the
time out,
poppy that
time
was a
out,
legal
time out.
permanent resident? His
Time out.
wife is a citizen, right?
You are
He was
not-
traveling
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
back from
That
Mexico
dude
to
was
the
on the-
United
What are you
States,
talking about?
and they
What are you
stopped
talking
him,
about?
sent his ass back while
Who are
his
you
family
talking
had to come
about?
back to America,
Who are
and they
you
don't know where
talking
he is.
about? Who are you talking about?
I can't remember his fucking name. It
Was
in the
the big guy
headlines
in
2 weeks
Colombia?
ago.
You said what's the name of this guy? Or tell me about this story.
There's so
What's the
many.
story?
I
Are
don't
you
know.
talking about the guy at Columbia University?
The dude with the tattoo?
no.
There's
Is it the dude with the
No.
tattoo? Who are you talking
I don't
about?
know
Dude with
because
the
there's so
tattoo
many
was
of them.
actually a professional soccer player.
Give me detailed soccer. Know what
You
to
ain't
look
no
up.
fucking
What the
gang
fuck you
member.
talking about right now? Y'all trying to say all
Look
these
up the guy
people-
with the soccer tattoo. Look up the guy with the soccer
Was he
tattoo.
a,
Look
was
that
he
one.
a was he a daggone U.S. citizen or was he a green card holder?
No.
He was a visa
Green
holder,
card
right?
holder.
You keep using that as
Visa
an
holder.
excuse, but what does the
That's not
Constitution
an
say?
excuse.
They are still.
The
They still have a
Constitution
right
gives
to due
the
process.
secretary. That's the due process. Is you're here legally. We're gonna take you in with ICE.
Wait.
We're gonna process
Bro, that
you
is not
and kick you
determined
out.
by the
That's
executive
process
branch.
that's
That
due.
is determined by the judicial branch.
No, it's
Thank
not.
you.
What
That's
part of that shit
determined
don't
by
you
the
understand?
Constitution. You know what
That's
expedited
why y'all call jarheads, because y'all think
Do
y'all
Do you know what
niggas ain't
expedited
on no
removal
shit.
is? Do you understand what expedited removal is? Yes or no?
Yes.
Any of y'all what is expedited removal? Please tell me out.
I'll just say no, so that way you can go ahead and get on and say it, because I know you're really itching to tell us all. So no, I
Expedited
don't. Please
removal when they
educate
kick
me.
you out of the country without taking you to court. It's a process inside the Constitution. So
So
how
no
are
due
they,
process. is
Cool,
what
thank
the-
you.
it's not what
You just
is-
want that
what,
for everyone.
define due process.
You go have your day in court.
Due process
Have
is having your
evidence.
day in court,
I
right?
want to see my accusers. I want to
Yes.
see my accusers. I want to face them. I want my day in court. They don't give that to a lot of these people. They
Oh, let me
target
read
them for
this.
removal because of the bullshit. Because of what they're saying, the protests.
Under
but
the
the-
expedited
the chick
removal
that-
this guy from
process,
Colombia.
The
immigrants
chick
who
that got
have
locked up in
You ready
Boston,
for
right?
it?
In
You
the
ready
country
for it? Y'all
illegal?
ready for it? Due process ensures
Go for
fair
it.
legal procedures and protects fundamental rights by requiring government actors to follow established rules and principles before depriving someone of life, liberty, and property. Where did that say they need to go to court?
Read the first part again.
The beginning. What?
Read it back to yourself actually like
you
3
just
times
said
real
it.
slow.
Okay. I'm gonna read it again. Right? Due process ensures
That
fair
first said real slow.
Due process ensures fair legal procedures and protect fundamental rights by requiring government actions to follow established rules and principles before.
All right, stop. All right, stop. Cool. Now go back and read that again 3 more.
Fair legal.
It
Fair.
doesn't
It's
say
really
go to
right in the
court.
beginning.
It doesn't say
What
go
do
to
you
Let me
court.
read this one. Host, let me read this one.
Bro, what do you think
process
legal
means?
and legality
I got a
is?
okay,
Okay.
I can answer this question. I can answer this question.
Do they have
If
to?
I'm,
Do they have to define it
if
for you?
a cop catches me drinking while driving, do he need to go take me to court before he arrests me?
No.
Bro, that's not the same.
Yes,
No,
he's
no,
supposed to
that-
take you to fucking court, bro.
Before he-
you
before
are
he
supposed to go to
You
court
get
before
arrested
you are
and then you
deported
get
because
your
you
due
committed a
process
fucking
and you get to
crime.
go before a
Listen to the-
judge.
So
What?
Yes.
No. Before he arrests me,
You're
do he have to
supposed to
take me to
appear
the
before a
judge?
judge.
Before
No.
he arrests
I really,
me.
really do want to give you a
depending on the
gold medal for
process.
mental gymnastics.
Listen.
Because mental
No.
gymnastics
Y'all
are
not-
even fucking
okay.
ass, bro.
Yeah, my
why I
man got
keep
the
fucking-
trapeze.
So
He doing flips in the air.
you tell
I
me.
can't even commend your mental gymnastics, my guy.
So do a
Jesus.
cop have to take me to court before they arrest me? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, right. They could detain me, right, to investigate, right?
Correct.
Oh, dude,
And
your
if they
last
find
brain
me-
cell is like
Bro,
fucking
my
fighting
goodness.
for its
Let him
life
go.
to get third
Let him
place.
go, bro.
So if they find me guilty of the crime, they could fucking detain me and arrest me, right, and put me in jail, right, for further investigation.
And then you get to go to court. Then you get to, then you
Yes.
get to
Yes.
go through the
That's
whole
why-
due
that's why
process
they
of
read your
being
rights and that motherfucker say
appointed
you're
or having the
innocent
opportunity to
until
have legal
proven guilty.
representation.
The cop can't prove you guilty.
Y'all talking all at once, right? And that's the no.
Well, that's why. Okay, brother. To your question, you said the officer find you guilty, right? That's why they read you your rights, and in those rights, that motherfucker say you're innocent until proven guilty.
say the cop
The
don't-
cop
You
don't
gotta go to
have time to
court.
prove you guilty.
Said the cop will detain you or arrest you before he takes you to the judge.
Yeah, but you still get to go to court. That's the whole point.
You know,
These people
yes,
don't
that's
get
the
to go to
process-
court.
That's the process for if you get caught drunk driving, right? Or is that the
Yeah, you
process
show
no
up in
matter
court.
what? Because the process
No
for if
matter
you're-
what.
This is the process for if you're fucking caught illegally. You're here illegally.
It doesn't
you
matter.
check your
So if they ain't
Process
commit a
no
crime,
matter
then why
what.
are they being
You are
deported?
listen,
Hold on.
bro.
Menace,
It's
it
the
The fact
process
that
no
they're
matter
here
what.
is illegal.
It doesn't
If I just
matter.
accuse
It
you of being
doesn't
illegal,
fucking matter,
you
bro.
still have to demonstrate.
does matter.
I have
No,
to
it
demonstrate that
doesn't.
you're illegal.
Under the expedited removal process, immigrants who have been in the country legally for less than 2 years are apprehended within 100 miles of the border can be
genius.
deported
Hey,
almost
genius.
immediately without
Hey,
going through a
genius.
court hearing.
How do you demonstrate they're illegal?
Okay, yeah, that's a very specific
How do I
and niche
demonstrate they're
fucking
illegal?
example
That is
or
how I
scenario
demonstrate
there.
they're illegal.
Less than
You-
2
hey,
years
yo.
within 100 miles of the border. It's talking about individuals who fucking illegally crossed.
Yes.
Like right then and there at that moment. It's not talking about someone who's been
Within
here as a
2
legal
years.
permanent
Within
resident
2 years,
with a
not
green
immediately.
card for
They weren't
15
a
years.
green card holder. They weren't a citizen. Nice try.
Yes, they were.
Due
We're
process-
talking about that this whole thing has fucking wrapped up people in it who shouldn't be wrapped up in it. That's our point. There are people who are green card holders who are getting caught up in
This
this
black
shit in
ass act
profile.
like he can't
All
get
right?
wrapped up.
There
They're
are
not green
people
card
who are
holders.
getting
They're
profiled who are
visa holders.
citizens who are being pulled
There's
over by the
visa-
fucking
it's not
good old
citizen,
boy
it's not green
cops
card,
and
it's
reporting
visa
them to
holders,
ICE, and then
and
it turns
Marco
out they
Rubio,
have
the Secretary of
papers.
State, could fucking revoke your
Menace.
visa.
Menace, that's a lie. The guy in Columbia University had a green card, permanent
The guy
residency.
in Columbia
Revoked.
University? That's what he's saying, right? Want me to look him up?
Yes.
Revoked.
Look them up.
You said English is your second language. What's your first language?
I'm Haitian Creole.
His first language is stupid.
Maganese.
Okay, all right.
He speaks
You're Haitian.
Maganese.
You were born Haitian or you were born here?
I was born in
You were
Haiti.
born
I
in
got my
Haiti.
citizenship though.
You were
a
born in
citizen.
Haiti.
Nice
Your
try.
citizenship,
How'd you
buddy.
get your citizenship?
I got my
How'd you get your
from serving in
citizenship?
the
I'm just
United
wondering.
States military, the best fighting force
Ah,
ever created.
Okay, cool, great. So
Hey, look,
how
I'ma
did
tell
you get
guys
over
something.
here,
I'm
bro?
from Florida,
How did
and I
you
know
get
about
here,
the
big
Haitians.
dog?
The Haitians come over here and they think they better than
Temporary
everybody.
protected status. Temporary. That's the key word.
You know what? Yeah, you know what?
Okay,
They were-
cool. So
they were
yeah, the
both
same
Russian,
people
too.
under the same temporary protected status getting snatched up before
It's
they're able to get
always
their citizenship.
conservatives.
Gotcha.
It's always conservatives that pull the rug out from underneath them. Once you
Yeah,
guys
after
vote,
they get
everybody
this,
else
they
can
pull
go
the
fuck
ladder out.
themselves,
Yep.
right? That's
Hey,
the
bro,
conservative
listen,
demo.
bro. Hey guys, listen. I'm a Floridian, right? I deal with Haitians all the time. Them motherfuckers come over here with nothing. Dirt poor.
Your ass is
God
soccer,
knows
by
they
the
some
way. I've never met a
hard-working
Haitian
people.
who was any good at
But
fucking
no
soccer.
sooner than they get off that fucking boat or that plane, they think they better than any and everybody walking in this fucking country.
Bro, the Cubans.
I'm not gonna
the
lie.
Cubans,
Haitians are
bro.
kind of racist towards other people. I'm not gonna lie about that.
No, they racist towards
especially
their
a
own
black-
fucking people. They
especially
racist
to
towards people
American
that
black.
look like them.
Especially to American black. They think y'all just some
Cubans
hood
are
we
the
know that.
Haitians of the Latinos,
Oh, we
bro.
know that.
Believe me.
Same thing
Yeah.
with Africans.
Yeah, they just think y'all, bro.
I mean,
can you blame them? Can you
that
blame
explains why you're a conservative. It explains why you voted for Trump. We get it.
It's always,
I'm
it's
supposed to
always
be mad
let me
about
get
that.
mine.
Why?
And once I get mine,
Let me
fuck
guess. I'm a
everybody
tether.
else.
Oh, scathing.
No. I'd be down for that. I want more Haitians here. I want more Cubans.
Because you want someone to pick your crops, right? Because you don't can pay them a fair living wage,
I want
right?
more like.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired of looking at the Haitians.
Haitians.
It's time for their ass to go back because they think they better than us.
No, I like them here.
Right,
What I
yes,
don't
to me,
want-
everybody is welcome to this country.
Yeah, they should all they all belong here. What I don't want is for someone to take advantage of the system, get theirs, and then fuck everyone else right after they get theirs. That's bullshit.
If they came in
Man,
legal,
y'all, I can't believe we arguing with a guy that say he
Oh
a
yeah,
Marine and he a
oh yeah.
Haitian,
Just so you
and
know,
he think that he the
okay,
only
they're
one
gonna
supposed
they're
to be able to
revoking
come
his
here.
fucking green card status because you can revoke that shit too. Hey yo, I just looked it up. They're gonna revoke his green card status because he came here on a student visa.
No one's
and then he
saying
got-
that they can't revoke their green card.
Nobody's-
status.
yeah,
No
nobody's
one's saying that they
that.
can't.
So
We're
are
talking
y'all-
about the
are
due
y'all-
process,
are y'all
my
Hamas
guy.
supporters?
You're just taking their
Are
word
y'all Hamas
for it.
supporters?
Yeah, we all that, man. We all that. I just don't like Haitians.
Are we what? Are we what support?
Hamas supporters.
Hamas. They accuse them.
No,
of
what does that
being,
have to do with anything?
supporting Hamas?
No.
Because they brought up the Hamas dude.
That's what they're using it as.
No.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Not
It's a
at all.
political
Right.
witch hunt.
The Department of
I
Homeland
got
Security
questions.
came
So,
out and said that he
do
didn't
y'all
break
want our
the
border
law.
wide open and anyone that
They
wants
didn't
to come here,
charge
they
him
can
with
come in here?
anything.
I personally
That's
do.
what it sounds like.
No.
I personally do. Based.
So you want anyone
What
that
the
wants to come here
fuck?
could come in here, right? That's what you
That
said,
was-
right?
I do.
Yeah, as long as they're
So,
properly
there's
vetted,
no-
for sure.
are we gonna have a vetting process?
I just said as long as they're
Yes.
properly vetted, for sure.
Yes,
So-
absolutely.
Well, that's
So why
called,
didn't the Biden administration vet these people? How did
Has
Trendy
the
Araga?
borders?
How did
Hey,
Trendy
Marine,
Araga
has the
capture a
borders ever been
fucking
closed?
apartment building in Aurora, Colorado? If they were
That shit
properly
was
vetted.
fake. That was a lie.
That didn't happen.
Hey, yo.
That was a lie.
Yo, the news
No.
literally went from it's not happening to it's only a couple buildings, and y'all telling me it didn't happen now. Y'all need to stop watching CNN and
Wait.
MSNBC.
No. Hold on. The Trend Arawawa shit was blown way out of proportion.
Did they
When I
occupy
was-
a fucking
we got-
apartment in Colorado?
No.
You eat dogs?
Yeah.
Do you eat
Well,
dogs?
y'all want-
You
y'all wanna
snatch
look it
dogs
up.
up off the street and eat them?
Yeah, they,
Huh?
yeah, they eat cats
They
and
said-
dogs.
they said
Yeah, you
your-
eat cats
your
and dogs?
family
You
was
guys,
eating cats and
is that
dogs,
something
so I
y'all
guess it
do?
must be
Like
true.
honest
No,
questions.
Y'all want me to answer that question?
I don't look tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
Spider-
Yeah, they do.
I got a long answer for that, but I got a long answer for that one. Wait,
You
wait,
can just
I
say
pull
yes
up
or
a-
no.
I can pull up a. Wait, I'm about to drop a fucking
Yes,
link in
man,
the
they
chat
do.
so y'all can fucking look at this
Okay.
Haitian lady talking about the reason she has her cat tied up next to her is because they're gonna fucking cook her cat.
Damn,
I will
you
post
really about to
another
throw
video
young people
where
under the
someone's
bus like
fucking
that, huh?
actually cooking a fucking
my
cat.
God.
You want me to put that
No,
shit in
no,
the
no,
chat? All right then.
I'm asking.
What about
I'm
Koreans?
asking,
knew he was
Koreans
about
eat-
to
I'm
get
asking
Korean
you
ruckus.
in your
Last year,
experience as a
Koreans got-
Haitian.
last year,
Asking
Korean.
you.
In your your
last year,
experience as a
last
Haitian,
year,
bro? You ever eat a dog?
year- you got-
doesn't-
Last year,
you ever eat a
Korean
dog?
got rid of their fucking dog market. Koreans just
That boy said,
Yo, do you not want to answer
Prove
the
it to
question
Creo.
because you have?
Me
Man, this is
personally,
sad. You throw your
me
own
personally,
people.
I have not ate a cat, but shit, I heard that shit tastes like chicken. I'll fuck that shit up. My in-laws, they ate mountain lions, so mountain lions okay, but other cats ain't. Get the fuck out of here. The Koreans eat fucking dogs, but that's okay. Get the fuck out of here.
No, that's not okay.
Boy, a mountain lion is the dirtiest cat in the world, boy.
But in Colorado, they eat mountain lions all the time. So what's wrong with that?
That's not okay. Like, what are you talking about?
Do they?
So because the Koreans do it, it's cool. Is what you're saying?
I'm just saying that shit happens. I'm just saying when you bring people from poor ass countries and third world countries, they're gonna bring their fucking culture with them. And if their culture says, hey, they could eat that fucking cat, they can eat that dog, they're gonna do that shit when they get here.
If the law says they can't eat dogs, then they won't eat dogs.
Even if it's their culture.
I hope he's staying near Miami.
Right, because everybody follows the law.
Oh yeah, you're right. You know what? We should have no law since nobody.
Right.
No, but I'm saying everybody follows the law, right?
You just made an argument for no laws. Fucking brain.
No, everybody follows the law, right? Nobody breaks it.
Anarchist.
A captain, essentially,
right. And then we can come out and hunt you motherfuckers consequence free.
Because the
Hey, that first link I dropped in the chat is the lady fucking that have her cat on a fucking leash because she's afraid that someone's gonna eat it. The second link I put in the chat is the dude fucking cooking it. Go ahead and tell me these motherfuckers don't eat cat.
I don't care about anecdotes.
Listen, because the
why are you talking
Constitution,
about they don't do it? Why are you talking about
the Constitution is supposed to be, the law of the
So
land.
they're two separate videos? Like it's not one uncut scene of the guy taking the cat, killing the cat, skinning the cat, cooking the cat.
And one is the dude.
I don't care about anecdotes.
He cooking that bit up. He nasty with the wrist, boy.
We don't make national and systemic policy over
Fake news.
anecdotes.
Fake news. Easy. It's all you gotta do. All you gotta do is say fake news.
over
And it's
there.
immediately not true.
That shit happens
Just say
over
fake
there.
news.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
Just like in Korea,
That's
they
fake
eat
news.
dogs.
I call it
Just
the
like in
fake. I'm pulling
Colorado,
the
they
fake
eat
news
mountain
card,
lions.
dude. It means that it's immediately not true.
Just like in Korea,
Wait,
they
what
eat
happened?
dogs, and just like in fucking Colorado, they eat mountain lions.
We strayed away from the topic by a lot. Like a lot.
It's because they always
let a
say that I'm
12-year-old
trying to
in here?
fucking like void the question, and when I try to answer the question, like another one.
tell
Same
them
dude
off
in chat
topic.
and tried to call me out and told me to come up in the box. You and you're 12 years old.
Just yeah. I mean, well, nah, I'm not.
Hey, you don't want them 12-year-old hands, bro. He going through puberty. He'll put them paws on you.
I'm not 12.
Man, if you don't
I'm
stop.
not 12, but I'm also not 18.
I got my money on Chase and some soft hand liberal. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey yo,
Hey,
Robert,
man,
I got a question.
if you
What
say
happened
no
to
Miami,
I got a question. You still waiting for reparations?
You say you Haitian, right? If you stay
Are you still waiting for
Miami,
reparations?
I pray to God that Michael Zono catch your ass and do something to you.
Are you
boy.
praying for reparations? Are you still waiting for that, Robert? Every 4 years, Democrats come and
Am
say,
I waiting?
we're going to
Man,
give
I
you
don't give a
reparations.
fuck about no reparations. I already got my reparations. Can't
then-
you see me in my house cooking?
Then what?
I'm
then what-
living the American dream.
So am I,
It's
big
you,
dog.
goddamn. It's people like you waiting
I'm
on some
living
more
in the house
stimulus
too.
check
I got my
from
quarter acre
Donald
for
Trump.
myself. What's up?
What the fuck is you talking about?
Oh, he's got a whole quarter acre, gentlemen. Whole quarter acre.
From
Well, congratulations.
He can walk through his front yard, through
Somebody
the front
my
door,
way
out the
for
back to
my
his backyard
reparations.
in 3
So why
seconds
why
flat.
you like the Democratic Party so much, Robert?
Why do I like the Democrats? Because they ain't a bunch of selfish motherfuckers. They think about more than just themselves. That's why.
Like what?
They ain't a bunch of
Nah,
crooks.
Like what? Like what?
They
I
not a bunch of
disagree
crooks.
what?
with Robert, by the way.
What do
Oh,
they?
you want an example?
like
Yeah, what
Oprah.
did the Democrats do for everybody? Go ahead.
All right, now hold your mouth right and shut
I
up.
got
Let me
you.
tell
I'll be quiet.
How? Now, let me explain to you how. First things first, here recently, a little bit after the presidential or before the presidential election, one of the two, Bernie Sanders was questioning a Republican that was sitting down. He was questioning him. And he asked him about was he willing to a living wage? The selfish son of a bitch sat there and said no.
Say that question again. I didn't understand that. Sorry.
No.
Yeah, you cut in and out.
Sorry.
That's not a question. That was a statement.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't really hear that statement. It was like you coming in and out. Can you say that again, please?
Okay, now here's the thing. Recently, okay, there was a Senate hearing when Bernie Sanders had one of the Republican senators sitting down, he asked him in the hearing, do you support raising minimum wage to a living wage? The selfish son of a bitch said no. He don't. On national TV. And these are the fucking pigs.
So what did he do for you again?
That you support.
My bad. I didn't really hear that. You said that all he did was
That's
ask a
what they
question.
doing for me. They fight for people. They fight for people, for the working class Americans.
Yo, can you
to have
mute
a
the dude
fucking
at the
living
top,
wage.
yo? Hey, mute the dude at the top.
That's what they're doing.
You should see the proctologist.
They're fighting for people that look like me to have a fucking living wage.
So
Did you miss that
No,
part?
he didn't do.
wrong.
All I heard, he ain't do shit for me. He just asked the dude questions. He asked him, what did him ask the question get you?
Like I just said, I'm gonna say this shit one more time for you, brother. And maybe I missed. Maybe it went over your big ass
Can
head.
I repeat to make sure I heard you correctly?
Or maybe it hit you in the face and you ain't
Can I
realize.
repeat and make sure I heard you correctly? You said Bernie Sanders asked a Republican, can you?
No, you ain't got to repeat it. I'm gonna make sure you heard me correctly. I'm gonna tell you. Democrats are fighting day in and day out for working class Americans like me to obtain a living wage. That's the most important fucking thing.
How
Where
are they
does that
doing
show?
that? What
How does that show?
I'll give you
Bernie
something
how
concrete.
long have Bernie Sanders been in Congress or Senate? And how,
Okay.
like, what have he done? What building he
Brother,
get
I ain't
involved?
just talking about no fucking Bernie Sanders. I'm talking about
You
all
just
Democrats.
talked about Bernie Sanders. The name you
Okay.
first brought up was Bernie Sanders, and you didn't say he. You said he didn't.
Well, I did,
but
well,
ask
okay
questions.
then, but I'm just letting you know. I was
Use it
just
as an
talking about
example,
Bernie.
so you can't say you.
I'll give you something concrete. I have the job that I have right now in cybersecurity because Gavin Newsom, and actually not him, I'm in San Francisco. So the mayor, I think he was the mayor before, but one of these mayors decided to do free city college so that I could go and get my education. I'm graduated with my degree in cybersecurity because of the free city program. And now guess what? I pay taxes that go back into funding Free City, and I don't complain about it. I don't whine. I don't bitch, because that's exactly that was the contract. That's the unwritten contract. I benefit from something that other people paid for, so that I get to pay that shit forward, so that somebody after me can get that same opportunity.
So he just like using
That's
other
what
people's
it's
money.
Hey, and I ain't want to put my business.
Instead of working for your
I ain't
own
want to
money,
put my
you
business
rather
out
have someone
there.
else's money so you could go to college. That's what I heard.
Hey host, I ain't want to put my business out there because I don't like talking my shit, but I'm gonna tell you this, and this real talk. Democrats are the reason why I got a fucking Class A CDL and I'm a truck driver, make over $100,000 a year. Democrats did that for me.
How
A
did
poor
they do
boy
that for
from
you?
Pahokee, Florida. I'm pretty sure.
How did Democrats
If you
get
know
you a
where, if
CDL?
you from Florida, they created fucking programs.
What was the
They
program
created programs and
what was
they
the program that the Democrats created?
Okay, now if you're gonna shut up and let me tell you what they created. All right. So the FMCSA allowed companies. Do you know what the FMCSA
Looking
is,
it up
by the
right
way?
now. FMCSA.
Okay. Yeah. Federal Motor Carriers Association.
And what? And you said the Democrats created this?
Yeah. They created programs. Listen to me, they didn't create that. They didn't create the FMCSA.
Then
But
what
you
did
know
they
who Pete
create? What did
Buttigieg
they-
is, don't you?
No, stop. You told me that the Democrats created the FMCMA. Now you're saying they didn't create that. So why did you mention the
I didn't.
FMCA?
You talking. You over talk. You talk so fast you can't even hear me.
What did the Democrats create? Was it the FMCSA? You said
Now,
no.
if you would shut the fuck up and let me talk, I tell you.
Go ahead.
Damn. So now, the FMCSA under a Democratic term or rule, which was Pete Buttigieg, gave companies, incentives, loans or money, not loans, but money and incentives to bring students in or inspiring truck drivers, gave them the money to train these students to become truck drivers and to get them their CDLs. And I'm one of those students.
Under what program?
Thank you for
did
holding
Pete
your mouth
Buttigieg-
right while I finish.
Under what program did Pete
Yeah.
Buttigieg create this again? You said Pete Buttigieg.
I thank you for holding your mouth right
You're
while
not
I
gonna answer
finish.
the
Just
question. I
go
have
and
a
look it
follow-up
up.
question. You said Pete Buttigieg created did what now? Pete Buttigieg did something for the FMCSA.
I didn't say Buttigieg created nothing. I said
It's
under
the
him.
larger point. It doesn't matter if it was Pete Buttigieg. The point is Democrats, liberals did this. That's the larger
The
point.
FMCSA
Don't
made
get hung up
before
on the
Pete
specific-
Buttigieg. What are you talking about?
I didn't say
listen,
that.
if
Pete
you listen,
Buttigieg
hold on. I think I can
created
First,
FMCSA.
y'all talking about the. Y'all
Listen, I
trying to
think
get
I can
the-
articulate it a little better so you
here's
can
the thing.
understand.
A Republican
Ready?
didn't do it. A
Listen.
Republican would have cut that.
Well, that's not
You
that's
mean
just
a
going to get
Republican
him
would
to
have cut my
ask some
tax
other
dollars
question.
going for
Listen.
just for people to go to school, so they have to pay for
This
this
is
shit
the
themselves?
point that I think.
Yes.
So
This
what's
is
wrong
the
with
point
so
that I
so
think
if you
Rob
tell
was
me
trying
that-
to
so if
illustrate.
you tell me that my
All right?
tax dollars goes to fucking someone need to go to school because they can't afford that shit themselves.
Yes.
Full
Yeah,
fuck.
Yes.
yeah. Hold on.
That
Hold
shit
on.
was that.
Slow down for a second. Slow down for a second.
Guess
When
what?
you say the government,
Guess
you
what?
mean the government took taxpayer
Stop
dollars away from
spiraling.
taxpayers?
Stop spiraling.
When you say that, you're talking about the government took taxpayer dollars away from taxpayers to do some fucking program for other people. That's what I'm hearing. And
Yes.
Yes, because guess what?
I'd rather my
If it's a
tax
truck
dollars
driver
go to
like me, your
fucking
monkey ass won't
aircraft
eat.
carriers.
Yeah.
Right. So you
My
rather it
God.
go to Elon Musk?
How's it
Listen,
going to
my guy,
Elon
listen,
Musk?
Hold on.
No.
Elon Musk has
You said-
multiple. He has multiple federal contracts.
Why did Biden give him a
Multiple.
$400
Oh yeah,
million
let's talk about
contract?
that. That's why I joined originally.
Hey, that's good.
Well, no,
man. You
Biden-
rather
Biden-
give your money to a billionaire that ain't gonna give a
Biden
shit
gave
about you
$400
than
million
give it to a truck
contract to
driver
Elon Musk.
that's
And y'all
gonna
have a problem
deliver
with
your
him?
It
fucking
was
food day in and day
400,000.
out.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what the problem. Here's where the problem is. On day one, all right, basically on day one after Doge was announced and that was penned in by Donald Trump and Elon was going to lead it. He said, okay, verbatim, I will recuse myself. This is Elon. He said, I will recuse myself if there's a conflict, because that was a question that he was given. Like, and what are you going to do? You already have federal contracts. And he's like, well, yeah, we're going to be transparent and I'll recuse myself, obviously, if there's contracts that are conflicts. That's what he said. Okay. And then here we are just a few short months later. All right. And they are suspending contracts that have already been in place and already planned. One of them was with Verizon to overhaul the communication system with the FFA, and they're going to cancel that. They're talking about canceling it and awarding it to who? To Starlink. There are other contracts in the DoD that they are going to suspend, and who are they thinking about awarding it to? To Starlink. Like, if you don't have a problem with that, you're either just intentionally ignorant, like you're pretending like it doesn't bother you, or you're just
guess
a piece
what?
of shit. Like I don't know
Elon Musk
how
and
else
all
to
his
fucking
little
put it.
Doge sycophants, them bitches going to prison for lying to a federal
The
judge.
first one you mentioned was the
Elon
FFA
Musk
contract
lied
with
to a
daggone,
federal judge.
The first one you mentioned was the fucking FFA contract with fucking Verizon, right? Or did I get it wrong, something wrong?
Yes.
You said that's getting canceled for Starlink.
I didn't say it's getting canceled. I don't know if it is going to get canceled, but there were talks that they were planning on, the Trump administration, when I say they were planning on canceling the contract with Verizon and thinking about awarding it to Starlink. There are other contracts that are in place that they're talking about now to suspend and doing the same thing. There should be no contracts awarded to any business that Elon owns while he has this special appointment over Doge. There should be none.
I got a question.
Hey,
What
this
about-
guy act like he fucking.
if it's better
Hey,
or
the
not.
host act
The
like he
point
dumb.
is-
The more y'all.
I got a question. You said that the contracts weren't canceled for Verizon, or they're planning on canceling them, or they're thinking
It's not
about
even
that.
the point.
What does
It's
it
not even
matter?
the
What's your point, dude?
So
Fucking
you're
land
trying-
the plane.
I'm trying to
Land your
figure-
plane.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about. You saying that
It's
these
not even the
contracts were
point.
fucking
The
being
point
thought
is the
about getting
corruption.
canceled for Verizon to go to Starlink.
Bro, okay, let's
It's
back
not
it
the
up.
point.
Let's
It's
back
not
it
the
up a
point.
little
Don't get
bit.
hung
Let's
up on that.
dissect it and bring it down to.
Okay, which one
The
y'all?
point is, Elon Musk is directly.
Okay, one of y'all talking at a time. All right, go ahead. One of y'all
Okay,
at a time.
listen. Do you let's break it down to this then? Do you think that it would be a conflict of interest for someone working in the government in an official capacity to have a government contract while they're working as a public servant for this country?
Do I think that if someone?
Do you think
working
that that's a conflict of interest?
Do I think it's a conflict?
Man,
of
that's
interest
too hard for you to answer.
Do I think? If
What's
someone's-
that?
Do I think if someone's working in the government, my bad, say it again. Say government, someone working. in the
All I'm
government-
saying is do you think, like, okay, let's just say government, or not even government, but someone like a police officer. It could be just a fucking police officer. Let's say a police officer He ends up he's got a contracting business on the side, and then he ends up doing a contract with the city to fucking remodel the police department. Do you think that's a conflict of interest?
Okay,
Do you think that there was a fair bidding process that went on there?
I don't understand what you're trying to say. You think because if Elon works in fucking Starlink and that's some fucking communication shit, that he's gonna get a communication contract over somebody else, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to
That's what he's doing.
You think that's if I think that's fair, right? Me
Yes,
personally, I
sure.
don't think
Just
I don't-
in general. Doesn't
me
have to be
personally,
Elon,
I
could
don't
be
think
anybody.
That's right. But where has it been done?
Let us say.
Where has
Let
it been
us
done?
say then
Where has
that
it
Hunter
been done?
Biden. Let's say Hunter
Where he
Biden.
just got that $400 million. It was just done recently when he got the $400 million.
He got that $400 million contract before he was even part of the Trump administration. He got that under the
And guess
Biden
what? When
administration.
Trump
So what are you talking about?
signed the executive order to undo everything, that should have been undone
He
too.
had signed an executive order to
Oh,
undo
okay.
everything. What are you talking about? He undo certain things.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I'll give you
He
that.
signed the executive order to undo everything Sleepy Joe
He
did. Look, man,
didn't
here's
sign
the
an
thing.
executive
Hey,
order
look,
to
look, brother. Look, brother. Hey,
You just saying some stupid shit right now. You don't know the fuck
Here's
you're
the-
talking
here's the-
about.
here's the thing.
He didn't
The
sign an
moment
executive order
Elon-
to undo everything.
The
He
moment
did-
Elon
he
began
did
working
undo a
on
lot of the stuff
they
that
should
Biden
have
did.
rendered
Go
his
ahead, talk.
contract.
Here's the thing.
Go ahead, talk.
Hold on. So real quick.
Are not happy.
So you said you do think it's
I
not
think
good
it's
for
a
him to have a
conflict of
conflict.
interest. Yes, if he's getting communication contracts because of his company and stuff like that, I'm saying that's conflict of interest. But where is it happening?
Thank you.
Is it happening?
Him being in charge of appointing federal contracts it's a conflict of interest around
Show
the
me
board.
where he's benefiting from
here's
it.
this one.
His
Here's this one.
position.
He-
His
here, I
position.
got one.
Contract did he
benefiting?
get?
Why is all the
Listen,
stock
I got
down?
one right here.
Contract
Ready?
did he
Ready?
get?
It's
He's about to
hold
tell
on.
you.
Okay, it's already a conflict
more
of
y'all
interest
talk to
because
this
he
dude,
already
the
has
dumber you get.
contracts with the government.
My
right?
point,
He's
that's my
obviously
point.
not going
They
to
were
cut.
given by
He's
Joe
obviously not going
Biden.
to cut his own contracts, right? He's not going to do that. Okay.
wait,
All right.
wait,
We
you're not
know
working
that
with
he has
lobbyists?
not been awarded any new contracts, but he shouldn't be awarded any.
That's
new
not
contracts, right? Do
lobbying.
you
What are
agree
you
with that?
talking about?
Do you
David,
agree with
understand my
that?
question. I already said if Elon Musk is benefiting from his position in government, I don't agree with that. Now I'm saying, where is he benefiting from his position in government?
No one
And
can
y'all just
answer.
saying,
Only
if
the
he does it,
knowledge.
if he does it, where did
if.
he do it? Or are you talking about when he
Hey,
saved those
guys, this-
astronauts? So when he saved
He
those
just
astronauts,
told you
This
about the
man-
Verizon
Hey,
contract.
this man. Hey,
you told me the Verizon contract.
stop
was-
muting me, bro.
Bro,
Goddamn.
then shut the fuck up when I'm talking. You keep on trying to cut me off. Damn motherfucker shit. You
Shit,
told me
everybody
that
else
these-
talking when you-
you told me that these Verizon contracts got cut. Yes or no?
Correct.
So the Verizon
They are
contract-
in a lawsuit. Verizon is taking them to court.
You tell me the Verizon contract got cut. So I could know. I'm looking this shit up right now, right?
Verizon, they first and foremost, it wasn't fully, the contract was never signed, right? You know how the federal contracts take a while. You got to bid, right? They were in the final stages. They were getting ready
2023,
to
Verizon
get
was
the
awarded a
sign.
10-year contract. Go ahead.
Right, but as it went through, it got pulled, right?
They were awarded it in 2023.
Is it still ongoing?
The FFA has not officially canceled the $2.4 billion contract with Verizon.
Oh, damn. So it's not a conflict of interest.
No, it's
No,
still
you
is.
guys,
It is.
you
It's
like,
a
you
competitor.
fuckers fail to see the
So,
point.
anyway,
You
if you guys
fuckers
are still
just are
fucking-
so
it's his
intentionally
competitor.
fucking.
Bro, he had it.
Unbelievable.
Why is the contract not canceled?
Sesame Street?
The contract wasn't
bro,
canceled.
listen to me, you fucking
It's
dimwit,
still
you
a conflict
thick-headed
of
fucking
interest.
idiot.
I agree with you.
All right?
And when
It's
he
really
if he's
not
benefiting
difficult,
from that,
dude.
then there should be something
Wait.
that happens. But if he's not,
So it doesn't
benefiting
even
from that,
bother you
not
in the
happening.
slightest. It doesn't even bother you in the slightest that there are talks and there are plans actively going on right now in the White House under the Trump administration to cancel
nothing has
said
happened.
contracts plus others
What are you
to
talking
award
about?
to
Wait, you
Starlink.
said
It doesn't bother you.
You said there's talks right now.
Pull your
going
fucking
in-
head out of your ass, motherfucker.
Bro,
Dude,
just
you
answer a
pretend
fucking
like you
question,
don't know
bro.
what's going on.
Dude,
Bro, you talking about this
Verizon
is
doesn't
happening.
have to lose the.
Y'all talking
Verizon
about
doesn't
this
have
shit
to
is
lose
happening.
their contract.
Y'all talk about this shit is happening.
Hey.
I'm asking y'all, where did this shit happen? Y'all said, oh, it haven't happened. Well, don't you think that's wrong? It haven't fucking happened. What the fuck y'all bitching about? Damn, bro, y'all could get on the
Hey,
rap or
Hope.
some shit.
Hey,
And
Hope.
when it
another one.
happens, you're gonna fucking do some
If
bend
something
over
happens,
and
I will be
mental
against that
gymnastics.
shit.
Like, well,
I
actually,
just said
it's
that I'm
okay.
against that.
It already
I
happened.
just said I'm against
Hey,
that.
Hope.
I just said I'm against that.
It
Did I
already
not?
happened. Here's another example. Elon fired
Hey,
the
host.
people, example, like Elon wants X to be like a financial tool. he fired the people that would have overseen the regulation of that precisely so that he could make that happen.
Who did he fire specifically? Who are you talking about? So I can know
He
what's the
fired
search.
all 5 IGs that was investigating him.
Elon fired
Yeah,
all
'cause
5
he wanted-
IGs that were investigating him. That's why I got to search up.
Yeah. No, it was
Him and,
17.
that shit
It
up
was
too.
17. It was 17 of them.
Elon fired 17
Inspector General.
IGs that were investigating him.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey,
fired
look,
the
guys, I'm gonna say
regulators
this
that
because
would've
the host don't
prevented-
stop talking. I want to say this real quick. The host is the guy that would rather pay taxes for a guy to send big rockets in the sky just for them bitches to blow up.
Who the fuck
rather
said they're
than
astronauts
use
again?
his taxpayer.
Who said they're
Listen to me,
astronauts?
guy.
They actually
Hey, listen to me,
returned
guy. Listen to me.
to his
Rather than to let somebody use his tax dollars to create educations
Get a fucking
departments
job, earn that
so
shit
that
yourself.
people
Stop
can
being
make
fucking
truck
lazy.
drivers, so that people can make
Join
truck
the
drivers
fucking
to feed
military.
his stupid ass.
Why
Join
would
the
Because
fucking
if we
military
just-
and
Welcome back
get
to
that
the
free
military.
college
He's not
If we don't
paying
move
tax
soon,
dollars.
if
to
we
pay
don't
to
move,
use
your
government
dumb ass don't need
so he can get his
to.
citizenship.
Hey, and if we don't move, if those wheels don't roll, your dumb ass don't eat.
If those what don't roll,
But you want to send your tax dollars
if
into
those what
space.
don't roll, you said, huh?
You want to send your money up there to fucking explode in
Bro,
midair.
so you saving astronauts that were stuck because the Biden administration didn't want to talk to Elon? Oh, fuck those astronauts, right? But you want to say, but my
Look,
tax
I
dollars you go
commend
to
them for
fucking
going to
people
get
that
it, but
can't
I'm
afford to
just
get their
letting you know
education
the
by
facts.
themselves. That's sort of dependent on the fucking federal government. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to pay for other people's schooling. That's just stupid.
Let me get a big screen, please.
So why should I have to pay for your schooling?
Well, for those of us that
Pay
aren't
for it.
stupid and would like to go to school,
Why should you
I
have
mean,
to
yeah,
pay
it's a
for
good
my
idea.
salary?
But I just went to
Why
the
should you
trade.
have to pay for me to fucking go to work every day and put my vest on to make sure your streets are safe?
Hey, can I
Maybe
get
you
the
should
big
stop
screen?
paying taxes altogether.
That's
Get rid of the fucking police. Get rid of the
That's
fire
a cost,
department.
yeah.
So that way all my buddies don't have to put
But
your
I'm not
fucking
being
house
paid
out
for
with lights on
someone to go
fire.
get a truck
Hey,
driver.
Menace,
That
can I get the
doesn't
big screen?
require that much work. But
Go
anybody
hire some
else
private security to keep your neighborhood safe. Don't fucking call me
No.
when shit goes down.
As a, I
I'm
never
not
Can I get
talking
the big
about you.
screen?
I'm not calling you.
Officer.
Shit,
Can
I
I
got
get the-
an
can I
AR
get
and
the
I got a
screen?
fucking
About
P320.
having issues about
That's why I
paying
used
for
to
a
keep
Big
me
dog,
safe, bitch.
big
Get the
dog.
fuck out of here.
Can I get the big screen, please?
It's about
Wait,
schooling. Why the
first,
fuck would I want to pay for
I'm
that
looking
guy's
up for these
school?
17 fucking these 17 IGs. I'm not seeing any article about that. Elon was
It
Elon
was
investigated
five,
by
bro.
17
Look
IGs.
up the regulators. Fuck, hold on, let me think.
And how are you
Ex financial.
Democrats defunding the police?
Fuck, hold on, let me look it up. Hold on. Let me
I'd rather my tax dollars go to the police than somebody that can't afford an education to go and stuff. That's for me personally. I'd rather my tax dollars go to
That's
that person
good.
that's actually doing something than someone that's, hey, I don't know if they're gonna be successful at that school or not. So why should I have to pay for them? If they want to do that, they should take out
That's
the student
good.
loans and take on the
Because
take
guess
on the
what?
risk themselves.
When COVID hit,
You want to know
guess
what
what? When
countries don't
COVID
have
hit,
this
we
kind of
kept
government,
this fucking
don't have this
country
kind of
moving.
Americans.
And guess what?
They
When
have
the
such a
military
higher
need
elevated
equipment
level of
moved around,
society.
guess who moved that
all
shit?
all the fucking Western European countries and the Scandinavian countries where they actually take care of their citizens, where society as a whole
They
understands and they
depend
all
on us
chip in and take
militarily.
care
They're
of each
scared of
other.
Russia right now.
They
can't even protect
they
themselves. They're scared
all
of Russia
chip
and they're
in,
depending on
they're all fine
America.
with
I don't know how
it.
it's
They're all
supposed
fine
to
with it.
look
But
in
over here,
schools
our
and protect your
politicians sow
Nobody's
this
scared of
division. You
Russia.
fall for the fucking propaganda and you suck
Ain't
it all
nobody
the way down
scared
to
of
the balls
Russia.
and believe everything they say.
Hey, the Marine talking all that.
These Scandinavian
Hey, the
countries
fake-
he's
the
talking
fake
about, they're
Marine-
scared of Russia.
Yeah,
Come on
that's
now.
what
The
you
fake
think.
Marine talking
That's
all
what you
that
think.
shit.
Aren't you in the Coast
When
Guard?
y'all need y'all tanks
Aren't you
and
in the
shit
Coast
moved,
Guard?
don't call us.
Aren't you in the Coast Guard? Bro, when we move near our tanks and
Ooh,
shit,
I
we
was-
get contractors, big dog.
I was in the National Guards.
Oh,
But
the
when y'all need
National
y'all
Guard.
shit moved,
Okay.
don't call the truck drivers
Okay,
to
the
come move
National
shit.
Guards. Bro, we have
When
truck
y'all
drivers
shit
in the
need to be
military
moved-
too. We have trains and shit
When
that we
y'all
can fucking
shit
use
need
that
to
shit.
be
Get the
moved,
fuck out of here. You
y'all
what
don't got enough
what
trucks
a
to
7
move
ton
this
is?
shit. That's why
You know what
y'all
a 7
always
ton is,
bring in
right?
contractors.
Yeah, because
That's
we
why
can
y'all
afford that
always
shit.
bring in
We can
contractors.
afford that shit. You
Because
can't
the
afford
shit-
that
you don't
fucking
have
fuel,
enough
so
and
my
the shit
tax
is
dollars
too
shouldn't go to
slow.
that shit. My tax dollars
Yo,
shouldn't
that's
go to
why
that shit.
your
You can't fucking
shit
afford
is
your
Can I get
Listen,
big
don't
screen.
pay attention. Dude, stand on your words.
No,
Stop
can I get
paying
the
your
big
taxes.
screen?
Then.
Why should we
Because you're a
listen
pussy.
to? Okay,
Bro,
Why
can
should
I
we
get
go
the
for
big?
conservatives
Can I
then?
get the big screen?
Okay, the person that wanted the big screen, go ahead, unmute.
Thank you. Bag. Can I get the big screen? You want to read this together?
Go ahead, read it.
Replacing the existing contract with Verizon, which was awarded in 2023.
Where are you reading starting at? You said start. Where's he starting at? Is it the highlighted portion?
The whole paragraph. The contract that you pulled up that they were awarded in 2023.
Read the whole thing. Read the whole
right?
thing. Read the whole thing. Read it.
I just did.
You just said replacing the contract that. Read the whole thing. Start from the top to the bottom. Go ahead.
He brought it up for you to read it.
Why? Why is he potentially replacing it? No. Answer me this. Why is he potentially replacing it?
Where does it say? Where are you getting that source? This is fucking the AI shit that's summarizing the shit, right? What's the fucking what's the source that's getting that shit from?
It says 8+ sources. They're all in the upper right.
What are the 8+ sources?
It says NBC, CNN,
what are you talking about? It takes
a bunch of sources.
That's what it does.
It's synthesizing from all those sources.
Correct.
It's summarizing it. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm just reading considering. I'm
Okay. When it says that, the FAA is considering that, who in the FAA is considering that? What is it talking about? Like, I need like more than just considering replacing that shit. Who are they talking? Who said that?
Okay. You're missing the forest for the trees. We wouldn't even be reading this. Bro, we wouldn't be reading this article if it weren't.
Hey man, the man was a Marine and he from Haiti. He was a DEI hire.
If it weren't for conflict of interest,
Menace, answer me this, right? If they awarded Verizon the contract in 2023, right? Why is there any way possible, potentially, or whatsoever, that it should be replaced with Starlink if Verizon has already been awarded the contract?
That's the point. This article shouldn't exist.
Scroll down.
Because there's a conflict of interest. We're reading this. Does that make sense?
Washington Post. Washington Post.
Okay.
SpaceX confirms.
The fact that this
Washington Post.
exists
Oh my goodness.
is the problem.
Would you say Washington Post? What?
I'm about to read this stuff for y'all. The Washington Post. This is from Washington Post. SpaceX confirms Starlink works at FAA, but denies bid to replace Verizon. The company says that Starlink terminals are being tested at partial fix to aging systems and could serve as a long-term upgrade. SpaceX confirms Starlink works at FAA, but denies bid to replace Verizon. Washington Post. Now go ahead.
And meanwhile, Reuters, the U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, said on Tuesday, this is going back March 11th, okay, so this is fairly recent, said on Tuesday that Verizon is not moving fast enough, end quote, in its $2.4 billion 15-year telecom contract with the FFA. Duffy, who plans to ask Congress for tens of billions of dollars to reform air traffic control, spoke after Elon Musk's Starlink unit last week denied it wanted to take over. I want companies that want to move fast, Duffy said. I can't wait 10 years. The American people can't wait 10 or 12 years to lay fiber. Dude, they want to use Starlink.
Where did it say he want to use Starlink? He just said he wants companies to move faster.
Bro, we get the fact that they're laying the ground.
This is what y'all do. Y'all read something that kind of agrees with y'all.
You might not know because you're not technically.
And then when someone questioning you about it, say, "Oh, you're being intellectually dishonest. Oh, you're lying about this." Bro, I just read it. I said the source that I got from, not just some AI compiled source that even got like the first link after that just gets contradicted. Come on now. And then your own thing.
What was contradicted?
Then your own thing didn't say anything about fucking Elon Musk or SpaceX or whatever Starlink taking over that shit. It just said that Duffy, right, wanted people that could move faster. Duffy didn't say, I want
Sean
Elon
Duffy, the U.S. Transportation Secretary, right? Let's go down a little further here.
Sean Duffy, what you just said, Sean Duffy didn't say,
I want
Elon Musk to do this shit. I want Starlink to do this shit. Did he, or am I wrong? Go ahead, read that shit.
I'm trying to read that to you, but you're going to deny the truth.
You gotta let me finish talking.
But the contract was already awarded.
You ready?
Yeah, the contract's already awarded.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Starlink.
The contract's already awarded. It didn't say anything about getting cut for Starlink, did it? Go. You could talk now.
Wait. You're contradicting yourself, right? Because if they have the contract, right? If they have the contract already, then there's no need, right? So then there's no need
to get someone that could do
for
it faster.
Starlink to come in.
They didn't. Okay, what are you talking about? Starlink's already working with the FAA. First of all, that's what I just read. He read another thing that says he wants someone to move faster than taking 10, 15 years because that's what the contract Verizon got is, right? So what are you talking about?
Look, if you're gonna do another contract,
true.
If you're gonna no, sure. If you're gonna reward Starlink their own personal contract, sure. That's the case, I'm not arguing that, but that's not what they're saying, right? They're trying to replace Verizon with Starlink after Verizon has already been awarded the contract. That's the conflict of interest. That's the problem.
Even more to the point,
SpaceX have denied any intention to take over Verizon's $2.4 billion contract. They already work with the FFA.
The FFA said it was testing 3 Starlink terminals at a government facility in Alaska.
Yeah, they already work with the FFA.
And again, I'll read the quote again that you kept muting me on.
Okay.
Starlink is a possible partial fix to an aging system.
Where does it say it's replacing Verizon? Where does it say it's replacing Verizon? Tell me.
God, dude, you're fucking grasping at straws. You just don't want to be wrong so bad. Like, we're not even asking for you to admit that you're wrong already.
Hey, this motherfucker, we're not Russian troll.
You guys are missing the point. That it wasn't awarded.
You're missing the point.
You said that it's just replacing Starlink is replacing Verizon. No article or anything you pulled up says it's replacing Starlink. It said they're already doing that shit. They said that the $2.4 billion contract is not getting anything to it.
I did.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
Starlink should not even be in the running.
Yo, you got a little round, squeaky
They're
rubber
not
nose you could just put over your face right now because you're an absolute fucking clown.
What you
my
said?
guy.
What you said? I didn't hear you. You just keep talking over people. I'm not.
You got a little round, squeaky rubber nose you can put over your face because you're a clown. That's what I said.
Before you start doing
That's what I said.
Hey, hope she's still doing the mental gymnastic shit, man.
What?
And
The
you
fact
suck
they're
at it,
even
man.
mentioning Starlink means that
I might give you that golden fucking medal now. I might give you the golden medal.
Y'all just mad because y'all can't fucking read.
Okay, the
FFA
fact that
denied
Starlink
bids
is
to
even
replace Verizon.
mentioned.
They clearly denied the bid to replace Verizon. Where the fuck are you reading these fucking sources from? Oh, the AI
Starlink
compiled it
shouldn't
for
even
me
be
so I can be a
mentioned.
fucking retard now. The AI
I
compiled it
told
for
you,
me
I
so
just
don't
read an
gotta any
article
further
directly
looking
from
shit up
Reuters
now.
where they directly quoted Sean Duffy.
Starlink.
Sean
shouldn't
Duffy
even
said
be
that the
mentioned.
Sean Duffy said
The
that Verizon is moving too
Yes,
slow.
and then he also said,
Hold
you
on,
dumb
hold on,
fuck,
hold on,
Starlink is a
hold on.
possible potential fix for an aging system.
Hold on.
Jesus
What
fucking
so
Christ,
you
in the
said-
same
hold on,
article,
hold on,
my guy, in the
you said
same
Starlink
article.
is a potential
That
fix.
means that they're laying the
Hold
groundwork.
on. So Menace. Quick question. So using AI makes you what?
I'm saying they're being lazy
If
because they're
you're
just fucking reading the
going off
fucking
AI,
compound shit and
it's
not going any
stupid.
further research. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, but that's Doge whole program is
No,
running
it's not.
everything with AI.
Yeah,
So-
Doge has been using AI. Dude, don't tell me it's not. You fucking
Didn't your
great value.
president just get
You just
somebody
joined
to
the chat.
invest
You don't even know what's going on.
$500 billion in AI?
Spending millions of dollars on fucking Sesame Street is worth it.
No, stop.
Yeah,
You're
have you
not
seen
quoting
Literate
me. You're not
What?
quoting me exactly. You're just trying to say, oh, you said AI? Hey, they said AI too. That's what y'all
I'm
saying.
asking you.
Y'all
I'm asking you. I didn't
What
quote
did
you.
I say?
I asked you.
What did I say?
I asked you.
And what was your-
I asked
go
you.
ahead,
I
ask your
didn't
question
say. I
again.
didn't.
You guys say Doge.
I said, what did you say about?
Off an answer off AI.
I said that they're
When you
using
break
fucking,
value,
they're
Slim
being
Shady,
lazy using
use your
fucking
big boy
AI, not
voice,
doing
we
any
can't
further
hear you.
research past that. That's what I said.
Right. So you're lazy. So that's what I'm asking you. I wanted you to clarify. So if you use AI, you're lazy,
No,
right? So
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's a bad paraphrasing. I didn't say if you lose AI, you're lazy. I'm saying they're being lazy because they're not doing any further research. When literally all I gotta do is scroll down past the AI where the Washington Post clearly says the FFA. Starlink, SpaceX confirmed Starlink works at.
Oh, his own
FFA.
doublespeak is tripping him up, guys. It's hilarious.
SpaceX confirmed Starlink works at the FFA, but denies bids to replace Verizon.
And what I'm saying is Starlink shouldn't even be mentioned. Elon should have recused Starlink from even being in the running to replace
So SpaceX
It
shouldn't have sent
shouldn't-
anyone
no.
to fucking save those astronauts. That's because that's
No,
Elon
That's
Musk, right?
unrelated. That's another straw man.
No.
Do you know what a straw man fallacy is? Listen, when you're done, go on Google and look up what a straw man fallacy is, and then
You're telling me
Ain't
that
to
because
do that anymore.
You're telling me that because Elon works with Starlink, Starlink shouldn't be doing anything with the federal government. So Elon shouldn't use
Yes.
SpaceX to save the fucking astronauts in space. Is that what you're saying?
There's two different.
we're the only
there's
ones
two
talking
different
about
things.
astronauts in space, my guy.
There's two different things.
Relevant too.
I'm not saying SpaceX.
Shouldn't even have the job.
SpaceX that went to space to save those astronauts, right? Or am I wrong?
Is SpaceX the only option?
Then why did they use SpaceX?
Answer that.
Why did they
Answer
use-
it, please.
They have
Right
NASA,
now,
right?
struggling to come
They
up
have
with a
NASA.
point that
They
bad
have
that you got to
NASA.
go like, oh, but
Okay.
SpaceX saved the astronauts.
Bro, y'all gonna
all good, guys, because Rocket.
Come on now, y'all gotta stop doing this little bitchy shit and when because you're fucking losing.
Right now, we have planes hitting fucking helicopters.
Don't get mad because you feel stupid.
Still think it's a good idea. Verizon.
If SpaceX was the best option,
No comment.
then yes, let SpaceX do it to rescue a pair of astronauts. But we're talking about contracts, multi-billion-dollar, multi-year contracts
The shit
that
works.
he should
What's
have
wrong
been
with it?
excluded from. In fact, they said Elon was going to recuse himself. Trump said that in front of Elon. Oh yeah, he'll recuse himself. He hasn't done it once. He shouldn't even be mentioned. His companies should not be mentioned if he were recusing himself. This proves that he's not interested in that.
So you see what you just said? You're contradicting yourself. You're saying that if they're the best, they should be able to do it, right?
No,
But you're just saying Elon Musk shouldn't do it at all.
Wait, if SpaceX was the only way to rescue those two astronauts, then fine, do it.
So you're saying if they're the only way, they have NASA.
Wait,
it's just gonna take a little longer.
then it should have been NASA.
Hey, I want to tell the host.
That's not
I want
the
to tell the host
conversation,
this 'cause
though,
I'm finna
bro.
go.
No.
Hey, host.
All right,
Host.
bye. Have a good day, brother.
Listen.
But
Okay.
that's not the conversation, though, bro.
So you tell me. This is what I'm hearing. If SpaceX is the best option, we should use SpaceX to save the astronauts. Or did I hear something incorrectly?
If it's the
Now you took us
only
down a whole new
option,
path.
Not the only option. There's
So
NASA.
you're telling me if SpaceX is the only option that they should use SpaceX, right? That's what you're saying right now?
yes, because we're talking about saving lives. Yes,
So okay,
But-
SpaceX is the only option to fucking SpaceX
but I'm
is
not
the
talking
best
about
option.
SpaceX rescuing astronauts. I'm
Spa-
talking about
SpaceX
government
isn't
contracts
Starlink
being
part of
assigned.
SpaceX? So you're talking.
Wait,
You're still
wait,
talking about
But
SpaceX.
you're conflating
No, they're
two
separate
different
companies. They're
things.
entirely separate companies.
You're conflating two different
Bruh,
things.
SpaceX
Yes, one
confirms
is an
that
emergency.
Starlink works at FSA but denies bids to replace them. So SpaceX is not. So Starlink is not part of SpaceX. So why are they talking for them?
No, it's not. Starlink was by itself. Thought it was a whole different company. Whole different
Starlink
company.
is its own company.
SpaceX confirms Starlink works
SpaceX
at FSA.
sends up
Wait,
Starlink
wait,
products
wait.
to space, my guy.
So Starlink's part of SpaceX.
No,
No.
No, it's a different entity.
it's entirely different entity, my guy.
All right, go
And
ahead.
we're
You're
talking
telling
They're
me
about-
related
you're telling
only
me
in the way
only
that Elon
that
is
we
the
should
fucking
use-
main shareholder.
You're telling me that the only way we should use anything from Elon Musk is if he's the only option, right? Or is the best
No,
option?
no. Time out. Time out. We are getting way off track.
No.
Can we
No,
leave?
it's not. It's
Can we
on
leave
track.
fucking
Okay.
the astronauts alone?
Forget the astronauts.
Right. Let's hold on.
The-
Let's
the
leave the
astronauts are not the
astronauts.
point.
Let's get rid of the astronauts. We're not talking about fucking astronauts.
We're talking about government contracts.
Correct.
That
Let's
Elon
talk
himself
about-
said he was. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Elon and Trump, they both said that Elon would recuse himself from any future government contracts. All right. The fact that we're even having this discussion means that Elon did not do that. He did
Correct.
not recuse himself. That's what we're talking about. That's the
Did he not
corruption we're talking about.
recuse the Verizon?
Forget Starlink. Forget the astronauts. That's different. We can have a different conversation about that. We're talking about the government contracts. These contracts are going to go on for decades potentially. Billions of dollars that are going to go straight into Elon's pockets. All right? That shouldn't be happening if he was going to keep his word. Obviously, he never intended to keep his word. He's only there to line his pockets. There.
He's got to get a return on investment. He put up $250 million.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all this is about.
So I'm confused now. I can't bring up SpaceX because it's Elon Musk company. I'm
Yes,
confused.
correct.
But we could bring up but y'all gonna bring up SpaceX because it's the Elon Musk company.
Correct.
You brought up
Wait,
SpaceX, bro.
correct.
Y'all saying that
Yeah.
Starlink is getting.
You brought up SpaceX, bro.
Hey,
Wait.
you brought up the fucking astronauts.
Yes, because it's the.
Same shit.
Because you didn't
It's
have a
Starlink
leg
part
to
of
stand
SpaceX.
on, my guy. You didn't
It's
have a point. So you're
Starlink
like,
part
oh,
of
SpaceX
SpaceX.
saved astronauts, so
understand.
it's good. That means like it's okay then.
The
Fucking just
astronauts
why I've
is
been
an
calling you
emergency
Captain
situation.
Deflection the entire night, bro.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
Starlink is a
astronauts.
part of
I'm glad
SpaceX.
Elon.
Starlink is a
Hold
satellite
on.
internet constellation project developed and operated by SpaceX, a private aerospace company funded by Elon Musk. So Starlink is part of SpaceX. So y'all want to bring up a part of SpaceX, but when I bring up another part
listen,
of
you know what?
SpaceX,
Pat yourself on the back
when
for
I
that.
bring up another part of SpaceX, y'all guys got a problem with that.
Give you that victory, bro.
I got a question. Why could
prove
y'all
any
bring
points.
up on SpaceX, but I can't?
These are different things.
It's part of the same company. What are you talking about?
No. He wins the debate now.
Well, you're not gonna hand out a request for proposal to rescue a pair of astronauts from outer space. An RFP takes multiple weeks, months, sometimes even years to secure a contract. You don't do that to rescue two people. For that, yes, go get Elon to send a rocket up to space. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. The problem are these multi-billion-dollar contracts that he should have recused himself from. You keep trying to conflate the two. They're not the same.
Did he? How much was the multi-billion-dollar contract did he get?
Article we just read. Did he not decline?
How much was this multi-billion-dollar contract that SpaceX get?
It's in the. It should be in the article. How much are they talking? I don't know the details exactly, but the fact that they're even in the running for the FAA.
They said they're not.
First of all,
the
FAA should be
$2.4 billion contract.
First of all, the FAA shouldn't be privatizing. Second of all, if they're
y'all need to get some fucking reading comprehension. It says that SpaceX denied that Starlink was working with was trying to go for a bid for that Verizon contract. It also said that SpaceX already helping them out. It didn't say nothing. Tell me where it says you're getting a $2.4 billion contract. And I got a question. If Starlink's able to help them keep planes from falling out the sky, is that not comparable to the shit that they're doing in fucking space? I'm saving the Russian. If Starlink is
more planes have fallen out of the sky since he got into.
If Starlink is used to
than I've ever seen in my entire.
These fucking damn, bro. Do I need to keep fucking muting you for you to shut the fuck up? Y'all getting on my nerves at this point.
Absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
Pick me then, pussy dude. Do it. Just.
It wasn't that hard, big dog. Everyone else can unmute. But I'm saying, if Starlink is able to if SpaceX is able to get a contract to save astronauts and help save lives, why can't Starlink do the same thing? Because the article you read says
a contract.
The article you read says helping them with their aging infrastructure. Did it not? Not word for word, but it says they're helping.
That's a contract.
So is that a contract?
Okay. That's a contract. The quote unquote saving aging infrastructure. That's a contract. I'm not. That he should be recused from. That should have gone through a request for proposal. My company does that for because it's a government agency. You're supposed to have 3 contractors so that there is no conflict of interest. So that you're saving the taxpayer money because they're supposed to bid on that contract. Correct. The lowest bid will win the RFP. So the fact that only Elon is volunteering his own company and not letting anybody else bid for that, they're just going to give all that money to Musk. We don't know if we're going to get a savings or not. That's another part. That's why that should have been. Can I say
something now? Let me say something.
But let me finish with this. The rescuing the astronauts, that has nothing to do with RFP. That's an emergency. There's no quote unquote contract for rescuing astronauts. You just they have nothing in common. All right, go ahead.
Okay, you're telling me that Starlink got a federal contract from the FFA to use Starlink, right? Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
I'm not finding that. I'm seeing that.
At least they're in talks for.
I'm finding that the FFA is using Starlink. He's not saying that. I'm not saying where they got a contract from. Can you tell me how much how much was that contract so I can know what to search?
Not off the top.
You could go ahead and search it. I'll give you some time.
But I do know that the FAA is considering. Well, you said it. They're going to replace their aging infrastructure at Elon's behest. Like Elon basically went in there and said, "Oh, the FAA is doing so poorly. Hey, I have a product to sell you that will solve this problem."
Did Elon say that, or was it already a known thing?
Basically,
Elon. Wait. They didn't already come out with that the FFA system is fucking old and outdated. They didn't already know that.
Yeah. It always has been. So my solution would have been, would have been to fund the FAA fully instead of cutting it year after year. I would have funded it instead of giving that contract to a billionaire to fix.
What contract? There was no contract.
There's going to be. They're talking about making a contract. They're going to quote unquote privatize the FAA.
The fucking Verizon one. The Verizon one is the $2.4 billion contract that's currently going on right now. I could read the Washington Post thing where it said in the Washington Post. Do you trust that source?
Go ahead. You can read it.
Where was it? Oh, because we just had this Washington Post.
they were talking about upgrading the aging infrastructure from the FAA.
I got a question. Okay.
Rather than,
I got a question for you.
Okay.
If for a stopgap right now they use Starlink until Verizon's able to finish doing the stuff running wire and stuff, is that not a good thing?
It depends. Again, did they go through an RFP? Did they win a bid for that?
So you tell me they
So
gotta
you'd
go.
rather wait for more planes to fall out of the sky?
So because I'm saying,
Oh no! For that, you can just fund the FAA appropriately. You could just do that instead
like-
of cutting the jobs like Elon did.
But they still have to buy the stuff if you fund the FFA appropriately, right? Fund it out a high way. They still gotta buy the stuff, right? If they already have Starlink, can't they just say, "Hey, yo, I'm gonna use Starlink from this time"? Because you know how much money is wasted when them trying to say, "Oh, yo, we're gonna do this procurement shit, where we're gonna find 5 different 5 different people, and then keep searching
First of all-
around, and then they never actually find someone." Isn't that what they usually have?
Starlink wasn't
bureaucracy shit.
Well, first of all, Starlink wasn't what was keeping these airplanes in the air.
For our FFA to use, but Starlink is not a problem for the Ukrainians to use.
The Ukrainians are at war.
Have a contract. They're not. The Verizon won the contract. Simple and plain.
The Verizon's still getting the contract. It's not being taken away. Whoever said that shit was bullshit because I looked it up and it said it denied that shit.
Wait. I don't know the details, but Verizon's contract doesn't have to be taken away for it to still be a conflict of interest. The fact
I'm
that
just saying if we already have something that we could use right now, right? Why don't we just use that shit as a stopgap until the Verizon's fucking done? Verizon's gonna take 15 years.
Why don't we use a competitor?
Why don't
we use NASA?
Why don't we use NASA? Because isn't NASA fucking like the one that had the problem with saving the astronauts? Like we already have one that's better. Why don't we
Let's
just
not
use that
conflate two
one?
things. We're talking about different things. All
Bro,
right,
you're
so we're talking about
the
a couple
same
different
company
things.
and you're the same person that owns that company. You're trying to say I can't use them in this situation, but you could bring it up in other situation. I feel like you're just saying I can't use Starlink saving this SpaceX saving those astronauts because you don't have a good rebuttal for that.
No, because these are different scenarios.
Yeah, it's a different. You keep going back to
Is
the
it not
damn
saving
astronauts.
lives?
Nobody said.
Is it not?
Yes, nobody's.
Are we not
nobody
saving
is
lives for
arguing
fucking
that.
using
Hold
Starlink?
on, here. You mentioned the
Bro,
Ukrainians, right? Hold on.
Menace,
You
nobody
mentioned
is
the
arguing
Ukrainians.
against that. It's not what we're arguing.
No,
We're arguing by him.
I got one question. Is it not
argument
it's
is
using?
stupid.
You say we can use SpaceX because it's saving lives. Is using Starlink not saving lives? So planes ain't falling out the sky?
No, that had nothing to do with the planes falling out of the sky. When Trump and Elon fired half the fucking staff at the FAA, you started to see the fucking planes falling and crashing.
They were doing that shit before Trump. What are you talking about?
Actually, to be fair, yes, because I mean you had the Boeing situation and
You know
all
how
that.
many near misses we had increased in the last 4 years?
Yeah.
So what
Yeah, but
well, not the last 4 years. No, that shit ramped up.
But
That shit ramped up after
FFA
Trump got
workers.
elected.
What are we
No,
talking
it's
about?
been the 4 years.
That shit ranked up after Trump got elected.
He
The
fired
Boeings falling out of the
400
sky.
FFA workers.
Hold on. The
You tell me that
Boeings
plane
falling out of the
crashes.
sky.
You tell me that plane crashes went up after Trump got elected.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. The Boeings falling out of the sky was a different thing. That was corporate malfeasance. That was them cutting costs, cutting corners, and killing whistleblowers, by the way. That was a different fucking thing.
Unalive, sir.
Yeah, but when they cut the FAA, then you started to see all these mid-air collisions that had nothing to do with Boeing, had everything to do with there just being no staff. That was a different thing.
That's what happens when you fire 400
they've been
people.
understaffed way before Trump. What are you talking about?
Yes, you're right.
Then why
You're
you keep
right.
trying,
Under Trump.
bro, you keep on trying to say this
Because
is
under
directly
Trump.
tied to Trump?
Because he fired
Yes, because
400
under-
more.
Yes,
Right. He said he fired
Like, they
people
were
that's
already
not
under
critical
Trump.
to
You're
the
proving
fucking
our
safety.
point.
Bro, listen to what you
He
just
said
said.
he
Hold on,
fired people
Captain.
not critical
Captain.
to safety.
The
So who did he
plane
Hold on,
that
hold on,
hit the
hold on.
You're
helicopter was
proving
on
our
January
point.
Listen to what you
20th.
just said. Hold on, time out. Listen to
That
what
was
you just
before
said.
Trump got in.
Hold on,
or
Nathan.
9 days
Listen
after.
to what you just
it was
said,
still
bro.
Joe Biden.
Right? You said that we all know that the FAA has been understaffed, right?
And I'm talking about air traffic controllers. He didn't fire air
yes.
traffic controllers.
Yes, he did.
Sure.
Trump fired air
Yes,
traffic
he
controllers.
did.
Yes.
They were some of the
Bro.
first people to get fired.
Wait, what the fuck?
400
Wait.
people from the FAA got
Hold on.
fired.
Right. Immediately after that shit happened, you started getting all those midair near misses. Immediately.
Did Trump fire air traffic controllers? I'm not seeing anything that say Trump fired air traffic controllers.
All right.
I'm seeing that he did fire people in the FFA. I'll give y'all that.
So what positions out of those 400 people do you think?
You're the one that's making this claim. You got to tell me. Because I'm not... You got tell me how many air traffic controllers Trump
Are you looking it up, Captain?
I'm not seeing that Trump fired air traffic controllers. I don't know where y'all getting that
FFA isn't just air traffic controllers too, though.
19th, 2025. So this was after Trump got elected. Okay.
So what's up? I'm not seeing where y'all talking about Trump fired air traffic controllers. I'll give y'all that he fired people that worked in the FFA, but the janitor, come on now.
I'm only seeing people that he fired with less than a year on the job.
Of air traffic controllers. Air traffic controllers, right?
Safety assistants.
Is it saying air traffic controllers?
Specialists.
I didn't see anything about air traffic. Just
There are other jobs he could fire in the FFA, in the FAA, not just air traffic controllers. I have experience. My grandfather was a part of the FAA and training experiences with them, and not just air traffic control.
We gotta give him a little time to do the research and come back and say, okay, we can't find the source. Captain, you back? Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Have you been hearing me?
I have not. You've been talking this whole time?
Oh fuck. I was talking the whole time. I was reading the article.
Oh shit, my bad.
Shit. Okay.
What's the
No, it's
I'll pull it up for you.
Okay.
He's muted again.
Hey, no, you can't. Read the article while you're on the TikTok app. I think it's when you leave
Yeah,
muted.
you can't hear you when you're teacupped.
Okay. Well, I just searched. I found it on AP News. It was FAA. It was dated February 19th, 2025. I have to switch between apps. That's what's happening.
I got you. Air traffic controllers fired. I'm searching air traffic controllers fired. AP News.
Let me try splitting my screen. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Washington Post. Not Washington Post. Washington AP. The Trump administration began firing several hundred FFA administration employees upending the staffing on a busy air traveler weekend, and just weeks after January's fatal mid-air collision at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport.
Okay, here we go.
Probationary workers were targeted in the late night email Friday night, notifying them that they have been fired. David Sparrow said, president of the Professional Aviation Safety Specialists Union, said in a statement.
Yeah, it doesn't say positions. It just says
the impact of workers include personnel hired.
PBS.org.
PBS.org.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, PBS.org.
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Trump begins firings of FAA air traffic control employees weeks after fatal DC plane crash. February 17th, 2025.
Do you know how do you see how they word it? Do you see how they word it, right? Air traffic controllers employees. They're not saying air traffic controllers. They're wording it like that so you think that he's firing air traffic controllers.
It was also after.
Let me see. Well, I'm reading the whole article. The impacted workers include personnel hired for FAA radar, landing and navigational aid maintenance. One air traffic controller told the Associated Press. air traffic controller was not authorized to talk. Okay, hold on. So
Sorry. Was this
FAA
PBS?
radar landing and navigational aid. That's insane. That's precisely what you don't want to fire when you're having a bunch of near misses in midair. That's radar.
We shouldn't be having these near misses.
Yes.
So if you can't do your job properly, you should be fired.
No. They're firing people. They don't have people to
In
do
the
the
article-
FAA radar landing and navigational aid. We need more of them.
But if your job is
In
to
the article
stop the
it said
near
after.
misses and
The
near
article
misses
said
go
after
up,
the WBC
would you not
said.
get fired? At your job, if you fuck up, would you not get fired?
Yeah, probably.
Then what's we've had for the past 4
problem
years,
is
how
you're
many near
firing them
misses
and
have
you're
we
not
had?
replacing them. No, he's not. This isn't about getting rid of bad radar technicians. He's just firing them. You got two people overseeing thousands of dots in midair. You
That's
can't
the
do
air
this.
traffic controllers, not the radar maintenance people. And if they're, I'm just saying, but like
They're vital. They're vital.
Hey yo,
They're all vital.
Hey yo, I fuck with y'all. I'm about to go sleep. Y'all welcome. Anytime I do a live, y'all welcome back. It's about 11:14. I gotta wake up for work tomorrow. If y'all want to say anything before we go,
All right.
I might not agree
All right,
with y'all on
good night, y'all.
everything, but there's something I feel like, hey yo, I'll give it to y'all and we'll agree on. Anyone want to say anything before we go?
Yeah, I mean, you go ahead, Captain.
I got not much to add. Left is best. Peace. Have a good night, y'all.
All right, good night.
Yeah, I mean, I just think you should, honor your oath, my guy. That's just my personal opinion. You're a Marine forever.
Oh, you just have a different interpretation of the Constitution, what it says.
Nah, I don't. I understand what it says. We're all
I'm
entitled
not
to
saying you
due
don't understand what it
process.
says. I'm saying we have different interpretations of it. We're reading the same document. We're just not getting to the same point.
Right, but I don't see how you don't. That's where the confusion is, right? Like, everybody is entitled to due process.
Yes,
Simple and plain.
wait,
Even
due
if you are here
process is
illegally.
different from due process changes. In the military, due process is different. In the civilian world, due process is different. And fucking when you come here illegally, the due process is different. Due process is not the same across the board. It means the process that is due to you for when you do something fucked up. And with expedition removal, they're not required due process. They're not required. They're not required to go in front of a judge. That's their due process. Going in front of the judge is not always due process.
But for what, though? Right? Like, you got to do something.
Being here illegally is enough.
But they weren't. So visas and
visas could get revoked by the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio.
But those are legal avenues of citizenship.
You have to worry about the large percent here.
Visas can be revoked by Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. Do you agree with me or disagree with me?
I'm not disagreeing, but you have to do something.
You could just revoke these visas apparently. Let's look it up.
That's my point. That's my point. That's not cool. You shouldn't just be able to.
We'll look it up.
You shouldn't be able to just revoke their visa or their green card for no reason.
Why not?
It's called expedited removal.
What do you mean? Why not?
If someone's here, if someone's not a permanent resident, is not a citizen, and you're here like I forgot the term for it. Like we're giving you a special privilege for being here. Can we not take that away?
Yes, if they do something.
No, any reason.
So just because you wake up and say, "Okay, I don't think you should be here today," that's a good enough reason.
You're not a citizen.
I'm reading yes.
And
The
if
visa can be
you're-
revoked, meaning canceled for various reasons, including inadmissibility to the country or non-compliance with visa conditions.
Just 'cause they're paying taxes and
Inadmissibility to the country is.
They also use a lot of taxes.
You're not admissible into the country is what is one of the things, and I feel like they put that vague term there just so they can say, "Hey, anybody."
But that's you don't see that as an issue.
It's constitutionally allowed. You think that's not constitutional? I'm gonna keep my oath. That's constitutionally allowed.
But there has to be a reason. I'm not arguing.
The reason could be
I'm not
inadmissible
arguing.
to the country.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lily. I was trying to close this off, but go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You good? You good?
So, is Trump like a good guy? Not a good guy.
I'll tell you I'll tell you my honest opinion about Trump. I don't think Trump is Jesus. I don't think Trump is the devil. I think Trump do some shit that's effed up. I think Trump do some shit that's good. I think at the end of the day, he's gonna do more good than bad. And yo, his personal life, hey yo, he was grabbing them consensually.
Okay, wait. I just have a question. Host, are you like
crazy, bro?
Are you like pro-Trump?
Yeah, I'm pro-Trump.
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on, please. Wait, so you voted for him?
Yeah, I should have voted for him all 3 times, but I only voted for him the last one.
Okay, but people say he's racist. Is that true?
No. Okay, wait. In the 90s, early 2000s, rappers was like, "Oh, I want that Donald Trump money. I'm trying to get like Trump." And then 2016, he's racist?
No, he was racist then, just because
Bro, why was he racist? Are you gonna say the Central Park 5 where they admitted that they did it?
No.
There's no way I would ever admit to doing anything like that.
Okay, but y'all like
Hey, Lily.
I'm getting like hella bashed for voting for him because like I'm also GAY. So like
Trump stands
what
for
does that
gays.
not do anything? Then
What
Trump
they demonize the LGBTQ community. What are you talking
That's not true. There's a clip of him saying, "I will do everything in my power to support LGBTQ."
Bro,
Stop.
Before 2008, the Democrats was against the LGBTQ community, and Trump wasn't. What are you talking about?
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that.
So my last question: why are the left saying that he wants to unalive the gays?
Because
I'm not saying he wants to do that.
Someone on TikTok say, "Oh, I'm crying. Trump is coming after me," and then someone else say, "Oh, they're getting views. I'm gonna say the same thing." And then that's why a lot of these people don't believe Trump is trying to kill them. Do you believe that? Do you believe people that make these videos think Trump is after them?
Can I ask something?
You about to sit here and tell me?
Have you had any issue besides from people?
So hold on a minute. You about to sit here and tell me that the whole Republican Party and MAGA hasn't demonized and fucking vilified the trans community?
MAGA and the Republican Party are not one whole thing.
That's a whole different situation.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. Conservatives don't really f with the gays like that. They wanted that gay marriage illegal. I'll admit that. But now conservatives like they don't care. As long as they're like, you know how the at one rally they was like, we're here, we're queer, we're coming for the children. That's the stuff that they don't like. Y'all could do what y'all do.
Nobody is coming for the kids.
No,
though.
I said that they said that at a rally. They literally said this at a rally. We're here, we're queer, we're coming for the children. You could go search that and you'll see people marching and saying that. If they were being facetious or joking around, I don't think they should have made that joke because people care about them kids.
But do you realize things online can get twisted any type of way, so it wouldn't be smart to put everything on social media.
I saw them say that phrase for my own eyes. I like to do, bro. You could be if you was here this whole night, you thought me looking everything up. When I hear something, if it sounds good or if it sounds bad, I like to check it because sometimes when it sounds good, it's too good to be true. Sometimes when it sounds bad, it's like, oh, it's my enemy. They're gonna believe it no matter what. So I saw that.
I mean, where did you see this at? Where did you even see this at?
YouTube. It's on TikTok. It's everywhere on TikTok.
You saw it on YouTube. You said you saw it in person with your own eyes.
I said I saw
so did you see it in person with your own eyes, or did you see it on social media?
He didn't say that.
I said I saw it.
He said he saw it with his own eyes.
He didn't say it in person.
Well, you see with your eyes. You know that, right? Try and look out your elbow.
But like I was saying, right? Like I was saying, right?
Yeah, I see your profile picture with my own eyes. That means I didn't see you in person.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is he didn't see it in person. Anything on social media can get twisted any type of way.
How do you
video of them chanting
we're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children. What did I twist up? That's what they said.
You don't even know what type of You don't even know what type.
It was a pride event.
It doesn't matter what type of event it is. Why are
it was a pride event?
You're not letting me explain myself. They don't have. They're probably not even LGBTQ. They could be any other people. Like
oh my bad, it was a pride rally.
They're dressed up in rainbow.
Okay, show it. Show the video.
Man's trying to go to bed. I just want to talk to him.
But we
I just wanted to have one conversation. Just say those fucking.
Wait. I got a question. Why don't you look it up? If I'm wrong, you look it up and prove me.
It's literally your claim, so why do I have to look
your
it up?
duty to do your own
yourself.
But he made the claim. If I was making a claim, I would look it up and have the source.
You can look it up to disprove his claim too. Like that's a rebuttal.
No, that's not how debates are.
This isn't. It's a TikTok live.
So first he would have to provide evidence, and then I would have to.
Come on.
What is your point? Because
now you got me.
So he would have to
Debate is a
provide
debate,
a
whether it's on
source, and then
TikTok,
I would
whether
have
it's
to
a
provide a
TED
source to
Talk, whether
debunk that.
You've heard. I've been here the whole time. You've heard everything with that captain dude who would interrupt him every 3 seconds to do with the car profile.
You can't see it. Can't see it.
Yeah, can't see it.
You can hear that, right?
You can't hold it that close to the camera.
Too close.
It'll blur out. Yeah, right there. I think that supports his claim.
That was a titty.
I can't even hear it. What? I couldn't even hear it.
I vaguely heard it.
Well, you saw it though, right? And you saw that.
What state did that happen in?
You see what you're doing now? First, you see
Bro,
what
I can't hear it.
It doesn't matter what state it
It
happens.
does matter.
No,
Like
stop,
this
stop,
stuff
stop,
matters.
stop,
The
stop.
context matters.
Stop.
No,
First
no,
you
it
said it
doesn't.
didn't happen. Now you're
That shit
saying it
doesn't
didn't
matter.
happen.
Wait.
No, I'm
When
gonna
did I
question,
say
did
it didn't happen?
You're saying they did say that.
I never said it didn't
So
happen.
are you saying they did say that?
What I said was.
Are you saying they said that or yes or no? Did they
You're
say
trying
that?
to disprove that the
What
video
I'm
is-
saying
Did they say
is,
that yes or no?
I couldn't hear it.
It sounded like they said it. We really couldn't hear it.
I think I can hear it pretty clear.
Did you hear
Yeah,
it?
we can hear that.
No, I really couldn't hear it at all.
Oh my God, I
Like
can't
y'all,
hear
be
it.
honest.
All
Bruh.
three of us heard it.
Hey yo,
You
if
did
y'all
not hear it?
y'all have headphones on, I feel bad for y'all, right? I'm about to boost this shit high as fuck just for you, big girl, big dog.
It
You heard
sounds
that
like
children
we're
part.
not coming for your children.
Oh,
That's
come
what it
on.
sounds like. To
Oh
me.
my!
Oh, come on.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Bro, you're just rage baiting.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a
Okay,
reach
put
and a
the
half.
subtitles on because I swear I couldn't hear it that well.
As I'm saying, it's hard to hear, but it does kind of vaguely sound like it.
Vaguely is a
breach
subjective
too.
word.
What you mean? It's
It,
Like you can't even hear it that good.
it's hard to hear,
Stop.
but it vaguely sounds like it.
No, he said for real.
Wait. Did you hear it or did you not hear? Yes or no?
No.
Then go search it up for yourself.
All right, let me
Because
search
you gotta
it up.
look it up on your
Like,
phone.
what is the video called?
Huh?
What is the title called?
We're here
What was
where
it?
you're coming for your children.
Let me see if I can find it on YouTube.
I'm like, it clearly said it, but I'm like, back in the day, I will admit it. Republicans didn't like the gay. They were like, oh, it could get them away from me. Nowadays, they just don't care. They're like, we're used to it right now.
Win.
It's not like,
Let's win.
huh?
Let's win.
Who can?
Right now, I have gay family.
I don't give a
don't
shit what
care.
you do. If you fucking do it, if you do anything, I'm a
We're not talking
Republican.
about
Have you
Shaw.
talked
We're
to a
talking about the
Republican, or
GOP,
have
the
you talked to a
Republican
Republican,
Party.
or you just seen or whatever I see on TV? That's the Republican. Like, actually talk to people that disagree with you, because I'm a Republican. I don't care if you're gay, but if you start
Sure,
saying
you
stuff
don't.
like, if you start saying
You
stuff like,
don't.
bro, everyone here that was Republican, didn't they just say the same thing?
Yo, but y'all, I'm not saying that y'all individually. I am talking about the GOP,
That's something that you have to
the
learn on your own.
politicians in the Republican Party.
Bro, there's someone that's gay in Trump's cabinet. So why didn't if the GOP hated the gay people so much, why didn't they say anything about him? But that officer that arrested the preacher that was keeping the church open during during COVID,
they literally
Trump was like, the party was like, hey yo, Trump, we don't like that guy. He was trying to arrest the preacher that was trying to keep the church open. Trump was like, yo, you know what? He's out. Why didn't they do the same thing for the homosexual that was in the cabinet?
Menace. They literally go by the Bible, my dude.
Who is no bro?
Just loves all.
You don't have to.
No. The
Bro, they
current
literally
Republican
just
Party,
made up.
the current Republican Party is
just
trying to
looked it
push the
up.
Christian stuff aside. You know that, right?
You got to be kidding me, bro.
Bro,
I will
do you
say
think-
Trump is a big
Okay.
Christian guy.
Bro, a lot of people in the Republican Party ain't really Christian. What are you talking about?
Bro, they literally just
I-
have a fucking what's the lady's name?
Bro,
The
that
preacher.
lady is the
faith-
worst
the faith
person you should
advisor.
put in the fake leader. I disagree with Trump putting her, bro. Do you see the stuff she? I don't like
When
that
have
lady.
you ever,
He's
bro?
very
When, but
satire.
Menace, when have you ever heard of a faith leader in the White House? You've never heard it because it's in the Constitution for the separation of state
No, it's
and
not.
church.
That's not in the Constitution. That
Yes,
is
it
literally
is.
not in the Constitution. You're getting that from a document that I believe, I forgot. It was Thomas Jefferson wrote that to a letter to a church that had that in there.
Yeah, that
Separation of
document was
church
part
and
of the
state is
amendment of the
literally not in the
Constitution.
Constitution. The First Amendment say the federal we're not gonna establish a religion or stop you from
Rights.
practicing your religion.
That is not what it says.
You're
The First
talking about the
Amendment?
Bill of Rights.
The First Amendment is like the first one in the Bill of Rights. You say it. You are y'all saying me that the church and state separation of church and state is in the Constitution?
No, it's in the Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights
Constitution and
in
Bill
the
of Rights
Constitution.
is the
It's the
Constitution, bro.
The first
You
10
can-
amendments
Yes,
is the
what are
Bill
you
of
talking
Rights.
about?
I'm
Right,
not trying to be
what
an
the fuck, you
asshole,
think the Bill
but
of
the
Rights-
first 10
you think the
amendments
Bill of Rights
is the Bill of Rights.
and the Constitution are two separate things?
The Bill of Rights and the Constitution are the same.
Say that again.
The Bill of Rights is part of the Constitution.
Right.
It's the
Yes,
first
it's
10
amendment to it.
amendments. And the first
Correct.
amendment
It's
says
amendment
freedom
to
of
it.
speech, freedom of press, and it says Congress or I think it says Congress will not establish a religion or prohibit the practice of religions.
Religion and protest.
But the Bill of Rights is a second document of the Constitution.
It's part of the
That's all I'm saying.
Constitution.
That's all I'm saying. It's two different pieces of documents.
No. It's the Constitution. Part of the Constitution is the Bill of Rights. I got a question. Is the 22nd Amendment part of the Constitution?
Look at the Constitution.
Yeah.
Look it up right now. I
Is
guarantee
the
you, you're not
22nd
going to find the
Amendment part
Bill
of
of
the
Rights on it.
Constitution?
The Bill of Rights is the first 10 amendments. The
Stop.
first 10 amendments are in
Yes, it's amendments. Thank
Constitution.
you.
What does amendment means?
It's amendments. It's an adjustment to the Constitution that our forefathers put out there for us.
So it's
They
part of the
wrote one
Constitution.
article. They wrote one article. So over years, there's been amendments to it.
To what?
That's the Bill of Rights.
Constitution, right? Not the. They amended the Constitution, not the. Bro, I'm not gonna have this argue with you. You just gotta Google that shit. This is a point of conversation. Like you disagree with me.
The first
Look it
piece
up.
of
I'm telling you what.
governmental documentation is not the Bill of Rights.
It's the Articles of
It's just not.
Confederation.
I didn't say it was
Yes,
the
it's the
first.
Articles of
Okay,
Confederation.
no one said that.
Okay,
I wasn't
okay.
talking
If y'all disagree with me on
Constitution
that,
from our
I don't care.
forefathers
Mad,
was
did you see
first.
it?
Yeah, I saw the video and I found many sources that debunked that and said they
What-
actually didn't say that.
So you
But
saw
you don't have ears?
You saw a video of the people saying that.
Dude,
What was the
dude, that's
sources-
not what they
What was
said.
the
They
sources
said
that
it was-
said that they didn't say that? I'll look
Hold
it up.
hold on. They said it was taken out of context. They didn't actually say that.
Why would
And
they say that
secondly-
shit at all?
Hold on. And secondly, we couldn't even hear them clearly.
I heard that.
We all heard them clearly.
No, stop.
No. You did not hear them
Stop.
clearly.
Why would they say they're coming for people's children at all?
They didn't say that at all.
They did.
Okay, well let me show you my. Okay.
Can you give her the phone? Like, or not the phone,
I
like the
got
screen? Like, I just need to see this.
You got the big screen, girl.
Careful what you show.
No.
Here's my question. Just
Wait,
ask
I
yourself.
can't show anything because I don't have like a lot of followers.
The Bill of Rights.
You don't need 1,000 followers anymore.
Okay. Yes, I do because on my main I got 1,000.
Well, then how am I?
How am I in a live right now? I don't have 1,000.
I have like 50 followers.
You can join the live. You just can't show anything like photos or nothing.
Okay. What's the source that you use? I'll look it up. That's
Okay.
that is
Not word for word. We're coming for your children.
Because I have the video right here, by the way.
Bro, she saw the video and
Post.
how many videos did you watch before you said that they didn't say that? Because there was more than I know you saw more than one video.
I mean, there can be multiple videos of everything, and it could be taken out of context.
I'm just in what?
But how many videos does it take Trump too? If you're going to use that logic,
Just read the New York Post article, and they said it was taken out of context.
No. In what? Wait. So did they say it or not? For them to take it out of context, they had to say it, right?
Okay, so what's
Did
the
they say
what's
it
the
or
context
not?
behind it?
Did they say
Okay,
it or
what's the
not?
context behind it?
Did they say?
What's the
I just
context
need to know if
behind
they
it?
said
I
it
want
or
to say
not.
from the video that you played, it sounded like.
So basically, what happened was
Did they say
they
we're
didn't.
here, we're queer, we're coming for each other?
Bro,
Yes or
let
no?
me explain it.
No, I need before you add the context.
Okay,
I need to
so
know
they
what they
didn't.
said.
Okay, you're asking me a question. You won't even let me explain it. Like that's crazy.
I need you to answer the question and then you can explain. I will not mute you. I'll let you talk for as long as you need. I just need to know: did they say we're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children? Yes or no?
It's both.
So that's still a yes.
No, hold on.
Go ahead,
Let me
go ahead.
explain
Go ahead.
myself.
Go ahead. Dog.
Okay, so no, they didn't actually say it, but yes, a man did say it. A few people, like a man did say it.
One
He wanted
man.
to say it.
You can see all
Read
of
the
their mouths
article.
moving and chanting.
That man has.
So you saw the video. You saw the video, but you read the New York Times,
Dude, just
and you're
look at
like,
the
they
article.
didn't say it. This is
Look at
you're
the
a Democrat,
article.
right? You're a Democrat, leftist, or
No,
liberal.
look at the article. Look at the article.
That's no. Oh my god.
Read the article.
So I just need to know: did they say it or not? Before we know,
How
before
about
we
everybody just go on YouTube right now, look up.
I
We
just
Are
looked
Here.
at it right now. They said it
And I'm
was clear
I'm
as
looking
What
at
is
the
this?
14
Okay, but
females,
y'all need the
15
context
men.
of things.
This is the 14th
Y'all
Amendment
need the
wrong person, I guess.
context is
Like you
there.
can't just so basically no, they weren't saying that. A man that wasn't part of the crowd, he started saying that.
Yeah, but that's just
So then,
false. I'm
so then
literally having
everybody
It's
else
not
is
false.
chanting
That's
it?
what
I'm
literally
literally
what the
looking at the
article
video.
said.
I'm looking at women say it.
Stop, Mads. Are you a Democrat, leftist, or liberal?
She said she wasn't a Democrat.
You know, are you a leftist or liberal, communist, socialist? Which one
I'm
are you?
neither.
You're
I'm neither.
you don't have no political affiliation. You're not part of the
No.
92?
What?
No.
So you're part
Yes.
you part of the 8?
That's hard to believe, though.
I got a question. If you're not part of 92, not my bad. If you're not, why are you defending this stuff so hard? Where you clearly heard for your own ear what it says?
Because I don't like misinformation.
So then you don't.
This
then,
is
then
a
why are
Democrat
you,
right here. Don't believe your lying eyes.
How am I a Democrat? You don't even know who I voted for.
I'm about to say she just said she wasn't a Democrat. So
I'm okay. She's not a Democrat, but this is how Democrats operate. Don't believe your lying eyes. The media. I went to the media. They told me what to believe.
you can't do that, sir. You can't do that. No.
But I'm
So
just
this
saying,
just proves that Republicans believe
media
anything
told me
they
what
see
to
online.
no, I'm just saying. We heard it
No,
for
it
ourselves.
shows
What are you
that y'all
talking about?
believe anything.
I gotta
Okay, so
go
what's
hear a
the?
news
Can you tell
article.
me the context behind the video?
I'm telling you this right now. It doesn't matter what the
So you
context
can't even
said.
tell me the
Can you
context.
let me finish?
All right,
If you-
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
All right, bye, Chase. Have a good night, bro.
Bye.
If you tell me you're coming
You too.
from my kid, there is no context where I'm gonna be okay with that. There is no context where you can say I'm coming for your kid, and people will say, "Oh, that's okay." They're just coming for our kids. There is never a
if you're
context where that's
trolling.
okay. Is
Even
there?
if you're trolling, that's not. Even
If
if
you're
you're
trolling, you
trolling,
could you could get hurt trying to troll like that.
facts. I agree.
Okay, well,
No,
where
you
I think
can't.
where
no.
I think her communication was wrong is
If I said that
yes,
to you in person,
there
you wouldn't
was
do anything,
there
I promise
was
you.
actually a country, and I'm sure everybody in here knows it. There was a country not too many years ago, maybe a decade, maybe a little more, but you weren't allowed to have more than 2 children.
China.
And yes, and then they just you said it, I didn't. I'm not gonna get banned for that, but they just
China. What the fuck?
that I think like 10 years ago or whatever. So she was kind of on the right page, but I think she skipped a couple pages for the page she was on. Just I understood what she was trying to say, but she really didn't I don't think she really understood what she was talking about.
I could understand you trying to say context matters. There is like sometimes if I hear something for myself, like do I need to go to the New York Times to say, okay, this make me feel better? I feel like what is going to the New York Times that made me think they didn't say that or they were just joking around? Because you could just say they were just joking around, they were trying to be funny. You could say that.
I mean, no,
Yeah,
I
but
can't
either
say
way,
that because
it's not cool. However way you try to cut it and slice it, it's not cool.
So why was it okay for them to say that?
I just said it wasn't.
No,
What do you
I'm
mean?
talking Mads. She's the only one that's defending it. She can't just say, I don't think that was right to say. I said, y'all heard me say a lot of things that Trump, not a lot, but something that Trump do,
no,
I
I
disagree
never
with.
agreed. I never agreed to that. What I'm trying to say is the context matters.
What's the content that makes it all right?
I'm not saying it makes it all right. I'm just saying the context matters
What
because
added context makes it matter?
because some random man he added on to that.
Why did
to
I
what they
hear
were
a
already
whole
saying.
group saying it though? I can understand if one person was saying
It
it.
wasn't the whole
but they
group though. It
How
was
many-
like a man and
How
like
many
a few
videos did you watch
agitators,
before
but
you landed to this conclusion that was only one man?
I said a man and a few agitators, yes. But you have to read like the whole
Let me
entire
guess.
context because it
BLM
wasn't
protest was
everybody.
all mostly peaceful.
Oh yeah, it was. I was in Minneapolis when that happened. That was really peaceful. Let me tell you.
But all right, wait. I want to see what my boy got that bags got to say. Go ahead. The 14th Amendment you pulled up, right?
Yeah.
Now find me where it says separation of church and state, please.
Hold on, I'll read it. The Supreme Court has ruled that the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868, expires state to guarantee fundamental rights such as the First Amendment prohibition against the establishment of religion.
Is that what you're saying? Say separation of church and state?
That's what it says.
It actually doesn't say that. It says
Let me-
the fundamental rights, such as the First Amendment, prohibition against the establishment of religion. So,
Okay, I got you. Thomas Jefferson in 1802, letter to the Danbury Baptist Church, where he described the First Amendment as creating a wall of separation between church and state. That's where that came from, the separation of church and state. I'm not saying I know the First Amendment say that we can't establish a religion and we can't prohibit you from practicing your religion. I'm just saying the phrase separation of church and state was a letter from Thomas Jefferson to the Danbury Baptist Church. That's what I was saying.
but the whole conversation started because the past person that was in here stated, correct me if I'm wrong, stated something like Trump is against religion.
No. I said because they have the
leader of faith.
Yeah, the leader of faith shit in the White House. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for that.
Bro, and I
Why
agree
not?
with you, bro. Even if you are gonna have a leader of faith, you pick one of the worst possible people to do put up there. That's just my personal opinion. I'm agreeing. She shouldn't even have that job. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
We're on the
Okay.
same page here. We shouldn't have a leader of faith in America. I'm agreeing with you, right? We good, right?
Gotcha. Okay.
I will, bro. I'm willing to criticize Trump. I'm willing to criticize Republican. When I think that they're doing something that's wrong, I'll criticize them.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
What's up?
Does anybody in here have children?
Yes.
And I mean, that's not my business. You don't have to tell me. So
pull-out game, so
here's my ideology on that, right? So I have a 22-year-old, a 21-year-old, a 12-year-old, soon to be 13, and an 11-year-old, right? So the thing that me and my wife do is we teach our children that, hey, you know, God has put you here. This is what God wants you to do. We're not pushing religion. We don't go to the temple every week. We don't do that. We have our own books we read in our house. So wouldn't you think that if you're raising your children to believe that there's this mighty power somewhere up above us Why would you be so against somebody that's in control of a country you live in pushing the same narrative?
Because then you step on my First Amendment, right?
But you're doing it to your children, right?
Not everybody is though, sir. That's the problem.
I'm stepping all over my children's
what I'm
right.
saying-
They
what
gonna
I'm
be
saying is,
Christians.
If you
That's
if
your choice.
kid, if your
That's
child,
your
if
children.
your
You can
child-
make that. You can make that decision.
And you're gonna wonder why your kids
Right.
don't talk to you.
Them-
You're
hold
gonna
on,
wonder why
hold
your
on,
kids don't
hold
talk
on.
to you.
Them
If they
putting-
decide not to be Christian or religion, I'm still gonna be cool with them. But I'm gonna make
Hold on.
sure they
So,
know about
okay,
God
so
in the
answer me
Bible, and
this.
I'm gonna try. If they have these
Answer me
questions,
this.
I'm
So
just
will
gonna be
you
like,
teach?
yo, you
Will
have
you
to
teach
accept
them
the-
about every other religion,
So
or
answer me
just
this.
your
Hold on.
religion?
Why?
Hold on.
Hell
Answer me
no,
this.
no,
Answer me.
no.
No, I don't
Answer me
teach
this.
my kids. Don't
So
get
hold
me
on,
wrong.
hold on,
I
hold on,
don't teach
Silent.
my
Hold-
kids religion
Silent, hold on.
every day.
Hold on, Silent. 1 second. So let me ask you this: how do you feel about them putting the fuck, what is it? The Ten Commandments.
Yeah.
Yep. You like that?
I don't. Me personally, I
How
don't
do-
necessarily.
wait,
I don't
are
agree
you
with that.
asking me?
Because I don't think.
Right.
Are you
I don't
asking
think
me?
the school should be teaching my kids about God and religion. That's me personally.
That's my point.
No,
That's
absolutely
my
not.
point.
I agree with that. No,
But-
no,
But
that's
what they're
something
doing.
that's kept in your
They're
But I got a
house.
question. I got a question.
That's what
I got a
they're
question. Do you agree with them putting that the pride flag stuff in the schools?
No, that's something that you should be doing as a parent in your own house.
Well, no.
That's not a religion.
I'm thinking.
That's just
Get,
it.
get,
Look,
get
It
that
depends.
bag.
That's
Get
not
that
a
bag. What do you
religion.
think about
No,
that?
no, I think it depends.
That's
I think
not
let me
a
answer your
religion.
question. Let me answer your
it
question.
depends
with a
on the
question.
class.
Let me answer your question with a question. Okay? And I got to be very careful because I already got a couple accounts banned. But just let me ask you your question with one question. Would it be okay? How can I word that? Would it be okay for somebody to tell your child what they can and cannot do if you were the one that told them in your home, yeah, you're okay to do that, you're not okay to do this? And if it was the opposite, would you be okay with that? If you were telling your child
That's a very
it's
big
okay to do
question.
this, it's not okay to do this, and then your child goes out and somebody else is saying, no, you can do this, but you can't do this, would you be okay with that?
I wouldn't. That's why I'm gonna homeschool.
That's a very vague question.
I know.
Y'all are asking things that don't even happen in real
Because
life.
that is
I just
what
wanna.
is
I just wanna
happening
indoctrinate
right
my
now in
kids for my
society.
beliefs. I'm not even gonna lie. I want my kids to believe the stuff I believe in, see stuff the way I do. If they grow up and they say, "Oh, I see things different, and I want to challenge your views," that's gonna be allowed. That's gonna be allowed. I'm not gonna say, "Oh, you can't think differently than me," or I'm not gonna love you. If they end up
No,
saying,
I
"You
tell
know
my
what?"
kids flat out,
No, I'm
I
saying,
tell my kids flat out, you be the best you can be, and remember this: there's always going to be somebody better than you. So keep your best up.
Menace, that's fine that you can do that, right? Those are your children. You have the authority to do that, right? The government and teachers and shit, they don't.
I'm agreeing with you. They shouldn't have they shouldn't be putting the 10 Commandments in church in schools, and they shouldn't have a teacher I'm trying to teach that. Now, what about the pride flag? What about the pride flag? Oh, Scorcher. I'm muting you because you're we're getting feedback. What about
I
the
think
pride
it depends
flag?
on the class.
So they're able to
The
put up the
pride-
pride flag in someone's weird ideology, but I can't put up Christianity. And no disrespect for me
I
saying
think
it's
you
weird.
should put up. Hold on. Because I've
Okay,
taken a
is that a
history class
religion?
and my teacher had both. So I think yes.
So
Is that a religion?
brother? Democrat is a non-theist religion. Does that answer your question? The Democrats is a religion without God.
What?
The Democrats are a
Okay.
religion without God.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
You
look,
know,
I'm
okay, wait.
Republican.
You know how
I used to be
like
a
you remember
former
seeing them
Democrat, but I
super
wouldn't.
No,
I
you
wouldn't admit to that.
remember seeing
So-
some like super religious? They were like, oh, whatever the church says, I gotta agree with it. I can't ask question. Not all of y'all, but a lot of y'all Democrats act just like that. Oh,
Or
if they tell me
Diminis.
what to say, I gotta go with that. If they tell me what to believe, I gotta go with that. What's up?
Diminis. You as a black man should know that black people are the most democratic and they're the most religious people in the United States.
That's a
Why are you
contradiction.
pointing
that-
out color?
That's a living.
How is it a contradiction?
Because how could you be on
Black
the
Why
people
is-
tend to vote
because
Democrat
going
and
out
black people
color in
tend to
that
be the most
conversation?
religious.
Because why it's contradiction? Because the Democratic Party on the
That's the
side that's trying
problem.
to say, oh, we could
No.
We could unalive unborn babies. God in the Bible say, I knitted you in your mother's womb. I knew you before you was even born. How does those two ideas go together?
God literally unalived people himself. He literally caused the flood and unalived people.
You see what I mean? The God in the Democratic Party is the self. They say, I could do this because I'm God. That's what makes them feel like they could do stuff. Go ahead.
So if God was so pro-life, why did he make a
Stop
flood?
for a minute. Please just give me a minute.
Go ahead.
Why would you even, and not Menace, but I asked Menace to stop for a minute. Why would you even, see, this is the problem we're having with our society. You pulled out and you specifically characterized him. You're a black man. You should know better. That's the problem that we're having in our society.
Hold on. I didn't even say that. I said he should know.
No.
I said he should know. I never said he should know better.
Listen, it's my turn to talk.
You're not gonna say words that I didn't say.
You called him out.
We know what y'all both are trying to say. It's semantics at this point. Y'all can go ahead and mute. Go ahead.
True. Basically.
That's
go ahead,
you gotta go ahead and mute.
Yeah, you gotta unmute.
Okay, what was that last question you asked me personally? While we wait for him to unmute, you said why did God call a flood? So everybody gets mad when God don't get rid of evil, but the time that God gets rid of evil, oh my goodness, how can he do that? Because you think that
how are children evil?
You think that
I'm back. I'm sorry.
The evil I do is okay, but I'm talking about the evil that person did.
I'm sorry. I got a little angry because I got a little angry there for a minute because she called you out on and that's one thing that we teach our kids. Whatever, I mean, we're not perfect by no means, but when she called you out by whatever your skin color may be, that kind of upset me. So I apologize. I want to apologize if I came strongly and forward on that because that just really upsets me. That's what's the problem with our society right now. People see somebody. See, that's what it is. People see somebody, and her exact words was, "You're black. You should know better."
I didn't say that. I said he should know.
Well, go ahead. Say what you said.
You did.
Go ahead.
I didn't say that.
Go ahead. Say
You're
what
not
you
going to
said.
put words in my mouth.
Go ahead. Say what you said, please. Please say what you said.
I could have swore she said verbatim as a black man.
Okay, as a black man. So why did you put the black in there in your description?
Because we know. Because we know as black people, first of all, we know as black people that we tend to vote Democrat, right? And we also tend to be the most religious in America. And I live in the South, right? We're very religious here.
I'm in the South. I'm in North Carolina. I'm in the mountains where her
very accurate statements.
Right, he's getting upset over facts.
Okay, I'll answer. Let me answer. Yo, that's answer. I'll answer her question. Okay, you know what Malcolm X said about about liberals and Democrats?
You know what he said about conservatives and Republicans?
He said, yo, the conservatives are sneaky and not good for us either, but the Democrats ain't either. He said both of them weren't good for us. Come on now. You know what
And I agree with him.
You know what is it? LBJ? When he said, hey yo, this is why the people black people started voting more Democrat. There was like LBJ said I would have to sign this what was it, the Civil Rights Act 1964? Was that the one he signed? He said,
it was 63, I think.
He said, if I sign this, I'm going to have them hard R's voting Democrat for the next 200 years. So you thinking that the Democrats are being nice to black people because they actually care about y'all or they want your vote?
Well, I never said any of that. What I'm saying
you
is
asked
I
me
was
a
just
question
telling
about
him.
me as a black man. So I'm asking you this question. So can you answer my question? Do you think the Democrats are doing this because they care about you or they want your vote?
I don't think either party cares about us.
Then why does it matter what party that I choose?
Hold on, wait.
No, it doesn't matter what party you choose. What I'm trying to tell you is that black people as a whole, not like you, they tend to be religious and they tend to vote Democrat is what I'm just trying to say. And it's a fact.
Okay,
You're right,
so
and that's
why
a
do you
contradiction.
think that it doesn't
I'm
matter?
correct,
How is
but
she
I
right
mean,
and it's a
you can view it
contradiction?
however you want.
And you can't say they're the most religion when we got so much single moms. Come on now. How you
I
trying
mean,
to get
yeah, and they're Christian, so.
Come on now. They're not the most religion. Come on. Like,
Why do you think?
I could go
I
in on
just
this,
want to
but
hear.
I'm not.
I really want her to educate me. I really want her to educate me. So, Mads, why do you think that there's no difference between the Democrat or the Republican Party? That's what you said. Your words.
Well, I think back then there used to be a big difference, but I think currently now everybody's just for a check. Because I live in South Carolina, and I think we have one of the worst
I'm right above
Republican
you. I'm in North
representatives.
Carolina. So
I think we have one of the worst Republican representatives here in our state.
Why do you believe
Well,
he's the
nothing
worst?
gets done here. Nothing gets done here.
Okay, so you said the Democrats didn't do anything though?
The Republicans, our state is red.
No, y'all never had Democrat leadership in there?
No, never.
Because
What-
under
what-
Republican
let me ask you
leadership
this
in Florida,
about that.
we doing good. We the number one in education for the last 2 years, and we're currently in a budget surplus.
Y'all are
not a
not number
deficit.
one in education.
You can look this
what part
up.
of Florida are you in?
Florida is the number one in education for the last
know,
2
but-
years. I know y'all don't like to hear that. I know y'all want to hate on
No.
Florida. I know you want to say Florida
Hey,
man this,
no.
Florida man that, but that's a fact. You could just look it up.
Listen, look, I'm 46. I was born and raised in Florida. I lived there for 30 years of my life. So what part of Florida are you in?
Me currently, Southwest Florida.
Okay. So I was born and raised in Tampa.
Oh, they got
That's more north, right?
Tampa's wild. Yeah, it's like 3 hours north from me.
Yeah, it's north. It's north of where he's at. It's north.
I'm gonna have y'all
On a
googling
weekend-
shit all the
On a
time
weekend,
now.
on a weekend with your friends. On a weekend with your friends, it's only a couple hour ride down in South Florida. So you know.
I think she went to
But-
go Google it to try to prove me wrong. She got mad because I was right.
I mean,
Let me stop messing
check it
with
out.
you.
No,
I haven't checked
I
the
don't-
scene.
I'm sorry. I might have blown up, and I apologize, host. I followed you. I followed everybody in here. But
Ah,
Desert,
you good. Sometimes that happens.
That just pisses me off, man. It really upsets me that people want to pull out. You know, nobody ever says, "Oh, you're white. That's why you're acting that way."
It's because this is what
I hate that. I don't look at it like that.
This is what I started doing.
That's
I
not
started
me.
doing
I'm
the
not
same
built that
game
way.
the same game that Democrats, black Democrats, whoever you want to say, start doing. They try to do the same thing. I start doing the same thing. They try to say, "Oh, you're Uncle Tom for voting for Trump." I said, "Okay, you over here
Right.
driving Miss
Yep.
Daisy because you like the white women so much, and because the Democrat Party is the party of liberal white women. So if I'm an Uncle Tom, you driving Miss Daisy. I just do the same thing back.
That's
out
what
there.
I'm saying, man. Come on. You know, it's like Jesus. You know.
Yo, Matt,
So
did you look it up?
Massachusetts is number one K through 12, and Florida is number one with universities.
With you,
college.
How long it took you to find a source that contradicted me?
Like 3 seconds.
Let me look
Were
this
you
shit
looking
up
for a
real quick.
source specifically to contradict me? Or
No.
to try
I
to say,
think
"Oh,
K
you're
through
only
12 is
number
way
one
more
because
important.
when you add in colleges." Come on.
K through 12 is way more important. Let's
What
be
about
for
the
real.
last? What about the last 2 years consecutive? What did it say about that? What was the source?
You know what's really funny?
What?
You know what's really funny is, I'll be honest with you. All the you know, everybody looks at this like the past of like these grades and everything, and they don't look at Elon Musk, but yet they're going to be the first ones to tell you he's uneducated and he doesn't know anything.
Wait. Stop. I got a question for Maz. Did you read Massachusetts is constantly ranked at the top? Is that the one you read?
Wait, hold on. Let me go back.
Because if she read the one that says Massachusetts,
It's from U.S. News, and it says pre-K through 12.
it says Massachusetts is pre-K through 12. Because I'm looking.
No.
Okay. That's okay. I got what you're trying to say. You good. But I'm just saying, you need to come to the
depends.
other side. Leave the left. And if you,
It
I know
depends
you're
on
not
which
on the left,
website.
but you talk like you.
It depends
are.
on which website you go, because a couple of them have Massachusetts as number one, and a couple of them have Florida as one.
Hey, Florida!
Go Florida.
That's what I said. It depends
I
on.
mean, you're a
We
Seminole
call
fan.
that a
Depends on where
Chopper
you are.
City
South
juke
Florida.
right there, everybody. That's a Chopper City juke.
Hold on. Hey, Menace.
What's up?
I know you're in South Florida. Don't tell me you're a Miami fan, man. You
Oh,
gotta be a
fuck
Florida
no.
State.
I hate everything about Miami. Every time I
Whoa,
have to
whoa,
drive in
whoa,
Miami,
whoa, whoa.
I damn near
Time
die.
out.
I
Time out.
hate Miami.
You
We're
a
not doing
Florida
that.
State
Time out. We're
fan.
not
You're a
talking about
Florida
my.
State
Hold
fan,
up. We're
ain't
not
you?
talking about my you. We ain't talking about the you.
Bro, you ever been to
Miami is
Miami?
like the greatest city
Chill,
in
chill.
Florida.
Yeah, I've
I
been to
don't know what
Miami.
you're talking about.
Wait, you from South Carolina. Have you ever been to Miami?
Yes, I've been to Miami.
What? Oh, I'm gonna be a little funny. Was it for some city girl shit,
Oh,
or was it actually like
your
there for a
car's
couple
burgundy.
days,
Your
like being
car is
there?
Well, I was
burgundy,
going on
ain't
a
it?
cruise, so
You
we
was,
were there for Miami for a couple days.
bro. You wasn't really, bro. If you drive around
We were there for a week, and then we went on a cruise.
I would say this: in America, the state of Florida have the worst drivers. In Florida, Miami has the worst drivers, bar none, bro.
Agreed.
Bro, you could
Agreed.
like Miami all you want, but you cannot disagree with that statement.
No, you agreed.
How many people you seeing trying to merge left and someone just come or almost cause an accident to avoid merging? Come on now.
That's like an everyday instance. But
Damn, bro,
I know you're wearing burgundy. I know you're wearing burgundy. You're representing burgundy.
Yo, Matt, you distracted me. I was supposed to end this a while ago, but you and old girl came in the chat. Lily, she was cool people. I feel like we have opposite views of politics, but I don't think we should be. We can't talk to each other. So if y'all got anything you want to say, because I actually gotta go to sleep now, because it's like almost midnight. So what y'all anyone got anything that I gotta say before I close this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you like the Seminoles or the Gators?
I'm not really a college football fan. Oh, one more thing I'm gonna say for the people that didn't catch this in the first part. Trump could get a third term if he runs as vice president and then the president steps down and he becomes president. That will bypass the 22nd Amendment because the 22nd Amendment says you cannot be elected to president more than twice. And the 12th Amendment says that if you're ineligible to be vice president, if you're ineligible to be president, you can't be vice president.
Yep.
But he would
And
still
that actually happened after FDR.
he would still
I swear to
retain
God, if that happens, I'm moving.
he would still retain eligibility to be president even if he like does two terms. He just can't be elected, and we gotta focus on what the words say. But technically,
But do you understand that FDR? Do you understand that
one last
FDR?
thing. Most Republicans don't want Trump to have a third term, so y'all
12
Democrats
years?
could sleep peacefully at night.
I don't care.
As he
if
shouldn't.
that happens.
As he shouldn't.
I think he should. He doing his job. We like, yo, Trump, you did your damn thing. All right,
Yeah,
go to your villa.
He
go
ain't gonna
chill.
make it, my guy. He ain't gonna make it.
Thank you for the stars. I'll
He ain't
send a
gonna
lot
make
of
it, bro.
flowers.
Yeah, he eats too much McDonald's.
And that Diet Coke button. That's my dog, bruh. Donnie T.
I do love Diet Coke.
Yo, that's wild, bro. That is wild.
Donnie T. I'm gonna start saying that from now on. Donnie T. That's my dog. Donnie T.
Wait, Kamala worked at McDonald's. Maybe she could flip him his burger for him.
Could you imagine pulling up to a McDonald's
Oh,
and
no, Trump
Kamala
is gonna be
Harris
in
being on
jail,
the fucking
so-
headset going, "Can I help
Wait,
you? What are you here for?"
He's gonna be arrested.
Hey, I would argue against you. I will argue. Wait. Do you know what the 34 felonies were for?
They were for tax fraud, right?
Paperwork. Paperwork.
See,
it was
It
paperwork.
was fraud.
No.
Do you know that those were misdemeanors, but they had to charge him with a second crime, but they never charged him with that second crime? Do you know that?
They appointed a judge and an attorney general to come in there and switch the paperwork up to turn it into felonies, which is against your civil rights.
Do you
How about you go and represent Trump because he was definitely found guilty.
That's
He
hilarious.
was definitely found guilty.
It was
Listen,
Fannie
look,
Willis,
me
the
being-
AG in
me
New
being
York,
a
and the
civilian.
DA in New York was going to the White House to visit Trump, to visit Biden before they tried Trump in court. Do you think that sounds sketchy to y'all or not?
I mean, it was still, but hold on, it was
No.
still.
Get that back. I need you to say, does it sound sketchy or not?
If
Why is that
walked in
sketchy?
the courthouse
I don't
for a
understand.
55 and a 30 speed ticket, and the judge turned around and said, "Hey, we're going to sentence you to 20 years in prison because that is a felony." And then I go look at the Walberry books and go,
They've been boosting
"Hey,
charges.
no."
They've been boosting charges all the time.
So you think it's okay for the the president know that his biggest competitor is gonna be Trump, so for him to talk to the DA and AG of New York and and Fannie Willis before they say, you know what, this is how we're gonna talk, this is what we're about to do. But y'all talk about, oh, Elon Musk is cahooting and stuff like that, and he's trying to get deals with him. But y'all gonna ignore when Biden. See, if y'all gonna be honest, at least be honest for both sides. I could admit that Elon Musk in the federal government could be sketchy and could be kind of done wrong, but y'all not even gonna consider that. Come on now,
Bro, you just argued against it for an hour.
I said it could be sketchy. I didn't say it was.
Him being there, point blank period, is a conflict of interest.
Get that back.
We got. You don't get that.
Let's do this stuff tomorrow. We could. Hey yo, if y'all come back tomorrow, should be after 5 o'clock.
Yeah, hit me with a follow when you get on. Share the live.
Yeah, bro.
And I'll swing through.
You too, Mad. You could come on and argue too, and you too, that silent roar. Y'all could all come back and we can do this argument again. All right.
You sound like a bet.
All right, man.
All right.
Take it easy. Good night.
Have a good night, y'all.
Man.
Talk to y'all later.
Yep. You too. Bye.